In the gloomy night, a single room remained lit. Late at night, a pleading voice echoed, "Can I borrow 100,000 won? I know it's tough. That's why I'm asking you. I paid back on time last time. I'm trustworthy. I swear I'll repay by the 15th. I feel bad always troubling you." A scruffy-bearded, disheveled young man spoke sheepishly over the phone. "Thanks, I'll send my account." "Thanks a lot." He recalled, "I'm an utterly unfortunate guy, surrounded by people like me. Even falling backward, I'd break my nose. But why am I the living proof of at least I'm better off than that guy?" He was a web novel author, scraping by month to month. A 29-year-old begging friends for 100,000 won to cover rent. The young man stretched, cracking his joints, grumbling, survived another month. That was me, Lee Min-chan. When readers finished his story, they left scathing comments. Reading them, he cursed inwardly, "The comment section's a mess. These idiots, it's all foreshadowing. I'll handle it, just watch quietly." Sighing, he glanced at a novel beside him, muttering, "Seriously, thought writing web novels was easy." Propping his chin, he mused, "Fair point, readers don't have it tough." Min-chan's face was weary, a nosebleed dripping from overwork. If only I could write like that. Dive into a character, rampage freely. Tasting the metallic blood, he realized, "Oh, nosebleed. Tissue. Suddenly, someone approached, offering a pack of tissues. "Looking for this?" Min-chan, unfazed, said, "Thanks." But looking closely, he froze. He was in the underworld. A servant in ancient garb spoke, "Lee Min-chan, 29, web novel author." Then came a bombshell. Cause of death, overwork. Stunned, Min-chan stood frozen. A commanding figure above, exuding authority, spoke gravely, "Pleased to meet you. I am Yama Resetsu, known as King Yama." Coldly, he added, "Welcome to the underworld." Still reeling, Min-chan stammered, What?" Yama explained, "Literally, your life has ended. But don't curse the heavens too harshly. You're actually quite lucky." Impatient, Min-chan pointed at himself, "Lucky? I've never touched luck in my life." Yama insisted, "No, you are lucky. You're the 7,777th soul to cross the underworld's gate, a fated jackpot number." Seizing the chance, Yama offered, "With this prize, I'll grant you one wish." But he warned, absurd wishes like becoming a god are off limits. Min-chan scratched his head, dazed, still disbelieving. This is too sudden? I was finishing a draft." He pressed, "If it ends like this, my readers." Irritated, Yama snapped, "I'm not one for waiting." Sensing the menace, Min-chan panicked, terrifying. Mustering courage, he shouted, "Then let me live in a novel's world." Yama, intrigued, asked, "Oh, why?" Min-chan blurted, "Harem, adventure, harem." Yama stroked his beard, chuckling, "Fascinating. Got a novel in mind? By the way, not one you wrote." Min-chan flinched. How'd he know? Writing his own would be like godhood. He recalled staring at that novel on his desk, contemplating it. A spark of hope hit him. Min-chan thought, "Wait, I don't remember it all, but I know enough. The protagonist lives carefree, right?" Confident, he clenched his fists, shouting, "I choose to be a notorious failure at a hunter training school." Yama snapped his fingers, grinning slyly. "Live in a novel? It's been ages since such an interesting wish. I'll grant 2 minor wishes too." A light appeared beneath Min-chan's feet. He yelped, "Really? Then first, send me 2 years before the novel's story starts." In those fleeting seconds, he reflected, a notorious failure at a hunter school, hunter dropout for short. The story begins when the protagonist enters high school, right? I know the plot. Clenching his fists, Min-chan anticipated his new life. But the real troublemaking was in 2nd and 3rd year of middle school. He'd worked hard to erase that loser image. Handling it early would make things easier later. Yama, stroking his beard, observed, "Fine, live happily there. Your final wish?" As his body faded, Min-chan, startled, yelled, "Wait, give me time to think." Panicking, he screamed, "Make me a peerless handsome face. Mix the eyes, nose, and lips of famous celebrities onto my face." Before he could say more, he was whisked away. In an instant, only a faint glow remained, and silence fell. The servant sighed, "Quite a unique soul." Yama replied, "Indeed, beyond my expectations." Min-chan's body floated midair. Yama mused, "Looks are a form of talent, but I didn't expect such emphasis. Usually, They'd asked to possess the protagonist, no? Min Chan's soul merged into a new body. The system chimed, replacing character's soul, transferring Lee Min Chan's soul. Consciousness stirred, eyes slowly opening. The system announced, entering become the infamous dropout of Hunter Academy. Opening his eyes, Min Chan, naked, surveyed his surroundings. This feels like a dream. I must be dead. The system confirmed, soul transfer to Kang Shin-hyuk's body complete. Noting the unfamiliar name, he thought, right, I'm in Kang Shin-hyuk, the protagonist of Hunter School Delinquent. But a realization hit, and he screamed, the protagonist's name is Lion Song. Who's Kang Shin-hyuk? The system displayed, retrieving Kang Shin-hyuk's memories. A headache surged, making him groan. A memory flashed. And become the infamous dropout of Hunter Academy. Hunter talents emerged at age 10. Passing a talent test with a low rank or higher granted entry to a Hunter Academy. A frail boy cowered in a corner. But Kang Shin-hyuk's test was skipped because the orphanage director hid the testing device, reporting all children as lowest ranked, forcing them into regular schools, far from Hunter life. The system continued. Later, revised laws allowed retesting, but with a talent in the top 15%, he didn't qualify for Hunter school. Graduating regular school at 20, Kang Shin-hyuk worked as a porter for hunters. Eventually, his powers awakened, becoming a hunter and joining a guild. It paused. To prevent overload, Kang Shin-hyuk's memories will unlock in specific future scenarios. Recalling everything, Min Chan clutched his head. This guy's as unlucky as me. Stroking his hair, he muttered, feels like a scam. I got scammed. Growing angrier, if I asked to live in a novel, possessing the protagonist is obvious. At this rate, my second life will be just as miserable. His eyes dimmed. From those memories, I know who Kang Shin-hyuk is. He's the homeroom teacher of the neighboring class, teaching swordsmanship, a side character's side character, barely in the novel. Frustrated, Min Chan flailed, punching the air. If I'd known, I'd have wished for heaven. Calming down, he sat, pondering, I want to confront that dragon, but dying's the only way back to the underworld. Recalling Yama's deadly glare, he shivered. Suicide to argue would land me in hell. The system chimed, you'll awaken soon. Good luck, Kang Shin-hyuk. Bitter, eyes blazing, he roared, don't mess with me. Live as Kang Shin-hyuk? Absurd. No choice left. Lee Min Chan awoke in Kang Shin-hyuk's sturdy body. He shouted, face pale, sweating, gasping. Sitting on the bed, scanning the room, he concluded, not a dream. The phone rang loudly. Seeing Kang Shin-hyuk, he hesitantly answered, hello? The caller said, hello, Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk. This is the finance team from Che. We're confirming your severance payment. For issues or inquiries, contact us here. Shin-hyuk scratched his head. Oh, okay. The call ended, and a ding sounded. Frowning, he checked. Wazin Bank deposited 3,887,463 won. Che severance. Balance 309,532,485 won. Eyes wide. He stared, exclaiming, huh? Counting. Tens, hundreds, thousands. Realizing he was secretly rich, he sprang up, yanking open the curtains. Chin high, basking in sunlight, he laughed joyously. I'm Kang Shin-hyuk. From today, I'm Kang Shin-hyuk. Ecstatic, he thought, hunters are hunters. A 300 million won balance. His life's like mine from those memories. Elated, Shin-hyuk crossed his legs, striking a pose. To some, 300 million's nothing. But for a third-rate writer scraping by till death from overwork, it's a dream. Growing excited, he danced. What's whining solve? Looking outside, he planned. Despite monsters, portals, and hunters, it's modern Korea. In the bathroom, he freshened up. I'm 25 now. In Korea, 25 with over 300 million. Admiring his chiseled, handsome face, he preened, stunningly hot. So thrilled. Checking his B-rank hunter license, he marveled. Youth, looks, decent skills, and wealth. But recalling the novel's protagonist, he judged, per the setting, he's not as rich as the tycoon protagonist. Due to power inflation later, he fades into obscurity. His face darkened, then lit up, but that's perfect. In become the infamous dropout of Hunter Academy, there were two protagonists, Kim Do-hin, a cold original hero, and Lee Hae-sung, a red-haired, smiling youth possessing a rich heir's body. Lai Haisong, knowing the original plot, preempted the hero's opportunities, guzzling elixirs with his wealth, matching Kim Do-hin's talent. Shin Hyuk mused, as Kong Shin Hyuk, my starting point differs from theirs. No need to compete or oppose them. I never had reason to compare. Wanting to be the protagonist was just for an easy life. Clenching his fists, determined, Shin Hyuk thought, a life of casual work and play is doable. He envisioned portals opening, monsters emerging. As global crises hit, hunters fought. Kim Do-hin and Lai Haisong united against armies. Behind, hopeful crowds shouted, can those kids save the world? We can only trust them. A blond man barked, they're our last hope. Our job's to cheer. Fans roared, go, Lai Haisong, humanity's light. Go, Kim Do-hin, save the world. Amid the crowd, Shin Hyuk calmly tapped his phone, smirking, charge. Seconds later, he frantically stared at it, yelling, charge, Samsung. Keep soaring, blah. Tapping feverishly, bottom fish. This is doomsday trading. He affirmed, those two will save the world. I'll just scoop up crashing stocks. Checking his account, he gasped, my money's doubling. Savoring the thrill, I see the future. A comfy, worry-free life. Is this what winning the lottery feels like? A message arrived. I'm your contact. You've passed the final evaluation for the top hunter position you applied for. We've emailed welfare agreement details. Please review and respond. He grinned wickedly. Until the portals erupt, I'll live by my principles. Time to rake in capital. The first day of work arrived swiftly. In the novel become the infamous dropout of Hunter Academy, Kong Shin Hyuk was a swordsmanship instructor and a B-rank hunter. Fortunately, I transmigrated at the moment Kong Shin Hyuk left the Chase Guild. At the Hunter Academy, this was when he assumed his new role. Before starting, I had free time, so I investigated Kong Shin Hyuk. After checking all verifiable personal info, contacts, transaction history, etc., I rubbed my chin, exclaiming in shock, what? Is this guy in some kind of trouble? I discovered Kong Shin Hyuk's social life was utterly desolate, like an outcast. His contact list had only 2 names. Shin Hyuk couldn't believe it. I spent all day writing at home, so no socializing makes sense. But this is the contact list of someone who's chosen to abandon the world? He recalled his past life, mocked by female friends. There goes your boyfriend. Oh, damn it. Shin Hyuk trembled with anger, tears welling up, feeling wronged. In my previous life, I gave up so much. Pulling himself together, he sighed, those with good lives always overdo it. In his past life, I abandoned love and marriage. With a timid personality, Shin Hyuk would drink with friends, lamenting, am I married to web novels, or what? To others, I called it bothersome, but alone, I felt freer. That was nonsense. Despite many reasons, including family issues, I never rested. Back then, the PD constantly nagged for draft revisions. Yes, PD, I'm out for a bit. Oh, okay. I'll fix it now. He could only curse the heavens. Why's my luck so rotten? A third-rate writer, barely surviving 3 days. Dating? Min Chan cried out, unwilling, unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Waving off drinking buddies, he headed home. Right, unacceptable. But now it's different. Though not the protagonist I dreamed of, I'd been given much. Standing before the staff room door, Shin Hyuk steeled himself, thinking, I'll pour everything into gradually reclaiming what I missed in the past. With resolve, he flung the door open, striding in with a radiant smile, introducing, hello everyone. I'm Kong Shin Hyuk, appointed as the first-year swordsmanship instructor starting today. The room fell silent, no one responding. Embarrassed, Shin Hyuk blushed, overdid it, feeling awkward now. A voice broke through, come in. A teacher by the entrance stood, greeting, you must be the new Kong Shin Hyuk, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Park Yun-suk, you'll sit next to me. Nodding, Shin Hyuk smiled. Thanks, please guide me. Suddenly, fangirl teachers rushed over, teacher. No. Are you really a teacher or an actor? The kids will go wild today. Shin Hyuk scratched his head, grinning brightly, not that big a deal. Thanks. Inwardly, he gloated. Of course, this face was worth my life. A curious teacher asked, where were you before, Teacher Kong? He replied quickly, oh, I was with Chase before this. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. Chase? That's a prestigious guild. Amazing. You still look young enough to be an active hunter. So cool. For the first time across lives, praised by women, Shin Hyuk puffed up, beaming. It's nothing. But inside, he preened. Hear that? The sound of fame. A man approached from behind the teachers, engaging. Wow. The principal finally snagged talent. He placed a hand on his chest, feigning sincerity. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Young Hyun-sik, teaching spearmanship for second years. From Warrengild, graduated from Hunter School 6. Laughing, he tapped Shin Hyuk's shoulder, asking bluntly, which Hunter School did you graduate from, Kong? A handsome guy like you must be famous. Shin Hyuk hesitated. Before he could answer, a pink-haired girl interrupted. Let me guess, Hunter School 7? Hyun-sik chimed in. I bet on School 4. Another teacher joined. If it was my school, I'd know. I'll say School 5. Shin Hyuk spoke up. Teachers. Candidly, with no guard, he smiled. I didn't graduate from any Hunter School. The trio froze, stunned. The pink-haired teacher's tone shifted. Huh? No Hunter School. Then how'd you become a hunter? Another pride. Did you study abroad? Dual citizenship? They gossiped. Can dual citizens apply for teaching? Shin Hyuk raised a hand. I'm pure Korean. Some hunters don't graduate from hunter schools. Honestly, I'm one of them. His words drained the color from their faces, realization dawning. Hyun-sik dropped his hand from Shin Hyuk's shoulder, revealing his true colors, brushing it off disdainfully. So that's it. Should have said sooner. Turning away, he sneered. I'm off for a smoke before the meeting. Waste of time. The two teachers followed. Wait, Teacher Young, we're coming. Unrestrained, they mocked, heard chase and got excited. But a non-hunter school grad? Their attitudes flipped, shocking Shin Hyuk. Turning, he saw Yun-suk sigh in disappointment. The trio continued sneering, isn't it? Non-hunter school quotas are ridiculous. Pointing at himself, Shin Hyuk blinked. Non-hunter school? The system chimed, detecting user discomfort. It announced, recalling Kong Shin Hyuk's memories. The Hunter Aptitude Test device, using salamine monster bodily fluid, worth 100,000, is the most accurate method. The orphanage director embezzled it, reporting all children's aptitudes as lowest, leading to their arrest. With Chong-su's help, Shin Hyuk left the orphanage and retested. However, non-hunter school graduates like Kong Shin Hyuk and Chong-su couldn't integrate. Unlike hunter school graduates with systematic education, their skill gap was inevitable. The system added, they rallied, protesting for anti-discrimination laws. The non-hunter school discrimination ban passed, mandating hidden origin details during hiring. It prioritized national contributors, disabled persons, protected employees, certified professionals, experienced candidates, and non-hunter school graduates for administrative roles. Yet, some public institutions reserve quotas for non-hunter school grads, putting hunter school graduates at a disadvantage. Resentment against non-hunter school grads intensified, countering the law's intent. It warned, avoid revealing your non-hunter school background. The info overload gave Shin Hyuk a splitting headache. He grumbled, say that sooner? Recalling their faces, he sighed. I get their stance, but I feel wronged. Per memories, I never protested or signed petitions. Seeing Shin Hyuk dazed, Yun-suk comforted, geez, rough first day. Please understand, that's the climate now. Shin Hyuk accepted inwardly, what can I do? For a comfy retirement, I'll endure. He replied calmly, it's fine. From their perspective, hating me's natural. Smiling awkwardly, non-hunter school quotas. How could they not resent that? Yun-suk scratched his head, puzzled, huh? Quotas? What's that? Shin Hyuk froze, staring, then sheepishly pointed at himself. Didn't I get in via quota special admission? Yun-suk clarified, what? You passed the teacher exam and were invited. This isn't a regular school, it's a hunter academy. Quotas or bonus points for non-hunter school grads. No such thing. He suggested the others misunderstood. At the smoking area, smoke swirled as the three gossiped. Thought he was a quota hire. The school must be broke. Hyun-sik, cigarette in hand, slicked his hair, smug. First years only teach fitness and basics, so it's fine. The school's smart, assigning him there. He grudgingly admitted Shin Hyuk's looks. Pretty face, though. The brunette teacher, smoking, teased. Oh, Teacher Young, interested? The other, hands on hips, scoffed. What's a pretty face worth? Non-hunter school grad. We know his level. The brunette flicked her cigarette. No hunter school? Probably an orphanage kid, right? All face, no roots, pity. Snapping her cigarette, She tossed it. Gotta tell the kids to find private swordsmanship tutors. Gossiping as they left. Anyway, graduates risked their lives working. Learning from a quack like that? Who knows what'll happen? Unaware, someone approached. Shin Hyuk stepped up. Teachers, you're here? Scratching his head, he smiled awkwardly. I asked Yun Suk. He said this is the smoking spot. Seems there was a misunderstanding earlier. He asked, are you free before class? A teacher snapped, free or not. What? Eavesdropping on us? Shin Hyuk bristled but restrained himself. No, I didn't mean to. Inwardly, two-faced jerks. Hold it. Think of investments. Swallowing pride, he mediated. I'm worried your misunderstanding might affect the kids. I didn't get here via quotas or non-hunter school bonus points. Smiling warmly, just wanted to clarify. Please support me going forward. The two teachers, embarrassed, found his words grating. Hyun Sik, annoyed, stepped forward. Teacher Kong, you're misunderstanding something. Hands in pockets, sneering, quota, bonus, or backdoor. That's not the issue. It's whether you're properly trained. Don't butt in, non-hunter school trash. He strutted off, waving mockingly, I'm out. Don't sneak around silently from now on. There's regular subject teachers. Try mingling with them. The teachers followed, irritated, scoffing. Jung's harsh. Still, a swordsmanship instructor needs at least B rank. A non-hunter school grad at B rank? Shin Hyuk stood frozen, pensive. Emboldened, Hyun Sik taunted. Hey, Kong Shin Hyuk, if you're upset, file for an honor duel. Confident, beat me, and I'll qualify for an A rank evaluation. File after I rank up. It'll save you some shame. Was this why Shin Hyuk was ostracized? He recalled his past life. This piece looks decent. Min Chan had enthused, really? My work's getting published? But the PD sneered, published? It's just better than average. You didn't attend my school or take extra classes. He spat. Don't dream of publishing. Write for fun. If you knew writing as a career, you'd hate it. A year later, that guy debuted with a story identical to mine. My work was branded a ripoff, plunging into oblivion. Past memories surged. Shin Hyuk forgot this guy was as unlucky as him. Letting it slide would repeat his past life. As the trio walked off gleefully, Shin Hyuk called out, Teacher Jung, wait. Just this once. Hyun Sik paused, turning what? Come at me. Furious, Shin Hyuk clenched his fists, deciding. With a confident face, he declared, let's have an honor duel. What's there to fear? Inwardly, he vowed, for a comfy future. Hyun Sik, stunned by Shin Hyuk's words, asked, are you serious, Teacher Kong? Smirking mockingly, he added, if you're offended because the ladies are here, I'll let it slide this once. Shin Hyuk, dead serious, retorted, I mean it, Teacher Jung. Let's have an honor duel. In the hunter world, an honor duel was a system where a one-on-one fight settled disputes. Typically, refusing brought significant shame, but not if the challenge was baseless or one side was clearly wrong. Shin Hyuk pressed with a perfect solution. If this is bias because I'm not from a hunter school, the only way to prove myself is through the duel you suggested. Taunting Hyun Sik, if you're scared, no problem. Will you accept after ranking up? Hyun Sik, listening to the tirade, gave a cold laugh. You're insane. Teacher, ever fought an honor duel? His face brimmed with menace, voice low. It's an honor duel, but you know everything's allowed except killing, right? If injuries happen, I'm not responsible. Shin Hyuk replied coolly, staring him down. How generous of you. His next words twisted Hyun Sik's face. Must be because you teach spearmanship. Ignoring Hyun Sik's mood shift, Shin Hyuk proposed, 1 week from now, next Friday, at the spearmanship training ground. These two teachers will witness our agreement. Hyun Sik's face showed fear and worry, muttering, no idea what he's so confident about. He'd better start job hunting this week. Shin Hyuk stood silently, watching them leave. The day passed emptily. In the morning, students gazed at him with admiration. A group cheered. That's Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, starting today? The biggest concern was the swordsmanship class. Oddly, wielding a sword felt natural. Kong Shin Hyuk's memories surfaced conditionally, swordsmanship ingrained in his body. Shin Hyuk trained seriously, his moves radiant. Like this, easy, right? The female students screamed wildly. First-year classes focused on basic swordsmanship and fitness, so they were manageable. But the real issue was, his gentle voice rang out, I'm Kong Shin Hyuk, starting today. Let's support each other. The students' atmosphere suggested they were looking at a doomed man. As he turned to write on the board, a hesitant student asked, "Teacher, is it true you're dueling in spearmanship next week?" Shin Hyuk whispered. Rumors spread fast. Huh? The result's obvious, so those two must have blabbed. The students, concerned, said, "Are you okay, teacher? He's an elite hunter specializing in spearmanship." Shin Hyuk, eased by their care, explained, "Elite? We can't falter before such things. What matters is a heart that never gives up." Seeing their worried eyes, he reassured, "The rumor's out, everyone knows." As a swordsmanship teacher from a non-hunter school, his face darkened, whispering, "I can't feel inferior, not at all." His expression shifted from sorrow to boldness, laughing heartily. "I mean, no shame in losing." The students rallied at his words. He calmed them. "We'll see the result next week. Focus on class." If asked if this was psychological tactics through students, it was half true. Morning confidence created an odd aura. That afternoon, at the city bus stop, Shin Hyuk's voice rang. "Chang Sude, 1 ticket to Dizongyang." He boarded quickly as the driver urged, "We're leaving. Hurry up." Half sincere. Surely, after tonight, much would change. Night fell, the bus reached its destination, and Shin Hyuk stepped off, thoughts in turmoil. If they look down on others just for coming from elite hunter schools, I can get elite training too. Before him loomed an endless, towering mountain. The protagonist's first opportunity in Become a Hunter was an internal energy technique. I'll claim that technique. Though far from a Transmigration Academy novel, the protagonist's first opportunity was a martial arts technique. If it were an elixir or item, I couldn't touch it, as Lee Ji-sung, who knows the future, would suspect. Holding a flashlight, Shin Hyuk ventured into the forest, muttering, but Lee Ji-sung in the original also stole Kim Do-hyun's opportunity. A manual doesn't diminish by being read, so we can share the good stuff. Outside a cave crevice, he continued, "My goal isn't to be a world-saving hero, so I don't need to match the protagonist's strength." His hand rested on a rock, whispering, "Before me is a teleportation glow in the mountain crevice. I just need enough power to win the duel." Observing the glow, he assessed, found it. The first opportunity, a hidden internal energy technique, and spell beyond that gate. Determined, he stepped through. "Excuse my intrusion." His face and body passed through, entering another realm. Eyes wide, he scanned the strange world. Shin Hyuk gaped at the snowy landscape. "Snow?" Confused, the original didn't describe this, so I'm clueless. Such a stunning place. Didn't know Korea had this. Slapping his cheeks, he shouted, "Not now? No time for sightseeing. Grab the technique and go." Suddenly, a fierce killing intent hit him, chilling him. A massive light struck from behind, sending Shin Hyuk sprawling in pain. What was that? From the thick snowy mist, Uriang emerged, chuckling. "Though called weak, dodging my first strike proves you're no ordinary man." His sharp sword pointed at Shin Hyuk. Uriang demanded, "State your name and faction. How'd you get here?" Observing his assailant, Shin Hyuk marveled, "Chinese? How do I understand?" Kong Shin Hyuk speaks Chinese. Sitting up, he explained cautiously, "I'm a Korean hunter school teacher. I entered through a secret gate." Uriang, suspicious, frowned. "Korea? Hunter school? Gate? Nonsense." Shin Hyuk pointed at the gate. "Urgent. Don't you see that white door?" Uriang snapped. "All I see is this damned snow." He glared at the beautiful scenery with utter hatred. "I've been trapped here so long, I've lost count. After you're 30, I stopped tracking days." Shin Hyuk stared, growing wary. What's he saying? No manual, just a monstrous old man. Stunned, eyeing Uriang's back. "Wait, could he be? Is your name Cho Uriang?" Uriang smirked. "Some still remember my name." Seeing Shin Hyuk kneel, he asked, "How'd you know?" Shin Hyuk, dazed, thought, "How could I not?" He left the internal energy technique the protagonist finds in this gate. Facing Uriang's stern visage, he panicked. It's really him. In the original, when the protagonist found the gate, Cho Uriang was absent, leaving only a testament and technique, claiming ascension to immortality. Shin Hyuk recalled telling Yama, "Send me 2 years before the story starts." Facing the sword-wielding man, he realized Cho Uriang hasn't ascended yet. The situation clear, he couldn't admit reading it in a book. His voice softened. "I heard a story." Uriang, curious, pressed, "What story? Tell me." Shin Hyuk recounted a prepared tale. "Long ago, a legendary swordsman appeared in the central plains, fought a ferocious dragon harming many, then vanished. Calmly, that hero's description matches you. Yuriang's lips curled. Someone witnessed that battle? Shin-hyuk thought, success. I patched together the novel's plot, and he's off guard. He must be proud of his skills. Launching his plan, he bowed, voice respectful. Sir, I heard a peerless warrior lived here, so I came. I'm not evil. Please lower your sword and teach me. Uriang sheathed his blade, scoffing, suddenly begging for training? Ridiculous. I refuse. I'll spare you, go back. Turning away, Shin-hyuk seized the moment, shouting, spear. Uriang spun, staring. Still kneeling, Shin-hyuk said respectfully, I have a duel against a spear user. He asked, sword or spear, which wins? Uriang pondered, then compared to shorter swords, spears excel in reach. Properly trained, they make formidable soldiers. Their length and impact are superior. The answer is spear. Shin-hyuk, horrified, what? He admits it so easily? Uriang waved him off, now go. Value your life. Panicking, he can't leave like that. I boasted too much. Gambling, he decided. If I should go, I wouldn't be here. Uriang's face darkened as Shin-hyuk wailed, so swords can't beat spears. I came hoping for answers. Standing from the snow, he pleaded, next week, I face a public duel. Guess I'll practice begging instead. Acting pitiful, rubbing his eyes, how do I beg? Piss myself to show surrender, then figure it out? How do I quell a spearmanship teacher's killing intent? Uriang listened indifferently to the lament. As a swordsmanship teacher, I acknowledge spear's superiority. Before your heavy spear, my sword's mere firewood, a toothpick. Woe begone, right, a toothpick's better. Uriang gripped his sword, restraining himself, gritting, that's just generally. I don't know how skilled your spear opponent is. Furious, he muttered, my sword could cleave a dragon. Seeing Shin-hyuk still sobbing, Uriang barked, comparing swords to spears before me. Ready to die? I admire your courage, so I'll help. Stop crying. Shin-hyuk hid his thrilled face. It worked. Standing slowly, wiping tears, choking. Thank you, Cho Uriang. But what help? He hinted. A hidden manual or elixir. I'd be grateful. Uriang cut in, puzzled. What are you talking about? Shin-hyuk's body surged with pain, screaming as meridians opened. Uriang acted. Shin-hyuk collapsed in snow, wailing, it's burning. Like I'm being clubbed. Uriang assessed, you're talentless, but your dantian lacks chi. Enduring pain, Shin-hyuk heard, I've infused a small amount of yang chi into your veins. In 4 days, your dantian will fully open. In 6, you'll feel bodily changes. Uriang's steady voice echoed in the snow. I don't know your spear opponent's skill. With this, you won't be humiliated anywhere. Shin-hyuk doubted, that's it? This nonsense is the opportunity? About to protest, Uriang interrupted. Win the duel, then return. His figure vanished in the snow, voice cold. I can't leave. When you return to your world, proclaim swordsmanship supreme. A week later, at the spearmanship training ground, Shin-hyuk and Hyunsik faced off. Teachers watched from the stands. Hyunsuk remarked, Teacher Kang's brave, not running and still showing up. Hyunsik taunted, found a new job this week. Shin-hyuk, in fighting stance, whispered, still so talkative. Let's start. Seeing his seriousness, Hyunsik laughed. I'll let Kang strike first. Thinking, spears have the advantage. Shin-hyuk gripped his sword, feeling light, charging. Thanks, I won't refuse. He thought. He meant I'm strong enough not to be crushed. But with just this, I can't beat him. Unleashing all his strength. Even if I'm crippled, my sword won't live in shame again. His powerful strike caught Hyunsik off guard, landing fully. The 2 female teachers gasped. The referee, stunned, couldn't believe it. Hyunsik's clothes tore, and he collapsed, unconscious, bewildered. Shin-hyuk, shocked by his strike's effect, stood dazed. The referee shouted, match over. Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk wins. Staggering, Shin-hyuk heard chaos. He's badly hurt. Damn, get a stretcher. Trembling, he recalled Uriang's words. In 4 days, your dantian opens. In 6, you'll feel changes. You won't be humiliated anywhere. His hand clenched the sword, terrified. That crazy old man. What did he do to my body? The scene shifts to Lee Ji-sung, immersed in opulent splendor. Lee Ji-sung, the protagonist of Become a Hunter, achieved remarkable growth after mastering martial arts, partly due to consuming elixirs like water. Even before that, he was already formidable. Shin Hyuk, staring at his hand in awe, gasped, "I knew it. But isn't this too strong?" A voice shouted, "Teacher Kong." Suk rushed over, panting, asking worriedly, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Startled, Shin Hyuk turned. "Oh, Teacher Yun. You saw the duel?" Suk beamed, "Of course. Incredible. I didn't even see what happened. You vanished, and the wind blew my underwear up." Seeing his joy, hair oddly clipped, Shin Hyuk thought, to regular subject teachers, it must look like that. He seems oddly relieved, probably has his own burdens. Hyun-sik was carried off amid the referee's concern and Yun-suk's excitement. "You're unharmed. That's lucky. This calls for a celebration. I'm treating today." Hyun-sik's face was purple, eyes rolled back, teeth broken, nose bleeding, a pitiful sight. Cheers erupted. "Wow, Teacher Yun, I'm in. What's the menu?" The two with Hyun-sik, embarrassed, slunk away. "I'll join too." Hyun-suk faltered. "Teachers, I'm collecting 20,000 won each." Shin Hyuk basked in Hyun-suk's praise amid everyone's cheers, laughing brightly. Later, they hit karaoke, but his terrible singing made others wince, covering their ears. Drunk, Shin Hyuk collapsed on his bed, drooling, mumbling, no more drinks." Stumbling home at 4 a.m., intoxicated, his dantian glowed faintly. For an ordinary person, a brutal hangover would linger, but Kong Shin Hyuk's transformed dantian began purifying itself. Sweat soaked his shirt. Morning sunlight woke him, his face gleaming. Shin Hyuk's physical prowess exceeded expectations. A hangover? Nothing. Springing up, drenched, he wondered, what happened to that drunkenness? He couldn't confront the man who altered his body. Holding an expensive gift box, Shin Hyuk stepped through the gate, thinking, didn't expect to return here. Thanks to him, I survived, so I owe him gratitude. Snow fell, painting a serene scene. His boots trudged through the white expanse, seeing only snow and trees. Scanning for Yang. He said he can't leave this gate, right? Yang's voice rang, "You're back." Shin Hyuk spotted him meditating on a rock, back turned, exuding chill. Yang faced him. "Did you beat that spear user?" Shin Hyuk, confident, approached, boasting, "Of course. One strike, and his underwear was exposed." Yang, pleased, stroked his beard. "Really? That spear user was weaker than I thought." Shin Hyuk countered, "No, sir, he's quite respected in society. But I'm here to ask. Curious, what exactly did you do to my body?" Yang, skeptical, "Do what?" "I just opened your dantian, enough to avoid a thrashing." He asked, startling Shin Hyuk, "What martial arts did you use? How much inner energy did that spear user have? By the way, I'm bored, tell me a story." Shin Hyuk, suspicious, "Martial arts? Now I get why I'm abnormally strong." Recalling the dantian opening, why didn't I realize Yang's technique was the first opportunity in Hunter? The dantian Li Ji-sung struggled to unlock. I got opened by a supreme master. Interrupting, "Sir, sorry, but I haven't learned any martial arts." Yang, shocked, "What? No martial arts?" Puzzled, "Your dantian was blocked, but it had a trace of inner energy." Shin Hyuk glanced at his dantian. "I just swung my sword, and it built up naturally." Thinking, in wuxia, inner energy grows through martial arts, but hunters are different. Yang scoffed, "Such a crude method." Shin Hyuk approached. "Do you recall your homeland's name before coming here?" Yang replied, "Of course, the Ming Dynasty, under Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, Yongle Emperor." Shin Hyuk's doubts cleared. No wonder. In this world, hunters only recently awakened. Yang's from another world, so he's unaware of the outside. He spoke, "I'm fascinated by ancient tales and know of the legendary swordsman Yang. Truthfully, sir, in the outside world, martial arts are gone." Yang, stunned, "What?" Shin Hyuk summarized, "Time has passed. A new power emerged, and martial arts faded naturally." Explaining it as another world wouldn't work, so he framed it thus. Yang, silent, stared at his hands. "I see. Being here so long, time feels vague. More must have passed than I thought." Seeing his loneliness, Shin Hyuk felt pity. He looks so isolated. "But don't worry, Li Ji-sung will inherit your legacy." Respectfully offering the gift, "I don't know if this comforts you, but here's food from outside." good for health. Instructing, just inhale it. Uriang tried, then spat. Pale, is a plague ravaging the outside? People use such poor quality stuff for health? Pitying, he reminisced. In my day, beggars sect masters soared with lightness skills, eating 55-year-old mountain ginseng as snacks. Pathetic. Shin Hyuk's face darkened. This old man's annoying. Still bowing, he opened his backpack. Sir, do you like sweets? Uriang closed his eyes. Humph. At my age, liking sweets like a child? Shin Hyuk calmly offered a chocolate bar. This is chocolate I eat when it's cold. Try it. Uriang, intrigued. Ho, food in such gaudy silk. Let me taste. Nibbling, the sweetness melted, satisfying him. His face conflicted. Humph. Seeing his reaction, Shin Hyuk's face fell. Uriang coughed, cough. Ack. Then reverted to stoicism. Not bad. Got more? In the snowy forest, wrappers, soda cans, and trash piled up. Uriang praised. Crumbs on my beard, delicious. The outside has wondrous foods. Shin Hyuk, packing trash, sighed. He ate all my emergency rations. Asking, Sir, how do you usually curb hunger? Uriang shook an empty chip bag. At my realm, I don't need food, just tasting. He asked, no more? Shin Hyuk, annoyed, face twisted. I want to go home. Finished cleaning. He stood. Earlier, I didn't know how to console him. But this works. Uriang, on the rock, back turned. Per your words, the Ming's long gone, huh? Reflecting, martial arts lost in a monster-filled world. Shin Hyuk tied the trash bag, looking up. Yes, sir. Instead of martial artists, there are hunters. Uriang, gazing afar, confided, I haven't tracked time here. Since arriving, I've only sought ascension. Asking, I opened your dantian. So in the outside world, you're the only martial artist? Shin Hyuk nodded. For now, yes. His sword gleamed. You felt it. The gap between those enlightened in martial arts and those not is vast. Uriang turned, asking, how will you use that power? Fiddling with the trash bag, Shin Hyuk replied, to live, what else? Just normally. No vomiting during parties, nice. Uriang smiled faintly. Shin Hyuk grimaced, later, for stocks, I need early mornings. For gaming, back health matters. This is useful. Uriang interrupted, I haven't asked your name. He answered, oh, I'm Shin Hyuk. Shouldering his backpack, I'm not ambitious. With basic martial talent, teaching kids, I won't do anything reckless. Suddenly, Uriang declared, I am Cho Uriang, the world's greatest swordsman, dragon slayer of the Central Plains. Shin Hyuk held his backpack. Yes, I know. In the snowy forest, Uriang's majestic figure stood, hair flowing, stance defiant, challenging the heavens. He said, I'll take you as my disciple. Shin Hyuk's eyes grew somber, silent. Then calmly, I respectfully decline. Uriang, stunned by Shin Hyuk's refusal, faltered, sinking into thought. Did I hear that wrong? Shin Hyuk smiled awkwardly. No, sir. I'm grateful for the offer, but I'm fine. Scratching his head, blushing, he laughed. From the start, I didn't want to be this strong. Thanks to your help, I overcame my challenge, so now I just want a normal life. Uriang, surprised. Humph. As my disciple, you could have the world at your feet. Seeing Shin Hyuk's unwavering resolve, he turned, waving lightly. Go then. I must prepare for ascension. Shin Hyuk bowed in gratitude. Haha, I'll always cherish meeting you. Uriang sighed regretfully. Such a pity. If only I could leave something behind before ascending. Shin Hyuk, silent, thought ascension? He's supposed to become an immortal now? Looking up, sir, does ascending really take you to an immortal realm? Uriang, back turned, walked off. Upon reaching the ultimate realm, or achieving certain enlightenment, or accumulating virtue. Snow fell, blanketing the lush pine forest. His voice echoed, in my case, my martial realm is near. Helping you added virtue, so a bit more cultivation, and I'll ascend. Convenient, no need for troublesome manuals. Shin Hyuk, flustered, huh? Sir, you're leaving without a manual? Uriang glanced back. You greedy kid, craving a manual? Crossing his arms, he scoffed. No one's left to meet later. Why leave one? Didn't you say martial arts are long lost outside? Even if I wrote it, no one would practice. Shin Hyuk, panicked, thought, Uriang not leaving a manual? I didn't expect this. I miscalculated. My presence here created a variable. If he leaves no manual, Li Ji-sung won't get the opportunity, won't catch up to Kim Do-hyun. Kim Do-hyun, feeling no threat, won't grow stronger. This world will end. I thought I was just using a simple novel event, but I approached it too lightly. Shin Hyuk shouted, "Wait, Sir Cho Uriang. I was short-sighted. Please take me as your disciple." Uriang sighed, standing on the rock. "You strange kid. Changing your mind already?" Shin Hyuk approached. "Isn't it a shame? Your martial arts lost forever." Clasping his hands, resolute. "Take me as your disciple and leave your martial arts and manual." Thinking, "Only then can I live leisurely later." Uriang eyed him skeptically. "Each time I train here, I'll bring lots of food." Hearing food, Uriang's face tensed, veins bulging. "Training will be grueling. Are you ready?" Shin Hyuk shouted, feigning resolve, "Yes." But inwardly, "God, my free time." Back at the academy, the non-hunter school swordsmanship teacher subdued an elite hunter school teacher in a flash. After the honor duel, the academy buzzed. Over the weekend, 2 colleagues whispered, "Teacher Young, was that SpongeBob underwear? Don't mention it. Can't believe I was looked down on by him." Though hesitant to cheer openly, they said, "Feels refreshing." On computer screens, group chats praised Shin Hyuk as super cool. The invisible wall between practical and regular subjects was noted. "Now I get Yunsuk's relieved look." The colleagues continued, "Heard there's a rumor about non-hunter teacher quotas, right? Honestly, I thought non-hunter school grads were weaker. But after Kong Shin Hyuk's duel, I've changed my mind." They chattered excitedly. "Heard he didn't claim a reward after winning? So classy." Shin Hyuk strode confidently, smiling warmly. "Forgot to claim a reward, but these admiring looks are great. I'm nearing my dream life." Opening a door, he muttered, "All right, I promise to visit the old man weekly. So weekdays, focus on living." Reinvigorated, he saw students standing straight, greeting him. Their unusual silence and the tense class leader stood out. The class chorused, "Good morning, teacher." Shin Hyuk marveled, "Wow." Students buzzed, "Teacher, we heard the results. How'd you do it? You didn't just win, you crushed him, right?" Flustered, "How do you know? Wasn't the duel for teachers only?" The class leader, cheeks flushed, "Jinsu's brother, is a middle school teacher." Jinsu grinned, "Tell us the story, teacher." Speechless, Shin Hyuk smiled, placing materials on the desk. "Kids don't need to know. Open your books, today's theory." Writing on the board, he thought, "Unlike my past life, now I have a healthy body, decent job, stable life. I'll cherish and enjoy this happiness after overcoming fear." For hours later, in the cafeteria, students laughed noisily. Shin Hyuk, determined, "More, please." The worker replied firmly, "That's enough." Grimacing, he insisted. The worker glared, eyes locked. Finally, she added 2 sausages. Shin Hyuk sat happily, licking his lips, insane. Is today my do-anything day? 2 sausages. Explosive. Is the Kong Shin Hyuk era starting? A figure in a short skirt approached. Oh, an empty seat. Shin Hyuk looked up, cheeks flushing. "You're Kong Shin Hyuk, the teacher, right?" Seora, tray piled with sausages, the high school swordsmanship teacher. Thinking Sandami. Flustered, Yes. Why sausages? And you know me?" Seora smiled, sitting. "Ho-ho, you're acting still stiff." No cameras in the cafeteria, so relax. Senior Shin Hyuk. Stunned. "Senior Shin Hyuk? Someone I know?" Known people usually trigger memories, but Seora popped a sausage in her mouth. "I've changed so much, you don't recognize me? That's sad." "I'm Seora." Shin Hyuk froze. "Seora? Sounds familiar." Realizing, the phone contact, Junior? Could it be? Flustered, "Choi Seora?" Seora giggled. "Now you get it? I've changed a lot, huh? At school, as a teacher, I keep this look." Ho-ho. Shin Hyuk paled, sweating. Phone contact, Senior Junior talk. Seora kept eating sausages. Shin Hyuk thought, no memory triggered, because I already know her? Choi Seora, the homeroom teacher of the protagonist in Become a Hunter. More than that, she's a key figure in Book 2, a member of the international crime group antagonist. Kong Shin Hyuk's memories surged, causing a headache. The system announced, Antagonist, aka Antaz, an anti-hunter organization. Antaz, responsible for countless hunter massacres, is the public enemy of the International Hunter Federation. Yet, their secretive, decentralized network has few notable captures. Shin Hyuk closed his eyes, absorbing the info. Seora finished her tray, reaching for his sausages. "Senior, why that face?" "It's safe here. Under normal lights, it's dark." so relax. Flustered, Shin-hyuk thought, weird, I read to the end, but don't recall anything saying Shin-hyuk was in Antaz. He didn't notice 2 sausages taken. The system continued, side story chapter unlocked. Henceforth, the tale of Kong Shin-hyuk, Antaz assassin, will be recorded. Shin-hyuk jolted. What? Assassin? Terrified, sweating profusely, face purple, goosebumps rising. What the hell did you do? Kong Shin-hyuk. By now, the sausages on Shin-hyuk's tray were gone. Sitting silently, he thought, I read the novel carefully to the end, not analyzing deeply, but I don't recall anything saying Kong Shin-hyuk was in Antaz. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Wait, could it be that? In an author interview he read after finishing the novel, a side story was mentioned. Stay tuned, as many details not in the original will be revealed. The side story, Kong Shin-hyuk chapter, prologue was accessible. Sweating profusely, he thought, check it now? A sharp pain stabbed his head, making him wince. Kong Shin-hyuk's memories as an Antaz assassin surfaced. While in the guild, Kong Shin-hyuk had a teammate, Kim Chong-soo, who exposed the orphanage director and saved him. 2 years ago, descending Dizongyang Mountain after a routine portal mission, a nearby portal erupted, unleashing countless monsters. They requested guild support, but with other teams in crises, no help came. To protect Shin-hyuk, Chong-soo pushed him off a cliff. Tumbling down, Shin-hyuk glimpsed his brotherly figure fading. Heartbroken, he was like a real brother from the orphanage, my only family. That day, Kong Shin-hyuk lost his most precious bond. When the situation calmed, the guild's stance was, we lack the capacity to assist. At Chong-soo's funeral, guild members bowed in apology. With monsters appearing in the city, they said, sacrifice the small to save the big. But Shin-hyuk knew it was factionalism. Both he and Chong-soo, non-hunter school graduates, were always ostracized. Disillusioned and aware of the cause, Shin-hyuk volunteered for overseas missions. After a year in China, upon returning, he considered leaving the guild. Then, Choi Suora, his senior junior, suggested joining Antaz. His thoughts interrupted the memories, so that's it. The side story explains the difference. Who'd expect a minor character like Kong Shin-hyuk to have such a past? Kong Shin-hyuk, smitten with Choi Suora, joined Antaz that day. Shin-hyuk, shocked, huh? Half his income went to Suora as Antaz donations. He wondered, wait, isn't this a pyramid scheme? Kong Shin-hyuk had confessed to Suora and been rejected. To seem cool, he kept funding her and maintained a friendly senior-junior bond. Still infatuated, he applied to the Hunter Academy to be near her, studying frantically. Speechless, Shin-hyuk thought, this lunatic. All for that trivial reason. What about Chong-soo? Revenge? Suora's voice snapped him back. Senior, you okay? Shin-hyuk jolted. Yeah, I'm fine. She chewed. Really? You looked so shocked, it startled me. He forced a smile. If it were you, you wouldn't be startled. I thought spring had come to my life, only to be labeled a criminal. I'm going nuts. Suora dabbed her mouth. I know your skills, but getting into the Hunter Academy is tough. I thought when you said you'd quit the guild for school, it'd take at least 2 years. Scratching his head, he laughed awkwardly. Haha, really? And you passed first try? You were crazy for her. Huh. Kong Shin-hyuk. Suora cut in. So, how's school life? Going well? He replied. Normal, just the semester's start. Propping her chin, she mused, is it? You didn't contact me at all. If you passed the interview, you could have told me. I was hurt. Holding a glass, hands trembling. Sorry, I was busy. Sighing in relief. Good thing I didn't call. One slip, and it'd be awkward. Suora said, it's fine. You must have your reasons. Oh, the donation stopped, right? No transfer this month. Shin-hyuk paled, water dribbling. How would I know to send money? No record in the account. Thinking, no, for my future, I should be upfront. I can't be drained forever. Hesitant about the donations. I want to stop. Is that okay? Suora paused, staring. Fair enough. You've contributed a lot. It's not mandatory. Teacher salaries aren't high, and even if you've little to spend on. Shin-hyuk blinked. She smiled brightly. I told you, Antaz doesn't force donations, so it's fine. He realized, voluntary? Kong Shin-hyuk, how dumb were you? She continued, the organization knows your situation, so don't worry. To Antaz, you're an arrogant, studious demon. But passing the school interview instantly and defeating a near-rank hunter boosted your evaluation. clasping her hands. Her dazzling smile shone. Having a senior like you help me is such an honor. Let's change the world together. Shin-hyuk thought. First, you'll destroy it. In academy novels, hidden criminal groups aim for terrorism. Though Antaz is criminal, they don't kill randomly, with rules against targeting non-official hunter students unless necessary. Seora's role might be recruiting promising students. Pondering, this is just what I know from the novel. What secrets does the side story hold? Serious, what do I do now? Seora scratched her cheek. For now, focus on adapting to school life. Make friends. He replied, I can handle that. Can't you be specific about what I need to do? I need to plan. Grabbing her tray, she stood. This isn't short term. You're the only one in high school, so it's fine. Let's meet regularly, last Tuesday of each month. He frowned. She added, Tuesdays rarely have parties. Dinner together? Leaving, she turned, waving, I'm off. See you often. Shin-hyuk, dazed, watched her fade, then glanced at his tray, now just vegetables. Training with Cho Yuri-yang began smoothly. He documented Shin-hyuk's physical progress, teaching mind techniques and martial arts principles. Yuri-yang turned, I've opened your dantian, but controlling it is on you. No days off. Practice great circulation Jotian. It's cycling inner energy through your body. Understand? Meditating, Shin-hyuk's body glowed green. Silence enveloped them. Yuri-yang stared, then smacked his head. I asked if you understand. The sudden hit made Shin-hyuk yelp, face purple, clutching his head. I'm fine. You keep talking, breaking my focus. I'm listening. Yuri-yang, unfazed, that's my line. Aren't you the distracted one? Your energy flows mixed with stray thoughts. You're troubled. Shin-hyuk frowned. Ugh. Energy reveals that too? Yuri-yang stroked his beard. One Jotian should be as natural as breathing. Your slight trembling. How could I miss it? Flustered, scratching his head. Honestly, I'm conflicted. Master, what's your impression of me? Am I good or bad? Yuri-yang scoffed. How would I know, fool? Shin-hyuk, suppressing anger. This old man's infuriating. Yuri-yang continued. You look like an annoying rich brat. Like Yama granted you a wish to reincarnate as a pretty boy. Shin-hyuk laughed nervously, sweating. Sorry for doubting you. Yuri-yang stroked his beard. With that face, do good, you're good. Do evil, you're evil. That's it. Strength gives you the right to think. No matter how grand the plan, only the strong survive in Blade Mountain Sword Forest, the ruthless, competitive world. Losers can't speak, only recorded as villains. Turning, troublemakers like the Orthodox demonic war or blood massacres die early. Without strength, good or evil is an illusion. Shin-hyuk, dazed, oh thanks. Yuri-yang said, now fetch chocolate. Shin-hyuk replied, yes, master. Thinking, justice or not, his last words moved me. Back to the present, Shin-hyuk and Choi Seora dined together. He smiled awkwardly, recalling Yuri-yang's words. Troublemakers like the Orthodox demonic war or blood massacres die early. I just want to quietly profit from stocks, live leisurely long-term. Terrorism, assassination, or avenging Chang-su aren't my concern. I don't want to disrupt the world and die young. Seora savored cake, cream smudging her mouth. Odd, senior. I said last Tuesday each month. Why contact me early? Nervous, Shin-hyuk fidgeted. I need to talk. She looked. What's making you hesitate? Swallowing, sweating. Can't I leave Antaz? Seora froze, slowly turning her fork downward. Suddenly, she lunged, fork aimed at Shin-hyuk's head, eyes sharp as blades. The onlookers stared at Shin-hyuk, eyes wide, mouths agape. The cashier, pale with fear, flinched as the fork narrowly missed him, making him tremble. He'd anticipated trouble, but not this reaction. Choi Seora froze, her eyes blazing with fury, voice sharp with warning. Senior, you'd better explain those words clearly, unless you want extra holes on your face besides eyes, nose, and mouth. Shin-hyuk, tense to the point of suffocation, replied, I'll explain, but can we clean this up first? We'll probably need to move. Raising his hands in surrender against Seora's terrifying threat, he whispered, people are staring. Nearby, a couple whispered. The girl said, look, honey, that guy's probably cheating. The guy replied, he's kinda handsome. She warned, cheat on me, and you're dead. He protested, I smoke, not cheat. Shin-hyuk suggested, let's go to my car first. I have something to show you. On the bustling highway nearing a tunnel, Shin Hyuk's car cruised. Seora questioned, "You said you'd explain, so why head to Incheon? Think I won't let you off with just words, so you're showing me something?" Still clutching the fork menacingly, she pressed, "Explain what you said at the cafe." Sweating, Shin Hyuk retorted, "You brought the fork out here? That's theft." Her anger flared, and she jabbed the fork into his neck. Wincing, pale, he hurriedly explained, "The reason I joined Antaz was the discrimination against non-hunter school graduates." Voice trembling, "But at school now, attitudes have shifted a bit." Seora snapped, "Really? One win doesn't change anything." Sighing, he thought, "Now she's cutting me off and snapping." Koreans listened to the end. He continued, "Not instantly, but after this, I see potential." Glancing nervously, "Even without Antaz, I can improve things bit by bit. Antaz is too extreme. Gripping the wheel, it's too different from my goals. Terrorism, ruthless killing." Seora's dangerous aura softened slightly. She said, "I told you, not all terrorism is ours. Governments blame us. Those who died deserved it." Shin Hyuk, firm, "Seora, no one deserves death." Frowning angrily, she shouted, "You've never done those missions. Are you scared?" Sweat-soaked, blood trickling from his neck, he admitted, terrified. "Please move the fork." Seora slowly withdrew it. Coward. Relieved, he thought, "Phew, not easy." His eyes gleamed. "But I knew escaping a criminal group wouldn't be simple. You can't just walk away unprepared." He suggested, "Look up a news article I'll mention. Search, Assassination of Hunter Management Agency Deputy Min Young-suk." Seora checked her phone. Min Young-suk, that scum who embezzled billions. Scrolling, she cursed, he deserved death. But her pace slowed, collision with a cargo truck. Min Young-suk, the driver, and 2 others died. Seeing the driver's photo with his daughter, Shin Hyuk said, the driver, Mr. Kim, was young, widowed, raising his daughter alone. Not a full employee, just a contract driver for the agency. Emphasizing, staring at her, did this driver have anything to do with Min Young-suk's corruption? Caught off guard, she stammered, "No." He pressed, "His daughter, Lee Seo-ah, is a beautiful teen, the top-voted heroine in Become a Hunter. She's vital, forming a love triangle with the protagonists and key in the story's latter half." Continuing, when Min Young-suk died, her father drove the truck. Antaz claimed the act, exposing Min's corruption. Public reaction wasn't bad. Some supported Antaz. Min's crimes filled indictments. But Mr. Kim died, and his family was forgotten amid it all. Seora, tense, replied, "That must be a mistake. Antaz doesn't harm civilians, you know that." Thinking, "I asked already." He said, "Seora, are you honest? You think Mr. Kim was the only one mistakenly killed near Antaz targets?" Gazing thoughtfully, she's dodging, but she knows, doesn't she? She covered her face, distressed. He mused, "It's clear now. I can sleep easy tonight." Abruptly, Seora changed topics, shyly, "I'll tell you why I rejected your confession." Startled, "Why bring that up?" She raised the fork again, letting actions speak. Intimidated, he relented, "No, I don't need that now." She insisted, "Listen." He sighed, "You've got the floor." She recalled, 15 years ago, the massive portal liberation, you know it, right? "Both my parents died in that disaster when I was young." Thinking, the novel never mentioned that. Side story. As he pondered, Seora struck again. Panicking, he soothed, "That must have been tough, but how's it related to rejecting me?" "I'll shut up, go on." Her tone grew somber. "If hunters had come, my parents could have lived. The worst zone, portals opened in my neighborhood, 4 D rank, 2 C rank, the most. It needed the most attention, close to the association. Slowing, haunted, but no one came. Not one. While dozens of top guild teams rushed to the rich district, where 3 F-rank dungeons were cleared. Shin Hyuk's face showed conflict. Self-reproaching, harsh. Kong Shin Hyuk went through something similar. The fork withdrew, blood dripping. Thinking, but if that happened, it'd cause a huge uproar. Was that in Become a Hunter? Seora clarified, "By the way, the media didn't cover it. The powerful protected then buried it with money." Tearfully, "Without digging, I'd never have known." Thinking, Seora didn't come from a non-hunter school like Kong Shin Hyuk, yet joined Antaz like this? Sobbing weird, right? "I said I'd explain the rejection, but talked about my parents. It's not that I disliked you. I can't let go of this vengeance for them." She stabbed the seat, Shin Hyuk dodging just in time. She urged, "Senior, help me. After revenge, we'll meet again." Soul shaken, he pleaded, "Put that down and talk." Feeling like his head was out the car window at high speed. Terrified. What parents want their kid in a group for revenge? If I were the real Shin Hyuk, I'd have agreed to help already. Outside, people gawked. To him, though her plight was pitiable and she was beautiful, Seora wasn't the only woman in the world. The car sped under the evening's glow. He wanted to close his eyes, apologize once more, and live freer. Kong Shin Hyuk's body transformed. Two figures watched, Yama and Uriang. Having read the novel, he knew the future and stole the protagonist's opportunity. Cutting ties with Seora and Antaz now would smooth his path. Yet, suspended, he wondered, but why? A hand gripped his shoulder. The protagonist turned, startled by Shin Hyuk's pat. "A message, counting on you." Seeing Shin Hyuk, the protagonist wondered, "Kong Shin Hyuk?" The car swerved, a loud scream piercing the sky. "Senior, watch the road." Seora slapped his head hard. Snapping back, gasping, almost died. He wondered, what was that? Seora said, "I'll ditch the fork." "Forgot you're driving." Suddenly, Shin Hyuk asked, "Seora, do you know who you're targeting for revenge?" Surprised, she replied, "Changed your mind?" He pressed, "Answer first." Thinking, she said, "The Hunter Agency director then was Kim In-hyuk, but I don't think he alone gave that order." Sighing, "If it's that director, he's probably a bigger figure now." Self-cursing, "God, Kong Shin Hyuk, you idiot." Seora asked, "So, you saying you'll quit earlier wasn't true?" He replied, "No, I must leave Antaz, but I'll help you personally." Shocked, "What do you mean? How?" Antaz said, "It's tough. Don't do this." Nearing Incheon, he said, "Well said, Antaz claims it's tough. Will they really deliver Kim In-hyuk to you?" Seora countered, "It's hard now, but they'll do it later." He challenged, "When? Do they guarantee it?" Stammering, "Well, Kim In-hyuk, now Congressman Kim In-hyuk, was a figure from Become a Hunter. He'd rise until the protagonist intervened. Meanwhile, Seora would be exposed as an Antaz member in 3 years, facing trial. Not death, but life imprisonment without parole, rotting in jail forever." In the car, Seora listened attentively. "If I complete my missions well, Antaz will." He cut in, "They won't." Annoyed, "What do you know?" Cursing inwardly, "This kid, I've read everyone's future. How wouldn't I know Antaz?" Sighing, "You won't believe me without proof." Gently, "Listen, Seora, I'll help you. But you must leave Antaz with me. That's the condition." Confused, "What?" "I need Antaz for revenge." He insisted, "No, they won't help." She listened. He said, "This was my last resort if we couldn't agree. You'll change your mind." She asked, "By the way, where's our destination?" Clenching his fist, smiling lightly, he teased, "We're off to buy some fireworks." Shin Hyuk's car halted at their destination. Seora stepped out, peering inside, puzzled. "Is this the place?" "It's not even open." They stood before a shabby shop. He confirmed, "Right, Heavenly Book Clothing." Entering for the first time, Shin Hyuk mused, "Looks like an ordinary old clothing store, but it's more than that." The shopkeeper, surprised by their arrival, eyed them. In truth, hidden in the shadows, this was a hub for synthetic fireworks distribution run by Antaz China in Korea. Shin Hyuk's eyes narrowed, cautious. Speaking in Chinese, "Do you sell Genesis here?" The shopkeeper, confused, "What are you talking about?" Knowing the man's skepticism, Shin Hyuk pressed, "I know everything, so sell it." "I heard this is the place." The shopkeeper, exasperated, opened a drawer, thinking, which lunatic told him about this? Pointing a knife at Shin Hyuk's throat, he threatened, "This is wholesale, not retail. Leave, or you're in trouble." Smirking coldly, Shin Hyuk played his trump card. "You called me a lunatic? Guess what? The one who told me isn't." He added, just a name scared him. The shopkeeper asked, "Your name?" "I'll tell Uriang and Mei Lin." Raising his hands, "Miss Mei Lin? You know her?" Holding the knife, face stern, Shin Hyuk affirmed, "Sure do. In China, we were close. She pointed me here for Korea's distribution." Inwardly, total lie. He thought, Mei Lin, daughter of Antaz China's boss, heads Genesis distribution in Korea. Confident on the surface, he was nervous. How could someone like her know me? "This is my last resort to convince Seora." Pulling out his phone, he threatened, "Doubt me? I'll call her, and you can talk. But you'll pay for doubting." The shopkeeper panicked, attitude flipping. "No, Sorry for not recognizing you. I'll prepare it. How much? Shin Hyuk, satisfied. Good talk. Bring it, as much as possible. The shopkeeper clarified. How much Genesis? Ignoring, what's with the question? The latest kind. The man replied, please wait. Seora whispered, what were you two saying in Chinese? Scanning the old clothing store, Shin Hyuk said, I told you we're buying fireworks. You'll believe it when you see. This is where Antaz China sells synthetic Genesis. Shocked, Seora asked, not a metaphor? Antaz really makes fireworks? I never heard this. Unfazed, Shin Hyuk replied, of course. Antaz China only surfaces after the protagonist graduates, thanks to Genesis. Recalling the future, later, Antaz Korea realizes late and opposes China's boss, not to stop sales, but for higher profits. A red-haired man crushes both sides, and the protagonist, Justice's envoy, defeats them. To seem credible, Shin Hyuk said, if you don't believe, I'll have him speak Korean for you. The shopkeeper piled Genesis on the table. We just started, so stock's low. Grimacing, barely enough for a month. Please put in a good word with Miss Mei Lin. Keeping his promise, Shin Hyuk said, all right, now speak Korean. Wary, is it okay for her to hear? Pointing back, no issue. She's crazy for Genesis. The shopkeeper eyed Seora's expression. She glanced aside, avoiding his gaze, sweating and stammering. I love Genesis. Alarmed by her overacting, she should cut back on drugs. Shin Hyuk stifled laughter, face red, no idea why she's so obsessed. Turning to the shopkeeper, Shin Hyuk said, I heard the next version's coming soon? It'll take time to reach Korea. Seora listened intently, frowning. Yeah, quite a while. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands. If you're tight with Miss Mei Lin, buy directly on the mainland. Seora, incredulous, whispered, Senior, you're spouting incomprehensible stuff like Mei Lin and Genesis. You didn't stage this, right? Assuring, I get your doubt, but would I risk my life coming to Incheon for a stunt? Thinking, Mei Lin of Antaz China is a name Seora wouldn't know. The shopkeeper asked, that's a lot. How are you paying? Shin Hyuk, blunt card? Shocked, no way. Pay cash, no joking. Cutting in, 3 months. As the shopkeeper corrected, something whizzed past, blood trickling from his nose. No card, no installments, nothing. Shin Hyuk hadn't meant it. He clarified, 3 months of injuries. Seora gaped, thinking, a precise inner energy strike to the hippocampus in the temporal bone knocked him out. Recalling his master, inner energy to the head causes memory loss. Use it since you can't pinpoint acupoints yet. He added, if worried it won't work, hit the brain tiger acupoint once. Remember, searching, he acted, brain tiger acupoint. He'll wake an idiot, but no pity for a fireworks dealer. Done, he asked Seora. Now do you believe? If this still seems fake, we've got issues. Flustered, Senior, how do you know this? Since when? Firmly, even if I joined at your suggestion, I'd know what I'm getting into. His hands shook holding the phone. Pretending, in China, I learned Antaz deals in fireworks. Truthfully, read it in Book 3 of Become a Hunter. Dusting Genesis powder on the shopkeeper. Let's frame this as him dabbling in drugs, then leave. No surveillance, but staying's no good. Deciding, I won't report this place. Convincing Seora is enough. They exited. He mused, countless others will replace him, so the future's safe. But if external interference leaks, Antaz will investigate thoroughly. Convinced, Seora said, it's all true. I'll explain your withdrawal. If I say you kept bothering me, so I kicked you out, there'll be no consequences. Annoyed, that excuse is irritating. Thanks for understanding. Sensing something off, he stopped. Wait, just me leaving? You know all this and still staying with Antaz. In the cold night breeze, Seora said, unlike you, I've been in Antaz long. I have tasks and knowledge. Leaving suddenly won't be peaceful. Imagining, I'm freed from loose chains, but Seora's still shackled. Antaz is an international crime group. I'm a clueless newbie, but it's not a club you join or leave freely. Recalling the plea, frustrated, I can't ignore this. I must help. Reflecting, per the main story, this is right. If Seora leaves Antaz now, it could alter the future. Until the protagonist exposes her, she must stay. Worried, he asked, Seora, any especially guilty tasks among your past missions? Rubbing her forehead, tired, no. My task is recruiting talented students. Adding, but it's not quick, so I haven't done much. Relieved, he sighed, good. Here's the plan. demanding, "From now, you'll be a double agent for Antaz." Shocked, eyes wide, mouth agape double agent, thinking, collect secret documents. If exposed or abandoned later, you won't face heavy charges. Gather Antaz's secrets for the police. Explaining, act as a double agent, half-heartedly do Antaz tasks, pretend without committing crimes. Seora worried, "But I don't have valuable info for the police." Assured, any info helps eventually. "If trouble hits, I'll testify for you." She pondered his words, "Don't trust too much. If it's dangerous, I'll cut ties." "No, shouldn't say that." Smiling brightly, "Senior, you must really like me, huh?" His face froze. How'd it turn to this? Leaning closer, teasing, "Come on, who helps this much without feelings?" Turning away, ignoring, "Think what you want. Also, take a taxi back to Seoul." Flustered, pointing at herself, "Me alone? What about you?" Bluntly, "I've got another place to go, different route." Pressing, "Senior, that's not how you flirt." Panicked, dodging, "This girl's seriously ill." The next day, on a snowy path, footsteps approached. Uriang glanced back, scolding, "You're late." Bowing, "Sir." They spoke briefly. Uriang noted, "Your eyes look calmer. Outside matters settled?" Replying, "Thanks to you, Master." He continued, "Good, but tardiness means punishment." Eyes brimming with menace, "Prepare for training today." Opening his bag, Shin Hyuk said, "I visited Chinatown today." Producing a bottle, bought bamboo leaf green liquor to apologize. Guess no drinking during training. Uriang's mouth watered. Retracting, "Take a break today." That morning, on the snowy mountain, the liquor bottle was uncapped. Uriang's voice rang with praise. "Wow, bamboo leaf green liquor, truly exceptional." Scooping up Sichuan tofu, he savored it, "And Sichuan tofu too. How'd you know I'm from Sichuan?" Shin Hyuk teased, "Didn't someone just yell about me being late?" Recalling the scene, Uriang justified, "Ahem, not that. You were way past due, and I was just worried, that's all." Shin Hyuk, alarmed, thought, "A bit more worry, and I'd be beaten to death." Pouring wine, Uriang asked, "By the way, what happened?" "You, the kid always scheming to skip training." Shin Hyuk, swinging his sword to train his arms, heard him continue, "Yet today, you're training despite my saying rest." Sun rising in the west. Humbly, Shin Hyuk replied, "Nothing special, sir. Your advice helped a lot. This is a thank you gift, so enjoy." He recalled, "From now on, you'll be a double agent for Antaz." Having decided to help Choi Seora, he faced unknown future dangers. Slumping into the snow, resolute, "I need to get stronger for potential threats, since Seora's double agent path isn't in the original story. In this life, recalling key figures, though I can face A-rank hunters now, against a high-ranking Antaz cadre like Mei Lin. A bloody scene flashed, it'd be disastrous." Practicing inner energy, he reflected, "I forgot my place. I'm just a B-rank swordsmanship instructor. I'm not equipped to help anyone." Smirking coldly, flustered, "At least not in my current state." Recalling the original plot, Lee Ji-sung studied and ate with fierce determination. His first opportunity was Uriang's inner energy manual. Ji-sung trained it, using elixirs to activate his dantian. Pensive, glancing at Uriang, unlike Lee Young, who mastered inner energy after trials, Shin Hyuk admired, "My dantian was directly opened." Blowing on his tofu, Uriang raved, "This chef's tofu is divine." Shin Hyuk resumed training. "He's the world's strongest, right? Regular training from him, and I can protect myself no matter what." Suddenly, Uriang called, "Hey, disciple." "Yes, master." Expecting a new technique, he heard, "Ramen's gone." "That's sesame ramen, I love it." "Jinwan's good too. Buy some." Face red with frustration, Shin Hyuk calmed himself. "Endure, he's the strongest." Promising, "I'll bring more next time." Uriang added, "Good. Get onigiri son, and super spicy noodles too." Shin Hyuk focused hard on training. Uriang sprinkled chili powder, the aroma wafting. Starving but resisting, Shin Hyuk snapped, "Enough. Stop eating." Uriang feigned, "Huh? Want a bite?" Shouting, "No. I bought a whole box last time, how's it gone?" Flustered, Uriang excused, "Living alone, my mouth just craves chewing." Feeling insulted, he barked, smacking Shin Hyuk's head painfully, "You dare talk about my eating? Weren't you the one who opened my heart after centuries?" Scolding, "You lazy kid, but today's resolve makes me happy." Yet, like rushing rice planting, haste ruins things. Clutching his head, Shin Hyuk retorted, "It's not that, but you don't care about my training." Uriang snapped, "You're doing fine. Rushing won't bring great success." Stubborn, Shin Hyuk argued, "Really? I've trained a month with no progress." Softening, "It's because you're talented. Why the sudden urge to get stronger?" Impatient, "Master, you watch the water in your cup more than my stance. If you won't teach properly, got any tricks? Hidden elixirs?" Before finishing, another smack landed. "This kid, praised a bit, and you get cocky." Writhing in snow, Shin Hyuk rolled, pained. Uriang yelled, "1 month, and you want shortcuts? Planning to rule the Central Plains?" Sulking, Shin Hyuk stayed silent. Raising a fist, "One another?" Defiant, glancing aside, "You're cheeky." Exasperated, Uriang blew on his hand. Turning, "I said, rushing martial arts won't work. It's not that I'm distracted by food." Shin Hyuk baited, "Ramen." Whispering just loud enough, "Guess I can't buy ramen anymore. Prices are skyrocketing." "What?" Uriang fumed, "Threatening me?" Feigning innocence, "Threat? Just stating facts." As he spoke, Uriang's face paled. "Even onigiri son, probably can't by next time. Super spicy noodles sell out fast." Sighing, eyes hopeful, Uriang relented, "This kid." Rubbing his forehead. Turning, he exclaimed, "Fine." Placing a hand on Shin Hyuk's shoulder, grudgingly, "I underestimated your zeal. From now, I'll train you thoroughly. Happy?" Replying, "Then I'll find what you like." In the quiet forest, their voices echoed, "All right, let's train. No complaints, no matter how tough." "Yes, master, please guide me." The next day, at school lunchtime, someone tapped their phone. Seora had messaged. That morning, she wrote, "Junior Seora, Senior, everything's settled." In the afternoon, he replied, "Thanks." Heard leaving Antaz went smoothly. Praying, "Hope Kong Shin Hyuk has no more secrets. Just help Seora this time, then live fully." 2 girls rushed in, calling, "Teacher, you seem happy today." Startled, Shin Hyuk yelped, "Ah gosh." Asking, "Chong-su, Yun-suk, haven't you eaten?" They denied, "Of course we will. Today's lunch is cheese cutlets. Eat with us, then head to the auditorium." Puzzled, "Auditorium? What's that about?" Chong-su reminded, "Teacher, this morning during roll call, the vice principal mentioned it. Forgot?" Recapping, he said, "We're starting a YouTube channel and doing interviews." Reflecting, "I was caught up in Seora's message and forgot. They did mention it." She emphasized, "The vice principal said you're the handsomest, so you're first." Stunned, "No way. His standards? Impossible." Yun-suk persuaded, "Maybe, teacher. A good interview might bring a bonus." Convinced, "Fair point." She showed a draft. Chong-su will film, tech teacher will edit. Here's the question list. Review during lunch. Skimming, he praised, "Pretty professional. Thought it'd be half-baked." Chong-su added, "FYI, the student council president will review before posting. So it's up to you." The girls dashed off. He urged, "Hurry, or the cutlets will cool." "Yes." Chong-su lingered. "Oh, teacher, one more thing." "Curious what?" "Go ahead." She said, "The interview will be with me and the student council president." Yun-suk, beaming, added, "We'll follow the questions at first, but the president's quirky, might ask off-script weird ones." Confident, Shin Hyuk boasted, "Questions? As long as they're not about romance, I'm fine." Chong-su mused, "That's okay, but the president's unique. If you signal, we'll stop, no worries." Laughing, he instructed, "Got it, I trust you too. Make me look handsome." Thinking, student council president? Back in school, that was a legend. A flowing skirt appeared. "Who's this kid? Seems like a mysterious girl." She said, "Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, swordsmanship instructor. Heard he's strong. Clutching swords, excited, wonder what he's like." The scene shifts to female students tending to personal hygiene. Most students at Hunter Academy live in dormitories. Though they return home during breaks, spending most of their time at school piques parental curiosity about campus life. Articles speculate about Hunter schools, citing security as the reason for restricted weekend outings or family visits. Many criticize their secretive nature. Thus, the government mandated YouTube channels for Hunter schools. Naturally, implementation wasn't immediate. Their school was chosen as a pilot. Sighing, Shin Hyuk entered. "Even the novel didn't mention YouTube, so I thought it'd fizzle out, but I'm the pilot interviewee." A voice interrupted, "Wow, Teacher Kang's early." Politely, he replied, "Hello. Thanks for your help today, Ms. Min." A girl with a mole by her mouth smiled brightly. "Oh, I'm just editing." Tech teacher, Min Ji-hee. Shin Hyuk gave a thumbs up, smooth talking. "Haha, my first interview, so I'm nervous. By the way, Ms. Min, you edit videos too? That's impressive." Min clasped her hands, laughing. "No, the principal said tech teachers handle this. Guess we're easy to boss around." Sympathizing, dodging work? Poor Ms. Min. Turning, she clenched her fist. "No extra pay, so I'll edit sloppily and leave. Even with views, I won't get a cent." Shin Hyuk, stunned. "So that's why YouTube's absent from the novel." Chang-soo called. "Okay, camera's ready. Yun-suk's on point, and the vice principal's here." Min waved, "Over here." Shin Hyuk turned, eyes gleaming, the vice principal's image in his pupils. A beautiful woman with long hair and square glasses entered. "Greeting, everyone's gathered." Student Council President, top hunter, Kim Yun-suk. Watching her chat with Chang-soo, he admired. "Incredible, about 170 centimeters. She exudes confidence, a true president's aura." Lost in thought, she approached. Such a figure wasn't in the novel. She spoke. "Hello, Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, right? You're so handsome. I'm excited for your expressions on video. Please do well today." Yun-suk's sudden praise made him beam. "All right, counting on you. This kid's got social skills, not weird like Chang-soo said." Filming began, Min and Chang-soo recording, while Shin Hyuk and Yun-suk were interviewed. The trio chatted cheerfully, the session going smoothly. Chang-soo smiled. "Teacher Shin Hyuk, how's the interview?" He replied. Chang-soo teased me as the handsome teacher, a bit awkward. But when I showed discomfort, she quickly shifted the mood. Sunlight streamed through windows as the interview neared its end. Chang-soo said, "It's a shame, but we're out of questions, and it's time to let teacher go. No afternoon classes, so if we kept you too long, sorry." Smiling politely. "Oh, that's the wrap? No apologies needed. I'm reluctant too. All for the students." With an awkward smile and thumbs up, "Bit messy, so I'll request overtime pay." Chang-soo jolted. "What?" Laughing, "Haha, kidding." Min covered her mouth, chuckling. "Ho ho, I'd actually request it." Chang-soo looked at her helplessly. Yun-suk, with a sly smile, called softly, "Teacher Kong." Turning, "What's up?" Calculating, "You said you're reluctant, right?" Ending like this would disappoint viewers. Grinning mischievously, "It's sudden. But how about a duel with me?" Min gasped. "What? Why so abrupt?" Chang-soo echoed, "So sudden." Confused, eyes wide, staring at Chang-soo's flustered gestures. Wasn't this ending warmly? "What's this? Is this the weird personality Chang-soo mentioned?" Chang-soo intervened. "President, springing this without warning." Undeterred, Yun-suk pressed. "Teacher said he's reluctant. Just want to show viewers more." Turning, "Sorry if I startled you. I'm a bit fond of duels. You teach swordsmanship, and I'm in swordsmanship class, so..." Pondering, she's proposing eagerly, no malice. They sat. "All right, let's film the ending." She interrupted. "Wait. Teacher's fine. Let's do it." Chang-soo questioned. "I didn't warn him, you sure?" Confident, "All good. Got your sword ready?" "Of course, I brought 2 practice iron swords." Sighing, standing amid their discussion, "President, when do you bring these?" "Just in case." "Thanks, teacher." Thinking, sparring with a student? Kang Shin Hyuk's physique excels in swordsmanship, and my master's a supreme expert. Min's face darkened, radiating gloom, while Chang-soo watched helplessly. Calculating, "I'm a learner too. Let's test my recent progress." Chang-soo, shielding herself from Min's complaints. "Oh no, I'll be late." Min and Chang-soo munched popcorn, spectating. Yun-suk tied her hair, entering combat mode. Arms crossed, Shin Hyuk assessed confidently. "Honestly, I'm not nervous. For my honor duel with Teacher Young, I know hunters are weaker than I thought." Recalling training with his master, a punch to his head and Yuryang scolding, "Don't slack, I warned you." Shuddering, "If master were here, it'd be like this." Holding swords, they assumed stances. "I spar with students in class, but she's a senior and president, so stay sharp. Treat her like a pro hunter." Smirking confidently, taunting, "Come on, you first." Yun-suk smiled, raising her sword. "I'll go first." She charged like a gust, gripping her sword tightly. Chang-soo cheered, "Wow, so fast." Yun-suk snapped, "Don't say that." Observing her charge, faster than freshman. Odd. I expected a horizontal or diagonal slash, but she's aiming to thrust. eyes resolute. In swordsmanship, slashing's basic, yet she lowers to stab. Dodging left? She's that confident in hitting? A student would panic here. She spun, slashing upward in a graceful arc. Shin Hyuk sidestepped, then blocked her upward slash. Impressive. Retreating, parrying Yunsuk's attacks, she shouted, "How long will you dodge?" Silent, evading a slash, he recalled his master laughing. Haha, I said it'd be tough, right? Dodge, disciple. Thinking, that old man held grudges, so I got hit a lot. My aches helped me dodge her even blindfolded. Speaking, Yunsuk, you're too focused on attacking, leaning forward too much. Exhausted, I haven't shown everything. Swinging horizontally, to her shock, he slipped back. She exclaimed, "No way, I can't counter another angle." His eyes turned cold, bad memories surfacing. Uriang laughing, beating him gleefully, and his sobbing defiance. Cough. Fool, you've died 5 times. Overusing arms tires you fast. Fuming, the more I think, the angrier I get. Pointing at his elbow, if exposed, should I trim it? No, that'd make him madder. To Yunsuk, you're putting too much force in your arms, you'll tire quickly. Continuing, use body movement from shoulders down for better attacks. Blushing, gasping, she adjusted her grip. Surprised, relaxed already? Quick learner. Watching her adjust, analyzing, just changing grip shifted her aura. True president. Speaking, all right, Yunsuk. Gripping his sword, thumbs up, I'll attack now, so be careful. Wary, she smiled cautiously. Min's trembling hand brought popcorn to her mouth. Changsu's eyes sparkled, fixated. Shin Hyuk's entire body trembled, his eyes tightly shut. Then, teacher, you're here. Wait a sec. Teacher, what happened? Am I injured anywhere? Yunsuk, slightly cautious, spoke up. It's not that, teacher. Can I use mana? Of course, I won't channel it into my weapon. He was quite surprised, rubbing the back of his neck. That's impressive. A student using mana? From the end of second year, we'll go for internships at teleportation gates. Right now, I'm learning how to use it. He thought, I already know that. Before graduating, students visit F or E grade gates, accompanied by school teachers or national hunters as guardians. Though they say it's for accumulating mana during internships, it's probably not much. But still, impressive. She seems to sense a difference in speed. Curious about her strength, he nodded. All right, go ahead and use it freely. Thank you, teacher. With a swift motion, Yunsuk's figure vanished. He thought, when sparring with teacher Young, I didn't see much mana, and I couldn't control it well myself. She darted behind Shin Hyuk. This is a great chance to control my strength and experience mana. Yunsuk swung her sword forcefully toward his face. Shin Hyuk quickly raised his sword to block. As the two swords clashed, cracks appeared. My hand's numb. Just blocking without inner energy is a bit too much. The sharp clang of metal echoed through the air, a spark flashing. Even without channeling mana into the weapon, her physical ability is outstanding. Unbelievable. This is the mana a student accumulated during training. Mana builds in the body by defeating monsters. In this worldview, mana doesn't accumulate infinitely, but has a capacity limit based on individual aptitude. According to his master, mana is like unrefined inner energy. He thought, I've converted all of Kong Shin Hyuk's mana into inner energy, so its efficiency surpasses regular mana. Yunsuk swung again, her slash hurtling toward him. But I've got to maintain a teacher's dignity. Winning without inner energy would be cooler, right? After a few clashes, he thought, now I can clearly see her attack patterns. Shin Hyuk tilted his head, dodging lightly, and said, the problem with hunters' swordsmanship is that their attacks are too straightforward and simple. Mostly because they fight low-intelligence monsters. That's why low-rank hunters struggle against high-intelligence ones. Her face was drenched in sweat. See, Yunsuk's already tiring. Her attack patterns are obvious, even slowing down, easy to read. He said, you're going for a diagonal slash, right? Hearing this, Yunsuk was startled, glancing at her sword-holding hand. She reversed the grip, then charged again, thrusting backward. Shin Hyuk stood calmly, continuing, trying to switch moves now is good. He stepped back, causing Yunsuk to lose balance and fall forward. Shin Hyuk, still composed, added, but for a thrust, you're too close. Yunsuk's sword fell, the clang echoing through the room. The three girls watching outside focused intently, barely moving. She sat up, rubbing her swollen knee. As Yun-suk looked up, a sharp, gleaming sword tip pointed at her. She sighed, looked at Shin-hyuk, and said, "I lost, teacher." He thought for a moment, then spoke. She didn't notice her angry expression while talking, but she seems highly competitive. A great skill, fitting for the student council president. Shin-hyuk extended a hand to Yun-suk. However, your swordsmanship is too simplistic. Mana does enhance physical ability, especially strength, but applying variations in sword techniques, not just relying on mana, would be useful. She grabbed his hand, replying, "Thank you. Teacher, I learned a lot." Ji-hee's body suddenly trembled, and she blurted out, confusing Chong-su. "Big trouble, big trouble. What's wrong, teacher?" Ji-hee's face darkened. "The channel's going to explode. My life of leaving work on time, a week after the interview video was uploaded, the situation became exhausting. Students swarmed to Shin-hyuk, asking, 'Teacher, make me a dance like my mom told me to take.' 'Go away, I don't have anything cheap.' 'Oh, just a quick signature's fine,' since the sparring video with the student council president became a huge hit." He sighed, took the paper, and signed. "Only during break time, okay? After this, I'm stretching and jogging. The rest of you, prepare. Get into Lee Ji-hee's standard stretching formation, got it? Take this." "Wow, thank you." Another student appeared behind the boy, holding a prepared paper. Yes, all set." Everyone shouted. "Come on, let's start stretching, Lee Ji-hee's standard, get ready." Nothing really changed, just a bit more fame, some more hassle. No extra pay or ad revenue either. Thinking this while getting by, he nearly forgot. The online world's harsher than I thought. Online comments. Is that fighting skill real? Truly a battle of the world's strongest. Why the fuss? It's just a common spar between a hunter in training and a school teacher. That level's everywhere. Are your eyes for show? Look closely, the teacher didn't even use mana. The teacher's really skilled. I heard the student in the video is a prodigy, a two-time martial arts champion. Some say completing the full training guarantees an A rank. And he didn't use mana? Kong Shin-hyuk's a name I've never heard of. Anyone got info? Who's Kong Shin-hyuk? I'm a first-year graduate. Seems he was appointed recently. Reading these, Shin-hyuk's eyes widened in shock. "Huh, what's this?" he thought. So the student council president's that promising? Why wasn't she mentioned in the novel? Clearly, after Lee Ji-hee graduated, no character named Kim Yun-suk appeared. Suddenly, someone spoke up. He looked away from his phone to the speaker. "Teacher Kong, the star, how's it feel to be famous?" "Haha. Good morning, Teacher Yun-suk." "Morning." Yun-suk set a coffee down for Shin-hyuk, asking again, making him awkward. "Being famous is nice, right? Why's Teacher Kong so shy? You're secretly thrilled, aren't you?" "Haha. Thanks, I'll drink it. It was fun at first, but it's getting a bit stressful." He laughed heartily, continuing, "Come on, handsome Teacher Kang's too shy. Take this chance, try the entertainment industry, so I can brag. Seriously, stop teasing. My dream's a quiet life." Yun-suk sipped coffee, saying something confusing, prompting Shin-hyuk to ask, "Quiet? Nice, but seems today won't be quiet for you. Trouble? What do you mean?" He replied, leaving Shin-hyuk puzzled. "On my way, I met the vice principal. He told me to call you before the morning staff meeting." "The vice principal? Why's he calling me?" Yun-suk grinned brightly. "Who knows, maybe extra pay? Anyway, go now. He'll be in his personal research room." Shin-hyuk put a hand on the table and stood. "Extra pay would be great. Thanks, I'm going. If it's a lot, I'll treat you to a meal. I'll cover the soda." His face showed slight worry, his fist clenched, taking long strides down the hall. "My gut's not feeling good. Usually, these things are just proving yourself to other teachers, not a private call to a research room. Maybe it's the recent spike in attention, but I feel oddly uneasy." The biggest concern was the vice principal's summons. In Become the Top Hunter, he's the school's strongest. "Teacher Kong Shin-hyuk? Come in." He opened the door and entered. An S-rank hunter, one of only 10 in Korea. Before Shin-hyuk was a burly man sitting at a desk, Kim Man-dong. He placed both hands on the table, his expression serious. "First time seeing you since the interview. Long time no see. Teacher, head instructor of Hunter number 1, S-rank hunter, Kim Man-dong." Slightly nervous, Shin Hyuk bowed low, responding, I didn't attend the interview. Honestly, I'm under crazy pressure. Really? Hello, good morning. They began chatting. All right, want a cup of tea? No thanks, I've got to prepare for class soon. Is that so? Then I'll get to the point. All the items in that mailbag are for you. Shin Hyuk walked over, opened the bag, and found it full of letters, confused. What? Just letters? He picked one up, scratching his head, asking, Vice Principal, are these fan letters? Haha, if you're curious, read them. Seems many were impressed by the sparring video with you and Kim Yun-suk. It's normal for other hunter schools, but even active hunters from major guilds sent a lot. He opened a letter to read. Though the video was uploaded to promote the school, Teacher Kang's contribution was significant. For guilds, sparring with him now would be more effective than any ad. Shin Hyuk's face grew worried. Damn it, I didn't even expect extra pay, and all 923 letters in the mailbag had the same content. Mandong's expression was frighteningly serious. They're all letters of honorable challenge. Shin Hyuk stood stunned, full of surprise. Challenge letters? Did I do something wrong? The vice principal began addressing deeper issues. As I said, it's not because you did anything wrong, but to tarnish your reputation. Your background from a non-hunter school also plays a part in this. His body froze. How did my non-hunter school background get exposed? The other's tone was gentle, advising. Teacher Kong, as you know, some of the school's practical training teachers don't have a good impression of you. He affirmed. It seems one of the practical training teachers leaked your personal information. The issue is that malicious comments have exploited this, going beyond limits. Shin Hyuk's face darkened at this hypothesis. For example, some claim the student council president staged the match for the new teacher. Now, even Kim Yun-suk's career, his sparring opponent, was suspected of being rigged. He quietly recalled some comments he'd seen. As a third-rate author, I clearly remember the pain of malicious comments. Those damn anti-fans in this world don't know boundaries either. He gritted his teeth slightly. I'm furious. No, as a teacher, I must stop this. If the interview had been moderate, this wouldn't have happened. He fell silent, listening amid his anger. The vice principal, composed on his chair, announced, the YouTube channel will be shut down. Though its purpose was to show parents students' daily lives, it was harming students instead. His white brows furrowed. What will you do, teacher? The man before him tightly gripped the papers. What? Clear all doubts, of course. The vice principal showed concern. Oh, can you tell me how you'll clear them? Shin Hyuk quickly replied. It's simple, vice principal. He stated his solution directly. From these letters, among the malicious commenters, there must be those who sent these challenges. I'll pick the truly famous, high-ranking ones for duels. The vice principal exclaimed, surprised. Is that so? Are you confident you'll win? There are quite a few A-rank hunters among the challengers. Well, those who aren't a match can be declined. Shin Hyuk looked up, asserting, no, that's perfect. I'll only choose A-rank hunters to fight. The vice principal easily grasped his intent. You plan to defeat the strong ones, so the mediocre ones will back off, huh? Shin Hyuk clapped his fists together, agreeing. A bit crude, but yes. Realistically, I can't handle them all. The other called his name again. Great, very good. By the way, Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk. He curled his lips and offered. How about a match with me? The young man was so shocked he blurted. Is this old man crazy? I must have misheard. He realized something was off and fell silent for a moment. Then, hesitantly, Shin Hyuk said, I misheard, right? This old man's crazy. But the vice principal confirmed. You heard right, Teacher Kong. The room fell into an awkward silence. His mind screamed, no, if you're crazy, be properly crazy. An S-rank hunter challenging a B-rank hunter? The vice principal spoke, hitting the mark, making Shin Hyuk flinch and turn away. I understand you might think I'm crazy. I watched your honor duel with Teacher Jung before. I was surprised. Honestly, I thought you'd lose. He shared his thoughts calmly. Moreover, it seems you haven't shown your full strength. With that attitude, you're confident you can overpower A-rank hunters. Shin Hyuk's face twisted, annoyed. No, those are just A-ranks, no matter how high. From S-rank up, vice principal, it's a whole different story. You know that. He imagined a teacher's outburst in his head. In reality, there are only about 1,000 A-rank hunters in Korea, so they're not opponents to underestimate. Teacher Jung only just applied for A rank, not a true A rank hunter. Shin Hyuk recalled his rigorous training. Of course, now that Master trained me, I'm stronger. Considering the gap between hunters and martial artists, I'm confident against A ranks. He glanced warily at the hunters' backs before him. But S ranks in Korea, only 10, and globally under 100. Their magic has immense destructive power. S-rank mages are even considered strategic weapons. Other S-rank hunters, superhumans, are called one-man armies. And this vice principal is formidable. Kim Man-dong, the god of combat, among the top S-ranks. In Become the Top Hunter, there's an episode where Lee Ji-sung, confident in her strength, challenged this old man and was beaten to a pulp, unrecognizable, utterly crushed. Not just crushed, but obliterated. Now he assessed himself. Of course, I'm different from the protagonist, only learning one inner energy technique. I directly learned martial arts from Master, who said I'd far surpass those who consume elixirs like meals. But in S rank, no matter how I think, there's no way to win. Mandong's call snapped him back to reality. Hey, Teacher Kong. He responded instantly. Sorry, I was too shocked, so... The vice principal cheerfully persuaded. Think about it. Wouldn't fighting me once be better than fighting several A ranks? He presented sharp evidence. After the spar, I'll declare Teacher Kang's true strength. Then, no more challenge letters. Doesn't that settle it all at once? Shin Hyuk hesitated, listening. Really? Man-dong pressed with his request. Exactly. Of course, if your performance is subpar, I won't cover for you. I don't expect you to win. Just land one successful hit. Shin Hyuk pondered. One hit. Sounds like once, but it's an absurd condition. Kim Man-dong's body can repel even auric swords. He half-closed one eye, adding fuel. Don't want to? More cowardly than I thought. Teacher Kong. He offered another incentive. How about this? If you land this hit, I'll exempt you from the 3-week training course for new teachers this break. Shin Hyuk perked up. Exempt from training? He wavered, considering the surrounding gazes. Not tempting? Though the training's mainly for teacher bonding, for someone from a non-hunter school like me, those 3 weeks would be like sitting on thorns. Now, the vice principal played his final card. Of course, you'll still get paid during the exemption. His voice was like honey to Shin Hyuk's ears. 3 weeks of paid leave. Still, the young man worried. The training's held by the Hunter Management Bureau. Can it really be skipped? The vice principal explained calmly. There's an elite teacher system, selecting only 2 per semester. Man-dong asked. Become an elite teacher, and you'll get reduced hours. Tempted yet? Shin Hyuk's face turned greedy. Since when? Tempting. 3 weeks of rest, like paradise. So tempting. The other, sensing his thoughts, planned. To let many witness, avoid chaotic times. Next week's the presidential election, so let's fight in a month. Shin Hyuk hesitated, recalling. A month from now, right before the closing ceremony. He continued, exactly. If you back out then, it'll be awkward. Decided, Shin Hyuk spoke with resolve. All right. Man-dong sighed, satisfied. A man's word is worth gold. Keep it. After agreeing, he quickly left the room. Class is starting. I'll excuse myself. Walking down the hallway, lost in countless thoughts. A month? In 1 month, I must find a way to land a hit on Kim Man-dong. He saw himself as a puppy lured by the vice principal. The conditions sounded sweet at first. Shin Hyuk then took a mental hit. But with a bit of thought, you realize how reckless this challenge is. He assessed his strength, imagining the fight. In the martial world, Kim Man-dong's at least a supreme master. His body's like diamond. For me, barely transitioning from first-rate to near-master, dealing significant damage is like plucking stars. He sighed inwardly. In some ways, this is a malicious proposal. Still, there are times I must step up. He recalled the feeling of being left behind. Though my goal's a comfortable, quiet life, I can't sleep soundly while causing trouble for others. A colorful system light flashed. External Chronicle unlocked. From now, Shin Hyuk's Vice Principal Slayer arc will be recorded. He clenched his fist joyfully. Vice Principal Slayer? Sounds cool. If this is an External Chronicle episode, it's not entirely impossible. Carrying that belief, he went to Yu Riang. Master will know a way. But his master bluntly said, No way, you crazy kid. Shin Hyuk knelt on the stone floor, pleading. Come on, master, Don't be like that. Teach me. His stern teacher turned away. No matter how hard you try, what's impossible is impossible. Yu Riang asked, "Oh, what was it?" "That auric chaos thing." He quickly replied, "Auric sword." His master nodded. "Right." He showed his depth with an explanation. "To even scratch a diamond body, you need sword aura. You call it that sword something?" Shin Hyuk reminded. "Auric sword." Yu Riang agreed. "Yes, that." But he shook his head in frustration. "It takes great effort to reach that realm. How can you defeat an indestructible diamond at the Supreme Master level? In your current state, you might cut a few chest hairs at best." His disciple looked blank as he muttered. "Even with the same move, you'd land one effective hit at most." "No way." Curious, Shin Hyuk asked, "Master, what's that same move you mentioned?" He snapped. "TCH, those dirty tricks you like. Mountain ginseng or some elixir. With 3 100-year-old mountain ginsengs. Maybe you could use that sword something," Shin Hyuk corrected. "Auric sword." His master smacked his head. "Right, you brat, it's sword aura." After the painful hit, making him clutch his head, he whispered, "TCH, though not as good as a Supreme Master's, with effort, you might swing it once." Shin Hyuk's lips curled slightly. "Once." He raised a finger, proposing, "That's enough. One hit, that's all I need." Saying that, he spun and ran off. "Thanks, Master. I'm heading out today." Yu Riang, surprised, asked, "Huh, where's this kid going?" He shouted joyfully, "Master said I need 3 mountain ginsengs, and those are expensive." His master, still confused, said, "So, you fool, where do you get those?" The young man hurried toward the world gate. "With money, you can get anything." With the presidential election next week, he flashed a sly smile, a symbol in hand. "I'll go buy some mountain ginseng." A white phone was raised with a complaint. "What's this?" It was Choi Seora, relaxing with her face mask. "Ever since Senior quit Antaz, he hasn't contacted me at all. Heard he's famous on YouTube now. Does he have a girlfriend or something?" She sighed and continued scrolling. Suddenly, the phone buzzed, displaying a familiar name, Senior Kong. Thinking, speak of the devil, and he appears. That's more like it. Senior said, "I'm the only one." She quickly sat up, mumbling, and answered, "Hello." The voice on the other end asked with concern, "Hey, Seora, what are you up to?" Seora replied casually, "Oh, nothing, just reading at home." "What's up, Senior?" Shin Hyuk hesitated, then asked, "Can I borrow some money?" "Not much, about 100 million, Seora." On her end, Choi Seora had already opened the power-off button on her phone screen. Without thinking, she pressed it. Shin Hyuk had to rethink his approach. "Of course, I can't get elixirs like the 10,000-year flower prophet inner pill or 1,000-year snow ginseng. But as Lee Ji-sung mentioned repeatedly, mountain ginseng exists in this world." The elixir gleamed like gold in his eyes. There were many types: wild mountain ginseng, cultivated mountain ginseng, and artificial mountain ginseng. Among them, wild mountain ginseng was the true elixir. The scene shifted to a lively auction house. The main issue was the outrageous price of wild mountain ginseng. Even under 100 years old, it cost tens of millions, and over 100 years, some exceeded 100 million. He recalled Man Dong easily defeating Lee Ji-sung. Lee Ji-sung, from a wealthy family, used it to make kimchi. He ate ginseng like rice, yet Man Dong still crushed him. Yu Riang's words flooded back. Master said it's because he only ate it without properly absorbing the ginseng's energy. But for me, even eating one with a martial arts master's help now, the young man stood somewhere. The problem is money. With 300 million in assets, 3 mountain ginsengs would bankrupt me. Needing to increase his funds, he recalled the vice principal's words. Man Dong looked at him and suggested calmly, "To let many witness, avoid chaotic times. Next week's the presidential election, so let's fight in a month." In his mind, that phrase sparked a perverse smile. Presidential election. No matter what anyone says, isn't the election's purpose election stocks? His grin made a nearby couple pale. The practical teacher's hostility, quitting Antaz, becoming a YouTube star. He hadn't considered these, focused on resolving issues for a quiet life. Key phrases came to mind: presidential secret, Kim In, Hunter Management Bureau Chief, Antaz smuggling, generous, apocalyptic trading methods. He thought, I've used the novel's content wisely, so why did I overlook stocks, you idiot? A restaurant staff cheerfully told him. Dear customer Kong Shin Hyuk, your loan has been approved. Congratulations. He quickly replied, yes, thank you. His former self smirked behind him. Before, as a third-rate freelance writer, bank thresholds were sky-high. But now, I'm Kong Shin Hyuk, headhunter instructor, able to borrow a lot. Smugly, he thought. Even better, I miraculously know Kim Jun-suk. Kim In's actor will lose the presidential election and rival Kim Cheon-hoon will win. Shin Hyuk adjusted his tie, striding out. All right, take all the loan money and go all in on Kim Cheon-hoon stocks. Days later, a delivery person, panting amidst pizza boxes, said, Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, right? I'm delivering 42 pizzas. As thanks, all drinks are free. He appeared to receive them, smiling broadly. Yes, I'm Kong Shin Hyuk. We'll bring the pizzas in. His students swarmed. Teacher, what's this? Shin Hyuk radiated a dazzling aura, declaring, What? Pizza, of course. Each of you, take one. Kong Shin Hyuk, estimated assets, 14,486,531,250. The class erupted in awe. Mom, I want to be Kong Shin Hyuk when I grow up. The lively classroom kept his smile bright. Don't call my name so casually. Your teacher's divine. He rode Kim Cheon-hoon's wave to the top. The stocks yielded 500% profit. Initially, Kim Jun-suk, Kim In's actor and Seora's enemy, led strongly, but just before the election, a corruption scandal exploded, skyrocketing Kim Cheon-hoon's support. Shin Hyuk chuckled in bliss. So, borrowing to the max, using all loans and novel info, worked miraculously. Don't try this, kids. Eat too much, you'll choke. I'll buy digestion pills too. A student, eating, asked curiously, Something good happened, teacher? They ate obediently while he spoke. Just made some stock profits. Oh, one more thing, breaking news. The class choked. Teacher, the day before the closing ceremony, you're sparring with the vice principal. Chaos erupted again, making him awkward. I'm choking. Someone get me digestion pills. Teacher's a damn god. A skeptical female student asked, For real? You're fighting that buff Kim Man-dong. He spoke formally, correcting her. Hey kid, don't call the vice principal's name so casually. He added, Of course, it's uneven. I'll fight him with a handicap, just one direct hit, and he'll count it as my win. Two students worried for him. A direct hit? Can a teacher's attack even work on the vice principal? No way, teacher's gonna die. Shin Hyuk just laughed and sighed. Anyway, eat up. This might be the last pizza I buy. The election's over, so Vice Principal Kim Man-dong will soon announce our spar publicly. He watched the students' reactions closely. One direct hit, one hit to win. I spread the rumor to the kids to nail it down, so the vice principal can't backtrack. I need to make the direct hit perception clear. Leaning on the podium, he mused, stock investment succeeded, super spirit exists, now just training. Everything's trending my way. In his mind, he declared with resolve, Wait for it, Kim Man-dong. Now, Shin Hyuk was back in the familiar snowy region. All right, you prepared everything? He stacked crates on the ground. Yes, master. 3 crates of sesame noodles, 5 crates of onigiri, 2 crates of chocolate, and 4 crates of cola. Plus, I bought all the best-selling instant foods from the supermarket. Yu Riang, stern-faced, said, Good, your sincerity touched me. You prepared those too, right? Shin Hyuk quickly opened a wooden box. Of course, Master said elixirs require fate to find. The elixir inside gleamed, drawing eyes. 3 heavenly seed mountain ginsengs, over 100 years old, prepared. Heavenly seed ginseng, remaining assets, 11,186,531,250 after subtracting 300 million. His master turned, satisfied. Didn't expect you'd actually get them. I ate 300-year-old ginseng before. These are lesser, but definitely over 100 years old. Shin Hyuk glanced aside, whispering, Before, Master said not to rely on elixirs or tricks. His master cut him off. What did you say? He quickly changed attitude. Oh, nothing. Master confirmed they're real. What a relief. Yu Riang sternly said, Stop babbling and eat, then train. I'll assist from behind. Shin Hyuk bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master. The box, now empty, was set aside. Yu Riang placed a hand on his back, channeling spiritual energy. Shin Hyuk focused, feeling it, slightly uncomfortable. So hot. Sweat poured from his face like a stream. I've only eaten ginseng and ginseng chicken soup. Now I see why one costs 100 million. The energy's insane. His master gently reminded. Don't resist the energy I'm channeling. Accept it. You've trained with the technique, so it won't be hard. Blue flames radiated more from his body. Not hard. He imagined scooping water. If inner energy increased from successful channeling was a few drops before the elixir, this feels like endlessly scooping with a ladle. He slipped, sinking into cold water. And as cycles repeat, it's not like scooping anymore. It's like soaking in a massive river. While aiding his training, Yu Riang spoke. Disciple, I have a question. Shin Hyuk replied instantly. Yes, master, what is it? He opened his eyes slowly, questioning. The ginseng you brought is real, with great effects. Must be valuable, right? How'd you amass such wealth to buy it? Shin Hyuk gave an awkward smile, explaining. Yes, I made a big sum. His master mused, suggesting. Then quit the sword fight. Quit teaching. Wouldn't that settle it? He asked clearer questions. Tell me why you endure hardship to grow stronger. Panting, Shin Hyuk said, recently, I've had responsibilities. He honestly told his master. I need to save a junior mingling with bad people and restore my student's reputation, caught in bad rumors because of me. Hesitantly, he added. If I quit as master suggests, I'd be more at ease. But well, I couldn't live comfortably like that. Yu Riang's lips curled slightly. As expected, I chose well. Surprised, Shin Hyuk looked at him. What do you mean? But he brushed it off. You don't need to know. His master's eyes suddenly flashed red, dangerously. But the ginseng's effect is better than I thought. Normally, it'd end here, but since the elixir's effect lingers, I'll give you a gift. He warned before unleashing a massive light behind him. It might hurt a bit, but endure it. Shin Hyuk gaped, bewildered. Huh, what? Endure. Before he could ask more, a shock hit from behind. What? Yu Riang's energy channeling surged, sparking lightning around them. The pressure overwhelmed Shin Hyuk's face, leaving him groaning. Lightning struck from above, illuminating the forest, accompanied by his anguished scream. Shin Hyuk, in pain and drenched in sweat, cursed silently in his mind. This crazy old man. Did I say something wrong? Then, gritting his teeth, he asked, Master, what the heck is this? Yu Riang frowned. I told you to endure it, so stop whining and focus. The pain intensified, and Shin Hyuk thought, what the hell is going on? I want to give up so bad, but it hurts too much to even speak. It's like pulling all my wisdom teeth without anesthesia. Sweating profusely, he looked ahead, outwardly calm but inwardly turbulent. Master's energy is entering my body, heading to a different meridian, not the initial one. It feels like there's a wall inside me, and Master's trying to break through it. Seeing his master as if wielding a hammer to smash something, he thought, no, why is he chiseling meridians not in the technique? Yu Riang placed both hands on a transparent wall, light flickering from it. Shin Hyuk grimaced, angry, teeth clenched. After an unknown time of enduring, his master's energy kept pouring into the wall, cracks widening each moment. It felt like something was being torn apart. Phew, how does a young kid's body have so much impure energy? Yu Riang looked at the wall, confessing, finally broke through. You endured well. Shin Hyuk stepped out, his face full of joy, unable to hold back tears and snot, thinking, I don't know what that was, but I'm not doing it again. Then he asked Yu Riang, Master, is it done? His master, stern-faced, said nothing, channeling more power into him. Not there, seems it's nearby. Shin Hyuk cried out in pain. Ugh, it hurts. What's that smell hitting my nose? He sprang up, fists clenched, shouting angrily. I'm gonna sue. Yu Riang, eating noodles, said, Yeah, these are good. Sesame noodles are the best. Looks like you've regained strength. Want a bite? Still furious, Shin Hyuk snapped. No. Master, what did you do to my body? No explanation, just telling me to endure. What did I do wrong? His master's face turned purple with anger, roaring, Collapse? Collapse. Good grief, I'm pissed. You brat, I worked hard to help you, and you dare say what did you do? Yu Riang swung a fist as he spoke. I knew you had no manners, but there's nothing you won't say. Shin Hyuk, grinning, dodged the punch, shouting, haha, dodged it. Now suspicious, he exclaimed, huh, I dodged? Me. Yu Riang called from outside. See, you dodged? My effort wasn't wasted. Shin Hyuk, bewildered, pointed to his forehead. No, what's that? Master, can you do it again? Yu Riang glared, kicking him hard. This brat just got some elixirs and thinks he's my equal? This, and this. Dodge, disciple. Shin Hyuk clutched his head, apologizing. Ow, not like that. I'm sorry, master. Please explain what you did. Yu Riang sighed, then spoke. I said the ginseng's effect was strong, right? Wasting it would be a shame. So I added some of my inner energy to open your run and do meridians. Rin and do meridians, Shin Hyuk thought. I read about them in wuxia novels. Energy flows straight through the body's core. Before, when cycling great circulation, the meridians used were complex, called the 12 principal meridians. Now, I can cycle instantly through both Rin and do kneeling, scratching his head. He said, no wonder Master's strike felt so fast. I'm only now understanding the feeling of something being opened. Mid-sentence, a question arose. Wait, in most wuxia novels, opening these makes you super strong, but, Master, am I now a supreme master? His master replied coldly, boom. Shin Hyuk pressed, boom what? What's booming? Yu Riang spoke with conscience. You, barely out of first rate, want to be a supreme master? Skipping the master level between first rate. He swung, shouting, dodge. Shin Hyuk dodged both strikes, replying, ugh, after all that effort. A lump formed on his head from a punch. You brat, I'm the one who worked hard, not you. Eating some 100-year ginseng and thinking you'll jump ranks. Shin Hyuk raised both hands, crying for justice. Master said the elixir's effect was good. His master groaned. Good enough to barely open the run and do meridians. To skip 2 ranks, you'd need 10,000-year snow ginseng or a dragon's heart. Shin Hyuk, annoyed, thought, am I really in a wuxia world? Where do you find those? Yu Riang called out. Reaching master level so fast is already a feat, so don't be too greedy. Shin Hyuk asked, Master, can I use sword aura now? He replied, that depends on you. You said 1 direct hit on the vice principal wins, right? A cheerful voice rang out. Yes, I got the ginseng for that. It's a stretch, but 1 hit's enough, master. Yu Riang continued. Humph, 1 hit. What's so great about that? A kid, the world's only martial artist. Shin Hyuk interjected. Don't say that. Master doesn't know how strong S-rank hunters are. His master turned, muttering. What about supreme masters? Back when I roamed the martial world, supreme masters were everywhere. Shin Hyuk quickly replied. Oh, yes, must be so. Yu Riang began explaining. You don't believe me, brat? Back then, notable figures and sect elders were mostly supreme masters. No, that level wasn't common. Always telling me to know my place. Shin Hyuk grinned, boldly saying, even if I lose, I just need 1 hit. Let's start training. His master, seeing this, said, TCH, disciple, that's why you're useless. Yu Riang's words made Shin Hyuk's eyes widen. You don't feel anything training with the premise of losing? Yu Riang bared his teeth. A mediocre supreme master says 1 hit counts as a loss. TCH, if it were me, I'd be furious, not satisfied with 1 hit. Shin Hyuk reflected on the words. I don't expect you to win, just land 1 successful hit. Then he exclaimed, you're right, it's infuriating. Master's words. Aren't they saying I lack pride or competitive spirit? The proposal to land 1 hit for recognition came from the vice principal first. Clenching his fists, he thought, this isn't about winning or losing. I've accepted the vice principal's standard as my limit. His anger surged, fists tight, teeth grinding, saying, Master, was I thinking wrong? The vice principal said, 1 hit counts, but at least hit him 5 times. Yu Riang emphasized, just 5? 50 you brat. Shin Hyuk, stunned, 50? Master, what's that? He confessed, TCH, follow me, I'll help you. A master aiming for 100 hits. Shin Hyuk couldn't believe his ears, elated. 100 hits? No, you should have said earlier. Yu Riang scoffed. Not my martial art, so I was cautious about using it. Shin Hyuk, curious, asked, not your martial art? What do you mean? Yu Riang began recounting. Back when I roamed the martial world, I met many, but only two could be called friends. What I'll teach you now is a technique one of them used. Shin Hyuk, intrigued, asked, a friend's martial art? Friends share techniques. His master retorted, nonsense. Unless you're a disciple, you don't pass it on. I just fought him so many times, I naturally grasped its secret. In the martial world, stealing techniques is a grave sin. But now, with no one else using martial arts but you, what's it matter? Oh, was that friend as strong as you? Not as strong, but decent. Back then, a master-level guy with this technique flustered me, a realm above. Oh, teach me, master. Let's crush that vice principal's arrogance. A week later, after turning off her phone, she said nothing, but why contact now? Choi Seora grinned widely, replying, well, I didn't know Senior would strike it big with stocks. Today's meeting is about that drug from before. Shin Hyuk said softly, the drug you mean is Genesis, seen in Incheon, right? She replied, yes, we got info it's being sold in China. They tried Japan too and got caught. Not our doing, but I still have to share max info with Senior. By the way, is it true you're sparring with the vice principal? He said casually, it's spread among teachers too? Pizza's effect is real. Seora showed him her phone, exclaiming, not that, and announcements on the education system. Shin Hyuk looked shocked. What? The notice for selecting the first semester's outstanding teacher. For the outstanding practical teacher chosen by the vice principal, results will be decided after sparring with him. Advantages given based on rank. How to register. Visit the vice principal's office directly. Registration and sparring period. From today until the day before the closing ceremony. Choi Seora, her face slightly panicked, exclaimed, who else could it be? The worst delinquent in middle school is Lee Ji-sung. Hearing this, Kang Shin Hyuk spat out his water. Choi Seora, face dripping wet, stayed silent, still smiling faintly. Shin Hyuk, looking worried with furrowed brows, froze for a few seconds. Seora, face soaked, forced a smile and said, Senior, did Lee Ji-sung do something to you? That's a weird reaction. Shin Hyuk quickly explained, oh no, just choked suddenly. She rested her hands on her chin, sighed, and frowned, saying, speaking of that, is that how things are at the school? What's going on? How can it be? That kid's dad is the CEO of Hoasin Electronics, and his grandpa is the chairman of Hoasin Group. I don't know if they pulled strings behind the scenes, but the harmed students just let it go. So I'm the only one looking like a fool. His attitude towards studies is awful. Honestly, if he had a normal personality, I'd just deal with him. Shin Hyuk grimaced upon hearing this. He's become the school's notorious delinquent at Hunter Academy. 2 years ago, when the protagonist entered the novel's body, that was exactly when Lee Ji-sung was truly a delinquent. Reflecting, he chuckled. In the original story, Choi Seora really hated the protagonist. So that's why? He waved his hand, explaining, he's still young, so he'll probably improve with time. Seora, angry, countered, ugh, Senior, people don't change. In his mind, Shin Hyuk thought, they do change, Seora, completely. Though the entity that enters Lee Ji-sung's body 2 years later is selfish and overbearing, it succeeded in fixing the bad reputation Lee Ji-sung had. Shin Hyuk said, no one knows the future, so just treat him well. You never know. Seora tousled her hair, flailing and whining. Ugh, I don't want to. If that kid gets to high school and ends up in your class, you'll understand how I feel. As she spoke, a server brought a plate of food, making Seora pause in surprise. Shin Hyuk mulled over slowly. Really, nothing to say? I'm a completely harmless side character, but mentioning Lee Ji-sung, the protagonist, makes me truly feel I've entered the novel. While eating, she said, hurry up, let the break come so I don't have to see that kid's face. By the way, Senior, the break's coming. Any plans? He replied, well, there's a new teacher training course, but I'm not sure. She chimed in. Oh, that training course. Are you okay with it, Senior? It's all people from Hunter schools. Shin Hyuk said slowly. If things go well, I might not have to go, but it's not certain. Seora, mouth stuffed, said how? The rookie training's mandatory. I heard becoming an outstanding teacher gets you an exemption. The vice principal had suggested as much. While chewing, she suddenly stopped, smirking. Seora stood, climbing onto the table. No, that's the purpose of the sparring match, you crazy old man. Shin Hyuk gave an awkward smile, waving his hands. No, it's not just that. Her face changed, whispering. That's Kim Man-dong, known as the strongest among the top 10. Can an ordinary guy like you even land a hit? He replied, thinking, why is this girl so harsh? Shin Hyuk mused, betting my life on a break. This is nothing. What's that? Already predicting before we fight. Seora? Seora, with an innocent look, said nothing, leaning close to Shin Hyuk, making him blush and stammer. What's that? Seora, serious, confessed. Truly, senior, you seem to have changed a bit. The old you wouldn't have accepted such a challenge. She didn't believe it, saying, humph. He thought, embarrassed, too close. Seora said, can people really change? Shin Hyuk thought, sorry, I've been possessed too. Even if you wring a chicken's neck, dawn still comes. Time passes fast. It's already the day before the closing ceremony. Ji-hee and you stood there, listening. A boy there, holding a soda can, stared at it. Seora stood coldly, silent, looking tense. After beating Teacher Young last time, he thinks he's untouchable? What's he relying on to be so arrogant? Someone who didn't graduate from a hunter school. You can tell his level just by looking. No self-awareness, yet aiming for the outstanding teacher title. They say there's an advantage, but who knows if it's true? Jin-soo clenched his fist, angry, hearing them. Stop it. What kind of person is vice teacher? Even blindfolded, with one hand, he'd win. But still, facing the vice principal, it won't end well. Poor guy. He swung his fist, thinking, I heard it all, you guys. Even if not meant for me, my enhanced senses caught it clearly. Shin Hyuk, seeing this, reminded. Hey, enough. Jin-soo, you should go. He replied, I just want to stand closer to watch. Shin Hyuk said, please, come on, teacher. Jin-soo mimicked. Please, come on, teacher. Shin Hyuk thought, the vice principal's announcement is only on the administrative system, accessible to new teachers, not students. It's normal for students not to know the time and place. Probably the practical teachers who dislike me leaked it. Seora worried, thinking, either way, they want me humiliated in front of many, especially students. Shin Hyuk turned, asking quietly, Jin-soo, do I have such a bad reputation? Jin-soo smirked, saying, don't mention it. Other teachers badmouth you a lot. Say you're putting on a show to become an outstanding teacher. Of course, we know you're not like that, haha. This kid, that's enough. Everyone cheered for him. Kong Shin Hyuk, go for it. Let's drink tonight. Milky Kong Shin Hyuk. They were enthusiastic. Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, go for it. Shin Hyuk thought, though few, having my side is good. Voices called out, look, vice teacher's here. The crowd shouted, Kim Man-dong. Kim Man-dong. Strongest hunter, Kim Man-dong. He sure makes a grand entrance. That smug attitude pisses me off. Kim Man-dong, wearing arm guards, said, didn't expect such a crowd. Ready, teacher Kong Shin Hyuk. Shin Hyuk thought, clueless my foot. This old man's been advertising everywhere. Then he confessed, I've done my best. Kim Man-dong, serious, said, if you don't want to lose face, you should have gone all out from the start. I'll yield the first attack, so when we begin, go first. Shin Hyuk bowed, thinking, perfect, he's yielding the first attack. It's common for high-rank hunters to yield the first move, but since it's not strictly regulated, I was worried. Thanks to this, all preparations for a critical hit are done. The referee said, then, I'll review the rules once more, and we'll start. With the advantage applied, teacher Kong Shin Hyuk needs only one successful, effective hit on the vice principal to win. Outside, the referee asked, Vice principal, do you agree to these terms? He replied, of course. The referee turned to ask, Teacher Kong, do you agree? He said cheerfully, yes, but please step back, referee. It might get dangerous when we start. The referee turned, Kim Man-dong. What? No. Teacher Kong, rank. Kim Man-dong said lightly, I'll follow Teacher Kang's words. The referee nodded, I understand. The referee blew the whistle. The sparring match for selecting the first semester's outstanding teacher begins. Both bowed and took their positions. The whistle sounded. The referee signaled, and the match began. The sword fight started. The cloth wrapping Shin Hyuk's sword fell away. He recalled his master's words. "Disciple, take this." He asked, "Master, what's this?" His master replied, "One of the two guys I mentioned was a sword purist. His blade was sharp. If you've learned the sword technique, the weapon must match." Shin Hyuk drew his sword. The chance is only once, the first attack, when Mandong allows it. The sword gleamed, blue flames rising. You saw it, wondering, "Oh, that's an Oryx sword." The girl questioned, "Isn't Teacher Kong B rank? Oryx swords need A rank." Shin Hyuk, as if anticipating, thought, "As expected, students are shocked by the Oryx sword energy, but teachers don't show it." The vice principal said, "Oryx sword? That's not all. Right, Teacher Kong?" He replied, "Of course, vice principal." Shin Hyuk swung his sword. Kim Mandong's eyes showed confusion at the sight. Students chattered, That's an Oryx sword, right?" "What? Oryx sword? Only S-rank hunters use that. Probably just looks like it." "Weird, it's like the Oryx sword I saw on YouTube." Shin Hyuk thought, "Master said it's useless in real combat, but the vice principal's complacency gave me a chance. Normally, the first yielded attack is for probing, light strikes, not like me, going all out for this." Kim Man-dong, worried, thought, "An Oryx sword? It took long to prepare. Seems it's not fully mastered." The vice principal said, "Ahem, Teacher Kong, looks like you can attack now." Holding the sword with both hands, raising it, Shin Hyuk said, "Sorry for making you wait, but, vice principal, it's not over. Or yet." He thought, "The supreme martial art master taught." I was shocked hearing its name. Shin Hyuk poured all his strength into the sword. Jin Su, shocked, shouted, "Oh damn, I'm attacking." The vice principal, Meteor Demon, burst. Kim Man-dong crossed his arms to guard, thinking, from the name, it's clear, one of Master's two closest friends, the original master of this technique, was the legendary Heavenly Demon. "What?" The shout echoed through the mountains. Kong Shin Hyuk asked, "Master, your friend was really the Heavenly Demon?" His master began, "So there's a fake Heavenly Demon too? But how do you know him?" Shin Hyuk, puzzled, exclaimed, "Wow, your best friend is the Heavenly Demon?" Just reading any wuxia novel, everyone knows the leader of the demonic cult, or Heavenly Demon divine cult, a colossal force rivaling the righteous sects, splitting the martial world in two. Right? Even when my story was being published, the Heavenly Demon was a hot topic. Dark appearance, domineering martial arts, a character with all the elements to thrill readers. Recently, the Heavenly Demon's been crossing into fantasy worlds to hunt dragons, reincarnating in modern times as a crime lord, or opening a bakery after rebirth. Even if you haven't read the stories, you've probably heard the name. I don't remember clearly, but I must have seen it while researching old tales. Yu Riang mused. Well, he was quite famous in the martial world, but he never beat me once. Shin Hyuk pondered, fighting dragons, so he must be strong. But best friends with the Heavenly Demon? He asked suspiciously. Master, you said you had two best friends, right? Who's the other one? Yu Riang explained. Some guy named Zhang, Sanfeng or something, always rambling about Tai Chi, obsessed with wine, looking like a Taoist, doing nonsense, founding some sect called Wudong or Mudong. You know it? Shin Hyuk's face went blank, speechless. What? Zhang Sanfeng? Channeling energy into the sword, it absorbed it well, continuously gathering new energy. The sword formed a technique that tore through with overwhelming force. From the cracks caused by that collision, countless fragments of energy burst like meteors. Meteor Demon Annihilation Strike. They shouted together. From somewhere, a hand touched a glass-like barrier. The green-haired girl used all her strength. You, with only one barrier left, shouted, Please focus. Straining, you replied, Yes. She thought, terrified, My God, 3 barriers set for the supervisor, and 2 are broken? Not Teacher Young. Shin Hyuk isn't weak. Have I underestimated him all this time? A boy lay down, teasing, If I were still in the arena then, I'd be dead. Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, I don't know how you did it, but anyone can see that power's completely off. He gripped the sword tightly. Shin Hyuk, breathless, sweat pouring like rain, thought, I used all the energy I could channel into the sword. I can't use this move again, but as Master said, its destructive power in that moment was top tier. With this, high-level monsters would fall flat. Haha, how's that, Teacher Kong? Does that count as a direct hit? Except for that monster. The vice principal was scratched, his clothes no longer intact. Vice Principal Kim Man-dong was in a highly awkward situation. Their agreement was just one effective direct hit. Observing the honor duel from afar, he'd realized early, he's not an ordinary B-rank hunter. Kim Man-dong thought, but my blood's flowing? It's been years since this happened. I didn't expect such a powerful hit. The vice principal said, Teacher Kong, you exceeded my expectations. I couldn't imagine such a sword attack. Shin Hyuk whispered, as Master predicted, this fighting style couldn't exist in a world without martial arts. Kim Man-dong said softly, all right, as promised, the challenge debt is settled. Now how about a real match with me? From outside, voices called, oh, Vice Principal, letting it slide that easily? Look at your state. Are you denying that was an effective hit? The Vice Principal stammered, no, that's… Shin Hyuk leaned in, saying, what do you mean, no? You agreed to the judging terms earlier. He thought, haha, serves him right. I'm just a gambler betting everything on the first strike. I wasn't planning to continue anyway. Though it was one hit, the Vice Principal's shirt has 5 holes. No, 10 wouldn't be an exaggeration. Telling Master I hit 10 times meets the goal. The Vice Principal scratched his head, saying, I did say that, but I haven't done anything. And it ends like this, Shin Hyuk said. Did I beg you to yield the first strike? You offered it yourself, right? Kim Man-dong tried. Well, that's… Shin Hyuk called. If you've got nothing else to say, I'll call the referee. The vice principal replied. Teacher Kong, with so many students watching, don't you feel reluctant? The students clamored. Ugh, ours is the best. Swordsmanship's the future. TSK, exploiting students' admiration? So fake. Shin Hyuk acted reluctant. But I don't feel reluctant. At this point, no one will dare send challenge letters anymore. The goal's achieved, so let's end it. The vice principal said, with the direct hit proven, I win this match. Man-dong's eyes widened at the statement. Kim Man-dong said, right, a direct hit. If there's no direct hit, the match isn't over, right? At this moment, the vice principal radiated a brilliant golden aura. Shin Hyuk asked, what do you mean? Kim Man-dong replied, I acknowledge your strength, but I have a social status too. His body glowed with golden energy. Kim Man-dong smirked. The challenge is settled, so let's enjoy ourselves a bit. Where's this wind coming from? Shin Hyuk thought. Wait, stop. The crowd buzzed. Super regeneration is super regeneration. A young man chimed in. Didn't expect to see such a cheating skill in a spar. Kim Man-dong, as if nothing happened, said, I told you, it was a direct hit. Look, I'm standing here in scathe. The vice principal emphasized each word. Ah, Man-dong. That's the S-rank tyranny. Shin Hyuk thought, seems like the vice principal's ruining his own image. He said, the crowd's reaction isn't good. Are you serious, vice principal? The vice principal boldly said, of course. I'm getting interested in your strength. Let's continue. Shin Hyuk thought, this is ridiculous. In this situation, if I refuse, the challengers will look down on me. Holding the sword, his hands and feet trembled. My legs are shaking, my hands have no strength. Recalling opening the Ren and Du meridians and reaching master level, his body was recovering slightly, but that move, don't dream of using it again. Even one more aura hit, he could only manage once. Still, this is the right path, isn't it, master? He confessed, student gets 100 points, this can't be ignored. The vice principal charged, shouting, here I come. Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk looked worried, eyes wide. He struck at Kim Man-dong's position, as if it would shatter. Panicked, he thought. What? The arena's collapsing? Shin Hyuk looked around. Where's the vice principal? He dodged a strike quickly. The vice principal landed a heavy blow, gritting his teeth, shouting, damn it. Kim Man-dong, eyes red and terrifying, looked like an assassin, punching Shin Hyuk, making him spit blood and fall. Shin Hyuk thought, the arena collapsed? The scene shifts to an unfamiliar room. Kong Shin Hyuk groggily woke up, his feet on strange ground. He slowly opened his eyes, thinking, is this the infirmary? Touching his head, he mused, I thought I'd meet the king of hell again. I must have really passed out. Shin Hyuk, head aching, sank into thought. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he thought joyfully, this is great. The moment the vice principal charged from a blind spot, shattering the stage, I recalled Master's mad dog tactic, flesh-slicing, bone-breaking. I didn't use my sword to block that terrifying punch, but used my left hand to parry. An excruciating pain surged then. Though I channeled inner energy, my bones still shattered, with intense pain. I endured and swung my sword diagonally at the vice principal's left arm. It felt like scraping iron, not flesh. Just before his punch sent me crashing down, I clearly saw a small but distinct cut on his shoulder. Though the cut was tiny, less than an inch, he couldn't help but feel elated, thinking, he won't stubbornly claim that wound had no effect, right? I'll definitely demand that training exemption in person. Suddenly, someone approached, pulling the curtain aside, asking, oh, Teacher Kong, you're awake? He startled. Seo Hwa smiled, saying, you were out for about 4 hours. Luckily, you're awake. I'm the medical staff, Kim Seo Hwa. Shin Hyuk sat up, thinking, a medical teacher? She didn't appear in the original story. He replied, oh, thank you. Sorry for keeping you here. He gently shook his arm. Seo Hwa held him, saying, lie down. Your bones are completely shattered. Though healed with magic, it'll take about 2 hours for sensation to return, so rest more. Shin Hyuk thought, oh, this is the recovery I read about in books. Thought it was almighty, but it has inconveniences. Seo Hwa instructed, the vice principal specifically asked me to watch over you until you woke up. I'm in the dorms anyway, so don't worry. He smiled, replying, oh, I see. That old man. I mean, the vice principal. I'm fine now, you can head to the dorms. Surprisingly, she said, I don't want to. Shin Hyuk, shocked, said, huh? She sat down, starting to talk. Actually, my dad told me to go back by curfew, but I stayed on purpose. Then, winking, she said, I'm a bit interested in you, Teacher Kong. He was stunned, incredulous. Me? Teacher, what did you just say? Seo Hwa cut in. Oh, interested? He said, no, you said dad. I misheard, right? She quickly said, oh, that was a slip. Pretend you didn't hear it. No one at school knows. He instantly regretted, thinking, sorry for calling him an old man. Seo Hwa said, before today's match, I was already curious, but you were really cool. I never expected you to fight my dad like that. Shin Hyuk gave an awkward smile, replying, haha, but I passed out, so the vice principal probably won. She said, yes, that's the ruling. Looking at him, she added, but I don't think you lost. That initial attack was truly astonishing. Many probably think the same. He thought, she's more straightforward than I expected, unlike her dad. Seo Hwa picked up a bag, saying, and, teacher, look, these are from students while you were recovering. Shin Hyuk, surprised, took it. Letters? They read, teacher, though you lost, you fought great. Teacher Kong, when you're recovered, let's drink. He quickly recognized. This must be from. This is from Teacher Park? So handsome. Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, I believed in you. Thinking of Jin Soo's attitude, second semester will be a 0. Suddenly, a letter caught his eye. Shin Hyuk picked it from the pile, reading, thank you, teacher. Smiling, he recalled someone's silhouette. All right, this is enough. Seo Hwa smiled, saying so? You don't feel like you completely lost anymore, right? He replied, haha, true. Anyway, I hope they exempt me from training. She, surprised, asked, training exemption? Shin Hyuk said, actually, I accepted because I heard becoming an outstanding teacher with colonel rank gets you out of new teacher training. Seo Hwa laughed, replying, you've got a quirky side, huh? Why not try the training? It's called training, but it's pretty fun. Shin Hyuk said, since I'm from a non-hunter school, I figured going wouldn't be great. Even my first assignment involved an honor duel for similar reasons. Hearing this, she said, Teacher Kong, not all practical teachers here dislike you. I'm just in the infirmary, but I've been curious about you. Encouraging him, she added, look forward to next semester. No fool would turn their back on someone talented like you just because you're from a non-hunter school. He laughed, replying, Haha, you're even giving me therapy. Shin Hyuk said, let's be close from now on. I'll give you my number. Seo-wa replied, oh yes, friendship fee. I'll transfer monthly. He thought, though slightly worried since she's the vice principal's daughter, I've made a good friend. Thanks to this fantasy world's healing magic, I recovered in a day and can attend the closing ceremony safely. The next day, someone stood, announcing, the first semester's outstanding teacher is Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk of the swordsmanship class. He thought, luckily, that old man kept his promise, and I won the outstanding teacher title. Suddenly, someone raised an objection, saying, Vice Principal, I don't get it. Why is Teacher Kong, who didn't even win, the outstanding teacher? He knew immediately. Of course, some teachers objected. But the vice principal said, Teacher Choi, want to fight now? The teacher scratched his head, replying, oh, I get it. He brushed it off, saying, only Teacher Kong registered to fight, so no choice. Speaking of which, a strange change occurred. Suddenly, someone called, oh, Teacher Kong, congrats. Shin Hyuk replied, thanks. Some practical teachers started talking to him, just light morning greetings. Scratching his head, he said, sorry I didn't get to greet you this semester. Next semester, please help me out. He thought, miraculous. I didn't expect such an immediate change. On the stage, an announcement. Now, students. Finally, he wanted to add one thing. Smiling during the summer break, he thought. As I entered the classroom, the principal's speech continued. At the closing ceremony's end, On-suk asked, Teacher, we're gathering friends to go to the beach this break. Want to come? Minho's uncle has a guest house in Jeju. Come with us, teacher. Shin Hyuk declined, saying, I'm busy, On-suk. Have fun, kids. He thought, summer break, and I still have to see your faces? I have my own life. Jin-soo pouted, saying, come on, teacher, join us. A kid beside him covered Jin-soo's mouth, saying, gross, stop it. Shin Hyuk clapped, announcing, no way, I'm busy this break. Ceremony's over, go home, disperse. The class shouted, have a fun break, teacher. The sweet summer break earned after the battle with the vice principal. On his phone screen, a notification appeared. Kim Seo-wa. Teacher Kong, I've gathered enough members. He thought excitedly, all right, let's make a big, thrilling move. Now, he decided to start a side job. Investing in election-themed stocks, scraping every last penny, was quite successful. Still, the reason I'm considering side jobs during this miserable break is that my bank account feels like a bottomless pit. Kong Shin Hyuk was like a frog tossed mercilessly to the bottom. Damn it, the loan repayment for the investment was much larger than I thought. Reinvestment costs, master's food expenses, taxes, loan interest, debt repayment, and other costs. Most of the remaining money was reinvested into Lee Ji-sung's father's company, so I'm practically broke. Shin Hyuk thought, the goal was long-term investment, so doing it without debt was right. But now, I need to hustle side jobs to build capital for the next round. He opened his phone, replying to a message. Sure, what's a good day, teacher? He thought, but how do I make more money? Through the teleportation gate? Last night, after the fight with Kim Man-dong, while lying in the infirmary, he overheard other teachers' summer break plans through Kim Seo-wa. Seo-wa said, most practical teachers will take side jobs at the teleportation gates. Their salaries aren't small, but gate earnings are unmatched. Then she asked, Teacher Kong, you're a hunter too, so you must know. Shin Hyuk gave an awkward smile, replying, haha, I don't know much about it. I'm from a non-hunter school, so I'm basically just a porter. Surprised, she said, my gosh, treating someone as strong as you like a porter? If it were our group, we'd be scrambling to recruit you. He smiled, saying, just those words are thanks enough. Then, he pondered, trying something. Shin Hyuk suddenly realized, saying, teacher, could it be? Seo-wa laughed. Exactly, to warm up our friendship and explore the gates. How about it? He was about to ask, by the way, how's the pay? When she excitedly said, to the gates, let's go. Shin Hyuk thought, the bet with Kim Man-dong, I basically won. If I earn big from the gates and stock up on snacks, Master will love it. Speaking of which, experiencing the gates I read about in the novel is thrilling. What will the other team members be like? Team synergy matters. He thought, considering Kim's role, There'll likely be a reliable front line, since a tank to stall for the mage is essential. Shin Hyuk mused, by the way, if there's a bald, carefree guy, that'd be great. But when they met, it was a woman. She greeted, "Hi, I'm Hong Yi-seol, looking forward to working together." He blurted, "Bald, no, nice to meet you." Hong Yi-seol was surprised. Seo Hwa appeared, cheerfully introducing, "Yi-seol's my longtime friend and my dad's top disciple, a reliable teammate we've worked with for years." Hearing this, Hong Yi-seol whispered, "Seo Hwa, isn't your dad being the vice principal a secret?" She laughed, "It's fine. This is teacher Kong Shin Hyuk. He recently shone in a match against my dad." Hong Yi-seol raised a thumb, praising, "Oh, he landed a hit on Master? Let's talk details while we go." Seo Hwa asked, "Teacher Kong, where's your gear? I'll load it onto the car." He pointed to the sword in his hand. "Oh, I don't have separate luggage. Just this is enough." Hong Yi-seol, surprised, turned to Seo Hwa. "Is he really okay? No armor, just a sword?" Seo Hwa laughed. "He's fine, totally fine." "Still worried," she said. "No, but isn't that a bit much?" Shin Hyuk thought, "I heard that. I expected a muscular, rugged guy." He mused. Instead, a bigger monster appeared. Now a hunter, later a high school wrestling teacher. A-rank hunter Hong Yi-seol, Kim Man-dong's disciple. She's skilled, beating Lee Ji-sung all semester. Her final loss to him, and falling for him, left a deep impression. Hong Yi-seol spoke. "All right, today's schedule. Our destinations are a 4-person C-rank gate and a 4-person D-rank gate, 2 places." She continued, "Teacher Kong and Seo Hwa are B-rank, I'm A-rank, so we could enter a 4-person B-rank gate. But for safety during the break, we won't go above C-rank. From S-rank, the highest, to D-rank, the lowest, gates are divided into 5 levels. From what I've learned, even 1 rank difference makes a huge profit gap." Shin Hyuk, puzzled, asked, "I thought we'd go straight to a B-rank gate today?" She replied, "Absolutely not. 4-person gates aren't called that for nothing." Turning, she said, "Plus, with your gear, no way. We'll do C or D-rank gates. B-rank gates come later, maybe with a 3-person gate." Disappointed, he replied, "Guess it's hard to get the profit I hoped for." Seo Hwa laughed, "Too bad. With your skill, it should have been fine. Better listen to Yi-seol here." Hong Yi-seol thought, "This Kong Shin Hyuk's arrogant. Master must have held back in that fight. A B rank with no gear, chasing profits. People like him get into accidents and gates." She thought, "For safety education, I'll teach him a lesson." Speaking up, she said, "Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, seems profit matters a lot to you." With a hint of intent, she said, "How about this? Among the gates we're hitting, you clear the 4-person D-rank gate alone. If you succeed, you keep all the profits, and once your skill's proven, I'll consider a B-rank gate. What do you think?" Shin Hyuk, thrilled, said, "Really? If you're offering, I'm grateful." She was shocked, thinking, not a second's hesitation. Though D-rank is 2 levels below B-rank, so it seems easy, it's not a 4-person dungeon for nothing. Let's see him struggle and face the wall. Hong Yi-seol approached the guard, saying, "A-rank hunter Hong Yi-seol. Here's my ID." The guard checked, saying, "Identity confirmed, enter when ready." Then, the guard said, "The B-rank hunter will go first, we'll follow." Shin Hyuk stepped down, exhaling, "Phew." Observing ahead, it was the D-rank gate. He thought, "I don't know why, but I feel like once I step in, a legendary swordsman will be eating cup noodles." Hong Yi-seol got off, saying, "Time limit's 1 hour. If you don't finish, Seo Hwa and I will enter." Warming up, he replied, "Got it. I'm confident, so leave it to me." He thought, "Perfect, a great chance for someone like me with no monster fighting experience." This Hong Yi-seol's easier to talk to than in the novel. But Hong Yi-seol thought, why is he grinning so happily? What a fool. Seo Hwa approached, saying, "Teacher Kong, though it's D-rank, a 4-person single bond gate's pretty tough. You okay alone?" He gave a thumbs up. "I'm fine. See you in an hour." The first gate Lee Ji-sung crossed into as an ordinary student during training. Lee Ji-sung, with swordsmanship like mine, easily cleared a D-rank gate. Even the martial arts I started for the honor duel with Teacher Young reached master level unnoticed. I thought I was training just to protect myself, but somehow, I feel I'm drifting further from a peaceful life. Still, as Kong Shin Hyuk, swordsmanship instructor at the academy, I'm gradually adapting to this world. Opening his eyes, Shin Hyuk was stunned by the scene. Wow, I heard gates have boiling lava or deserts. He exclaimed, the scenery's amazing. He thought, so this is a common mountain type. Stepping in, he said, the blue border around the gate's the safe zone, right? Meaning, from here on, it's no surprise to be attacked anywhere. Sitting down, he said, mountain terrain, so probably no complex magic using monsters or dead, unnaturally persisting creatures. In novels, such terrains often have animal or mineral monsters. Channeling mana, he said, let's find the nearest ones first. Mana began spreading wider. He thought, if it's hard to locate enemies, sense all directions. Those with sharp senses can find you, but without posting notices or asking, there's no better way. Quickly, he detected signs of about 3 under a cliff in the forest at 11 o'clock. Holding his sword, Shin Hyuk stood. With Master, I was always chased. Today, I'm the hunter, so it feels thrillingly odd. He dashed to the spot, saying, let's go. In the 4-person D-rank gate, monsters quickly sensed an anomaly. They noticed him fast, and my first Hunter World experience was ruined the moment he stepped on the ground. He could see beasts flying above. Shin Hyuk said, adult-sized fast. He quickly identified. Climbed trees well, with annoying cries. He said, giant gorillas, right? The first hunt began. Giant gorillas, compared to monsters in other gate levels, are weaker, but their mana stone drop rate is significantly lower relative to their numbers, so hunters don't favor them much. Kong Shin Hyuk said, in the novel, their hides fetch a good price, but compared to the effort of catching these agile creatures, it's hardly worth it. They swiftly charged to attack him. Shin Hyuk calmly drew his sword, saying, of course, that effort only applies to ordinary hunters. Quickly, he took down the first one. Grinning, he said, each mana stone's worth 300,000 won. How much is all this? He laughed menacingly. Summer break's awesome. Fantastic. Suddenly, the gorillas seemed to sense approaching danger. Giant gorillas have relatively high intelligence. If they deem an opponent unbeatable, they climb trees and flee immediately. Their thick hides, usable for armor materials, combined with their speed, make pursuit difficult. Surely, ordinary D-rank hunters would struggle with this combination, but today, at the 4-person D-rank gate, a true hellscape unfolded. He kept swinging his sword, taking down one after another. Their hides are valuable. Cleanly skinning them should fetch a high price, right? I don't know the exact rate, but monopolizing a gate like this is quite lucrative. Shin Hyuk said. That said, directly facing monsters feels creepier than I read in the novel. Way more disgusting. Good thing I reviewed the Academy's audiovisual materials. Suddenly, monster blood splattered on his face. He instantly turned pale, retching. Ugh. His horrific gagging drew more beasts. Shin Hyuk gripped his sword, charging. There. Shouting, he lunged. The monsters, terrified, scattered, screaming. AAA. Covering his mouth to curb nausea, he said, God, the blood stench is real. It'll take time to get used to. Didn't expect the smell to be this bad or the visuals so grim. I need to adapt fast to hit the next gate. Suppressing his nausea, he chased the monsters. Shin Hyuk thought, wait, Hong Yi-seol, I'll be back soon. The guards outside sensed something. One checked his phone, saying, Corporal, the gate seems off. He asked, what's off? The guard said. It was clearly blue before lunch, but now it's almost purple. What nonsense. Purple means an A-rank gate. They went to check, exclaiming, damn it. Panicked, he asked, why say this now? How long's it been? The guard said, I just noticed. A hunter went in. What do we do? He said, all right, report to the company commander first. The other asked, what about the hunter inside? Shouldn't we check the safe zone? Panicked, he checked. How'd that kid get in there? If the safe zone's gone, he's dead. Then he said, we're not hunters. This is the best we can do. If it's really an A-rank gate, it needs at least 4 A-rank hunters. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. What the hell are you saying? Seo Hwa, agitated, yelled. We need to find Teacher Kong now. Yi-seol held her back. Calm down, Kim Seo Hwa. First, report to the hunter manager. Hwa, worried, said. Though rare, the gate turned A-rank. Even Teacher Kong can't handle an A-rank gate alone. Seol knew. How'd this happen? She said. Calm down first. I know the main reasons for gate rank changes. First, monsters inside eat each other and evolve. Except in special cases, the difficulty doesn't spike suddenly. Second, they evolve by eating hunters who entered. In this case, they're influenced by the eaten hunter's traits, creating an unprecedented entity. Seol thought. Mainly in the second case, the difficulty spikes significantly. Though I hate to admit it, Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk is probably. Hwa said, don't look at me like that. It's definitely monsters eating each other and evolving. Seol said, he's been in over an hour. I'm just being realistic. Blaming herself, she thought, my fault. I shouldn't have let him go alone. Talking about safety, yet I was careless in this emergency. She said, if we must go, Hwa, wait in the superhuman safe zone. I'll find Teacher Kong. I'm faster. Hwa said, Seol, thinking, if it were Master, he'd do this. She cautioned, if I go in and he's stubborn, I'll knock him out and drag him out. Promise if it's too bad, you'll retreat immediately. A guard approached, saying, hey, hunters, you've seen the gate state. You're really going in. Seol replied, we need to confirm his survival at least. Let us in. He said, it's too dangerous now. Another said, let them go. That's Hong Seol, Kim Man-dong's disciple. She'll manage something. Seol thought, worst case, Teacher Kang's already faced the boss monster. An A-rank gate's boss requires at least 4 A-rank hunters. Maybe a giant poison spider, giant centipede, or ancient snail. If we're really unlucky, an ogre, the forest's nightmare, might appear. Hwa prayed, Teacher Kong, please. She thought, please, just hunt near the entrance. Shin Hyuk, exhaling, said, phew, tracking monsters led me this deep. He said, I've taken down about 50, but no sign of completion? Is this a gate with a separate boss? Gates vanish after 12 hours when all monsters are cleared. The sky turning yellow signals completion. I sensed a massive aura, so I thought there's a boss. He thought, but no matter how I think, it's odd. A D-rank gate with a huge monster? Shocked, he said, why's an A-rank gate entity here? Then, the system announced, monster known as the forest's nightmare, ogre. When 3 A-rank hunters fight an ogre, 1 will surely die. With 4, 1 will be gravely injured. Thus, it requires at least 5 hunters. Shin Hyuk thought, I know. In the novel, the protagonist struggled against an ogre after a gate misassignment. That was a 2-headed ogre, only in S-rank gates. With 5 A-rank hunters, I might win, but the overwhelming pressure is different from fighting humans. Ogres are dangerous. The system displayed, the ogre's sturdy, elastic bones enable excellent mobility. Their tough skin, when struck with sword aura, only gets scratched. It swiftly attacked him. The ogre, a monster with a vastly different mana stone level. The system continued, we recommend. Shin Hyuk swallowed, seeing the ground cratered from the attack. The system added, attempt after fully mastering Aura Blade, or Sword Aura. Shin Hyuk thought, crazy, 1 punch did that to the ground? Another hit, and I'm in a hot spring. Slightly scared, he said, that said, it's trying to stop me. What kind of mana stone is this? The system, per Kong Shin Hyuk's memory, displayed. An ogre's mana stone is worth 10 million won. Hearing this, he drooled, hands trembling with his sword. 10 million. Heavenly demon swordsmanship. On Seol's side, she was running as fast as possible to find him. Yu Song, Shin Hyuk was thrilled, saying, stir the blood, exhilarating. Hong Seol kept running, sprinting as fast as she could, unaware of how far she'd gone from the safe zone. Upon entering the forest, she dashed at full speed. Scanning her surroundings, she immediately spotted giant gorilla corpses scattered everywhere. Looking at the path, she saw a long trail of blood. She silently speculated, the trail isn't just one spot, it forms a path. That means there was a chase between a hunter and monsters. Crouching, she touched something on the ground, guessing, this must be vomit. Worried, she imagined Shin Hyuk being chased to exhaustion by monsters. Is Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk in such a tough fight that he's vomiting? I shouldn't have let him go alone. We should have entered together from the start. standing amid the blood trail. She mused, no. If that's the case, there are too many oddities. Hong Seol visualized, the silhouettes of them pierced by slashes. In her mind, she analyzed, the first corpse I saw was like this, and every corpse found so far is in the same condition. Most had their heads cleanly severed, with perfectly smooth cuts. She calculated the information. Giant gorillas are the fastest at their level, with tough hides, flesh, and bones. Plus, they hunt in packs, so even I couldn't take them down one by one in a single strike. The more she thought, the more puzzled she became. That filthy sword, no matter how renowned, couldn't cut like that. Did he use an orc blade? How is this guy B rank? After circling her thoughts, Hong Seol considered the worst-case scenario. Wait. If so, this isn't a trail of being torn apart, but of being chased. Growing more confused, she pointed to her head, baffled. Why vomit? Without further thought, she stepped forward. A beast let out a ferocious roar. The sound was so loud that, from her position, she heard birds scatter in fright. Seeing the gorilla's cut marks, Hong Seol felt momentary relief. Terrified, she thought. Helplessness flashed through my mind. Hope lasted only a moment. Hearing the roar from the other side of the forest, she was certain Kong Shin Hyuk was dead. That roar instantly conjured an image of Shin Hyuk facing the A-rank monster, the worst, known as the forest's nightmare. She recalled former team members who entered here, ordinary hunters, just hearing that roar, would freeze and panic. Even if they regained composure and fled, the result's the same. Its massive hand grabs a fleeing hunter. The ogre's speed, crushing trees with giant steps, can easily catch a sprinting giant gorilla. Worried, Hong Seol crouched for momentum. No need to investigate further. Teacher Kang's death is confirmed. It must have sensed my presence. I need to leave fast. Suddenly, another shocking sound, like an explosion, echoed, no different from the roar, a boom? She feared. Ogres often roar without reason, even when not fighting. But if that roar signaled a battle's start, Hong Seol decided to turn back and find him. Teacher Kong might still be alive. Though she thought this, she initially fled in fear of the forest's nightmare, which 5 A-rank hunters must team up to defeat. If Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk's alive, even with me joining, the outcome won't change. I'm crazy. She headed straight toward the roar. Why am I running toward it? If I ran to the gate, I'd be safe by now. The magic circle appeared. Though there was a slim chance the ogre smelled her and approached, if Kim Seo-Hwa was waiting in the safe zone, she could survive. Hong Seol dreaded facing Seo-Hwa. If something bad happens, could I return and face Seo-Hwa after ignoring the chance to save Teacher Kong? Muttering to herself, circling her thoughts, she regained resolve and ran on. God, really? Talking about rationality and safety. Yet today, I'm a mess of contradictions. She shouted. Teacher Kong, it's Hong Seol. If you hear me, answer. She sprinted faster. Shocked to see him, she froze. Before her was a blazing sword, emitting blue light that illuminated her face. That's an auric blade. It was as if Kong Shin Hyuk wielded an auric blade. His eyes were blank, like a soulless figure in a translucent scene. His slashes burst forth, lighting up the sky, a breathtaking sight. The monster was nearly surrounded by slashes, unable to escape. Exhausted, blood splattered across its body. The ogre's outer skin, trading strong regeneration for extreme defense, was torn like wet tissue. Stunned, she thought, I thought I was mistaken. Even with Seo-Hwa's words, I wouldn't believe it, but it's undeniable. That's definitely an aura blade. From the thick dust, a voice emerged. Oh, Hong Seol, weren't you outside? Weird, I didn't think it took that long. Waving, he explained. To avoid misunderstanding, I hurried to not keep you waiting, but there was a boss. Hong Seol thought, what the hell? How's he so calm? Probing, she asked. Teacher, how'd you do it? He casually replied. Do what? Oh, the ogre. She clarified. No, forget the ogre, that meteor-like thing. Was it an aura blade? Sheathing his sword, Shin Hyuk said. Close, but not perfect. The ogre showed up, so I had to use it. Her face froze. Now I get why I wanted lower-rank gates. This guy, the gate turned A-rank. Pointing behind, he said excitedly, by the way, with an ogre, besides the mana stone, byproducts will fetch a high price. Wonder how much it'll be. Looking at the monster, Shin Hyuk paused, vomiting. She understood, so it's a weak stomach. Shin Hyuk groaned. Vomiting all day. Everything's yellow. Hong Yi-seol confirmed. It is yellow. That's the completion sign. Let's go out and call the cleanup team. He called. Hey, Hong Yi-seol, before we leave, wait a sec. Wiping vomit from his mouth, he proposed. If possible, could you take credit for killing the ogre? Shocked, she said. What? Why give me the credit you worked hard for? He explained. I don't like attention. Though it's a newly spawned entity and I'm under-equipped, a B rank like me killing an ogre will cause a stir. Seeing his innocent smile, Hong Yi-seol calculated. He knew exactly what he faced and in what state. Yet, instead of fleeing, he took on the ogre alone. She gave a faint smile. Hong Yi-seol admitted. The reckless one wasn't you, but me. Sorry for misjudging you based on first impressions. Extending her hand, she accepted. Your dislike of attention must have a reason, right? Whether the outside believes it or not, I'll take credit for the ogre. Expecting his reply, she said, I look forward to your help for the rest of the summer break. He stood stunned, his dirty, bug-covered hands extended. I look forward to your help too. Seeing his filthy hand, Hong Yi-seol hesitated, pulling back. She urged, let's settle up. Yes. The system displayed, a rank gate completed. The teleportation gate opened, and Seowa stepped out, gazing distantly toward the forest. She stood there, worried, clutching her staff. Suddenly, something startled her. Kang Shin Hyuk and Hong Yi-seol were approaching. Hey, Seowa. Seowa covered her mouth, as if holding back tears, a strange sight. She rushed to hug him. Not only did Kim Seowa cling tightly upon seeing him, but Hong Yi-seol kept apologizing, bowing repeatedly. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a foul stench. Seowa immediately backed away. Shin Hyuk looked at the two women, sighing. After their explanation, he understood. The gate had transformed, so they thought he was dead. It's surprising. If I were in their shoes, would I think the same? Seeing them run toward me. Even after hearing the ogre's roar, I didn't expect such loyalty. He spoke up. Sorry for worrying you all. Thanks for coming here. Seowa wiped her tears, replying, Thank goodness you're safe. On the mountaintop, it was just the three of them. Hong Yi-seol asked, By the way, Teacher Kong, do you know any cleanup units? What do we do with the corpses? Shin Hyuk dodged. Hong Yi-seol, please use your contacts, since it's been a while since I hunted. After some discussion, he stepped out of the gate. Emerging, Shin Hyuk praised. Fresh, hassle-free air. Looking at everyone, he noted, strange, it's different from the air inside the gate. He suddenly wondered, what? Why's everyone like this? A soldier approached, asking, Are you Hunter Kong Shin Hyuk, B-rank? Shin Hyuk confirmed, Yes, that's me. What's this about? The soldier saluted, reporting, We received a report that a D-rank gate turned into an A-rank gate. We got a support request from the Hunter Management Bureau and came from the nearest unit. Assessing the situation, he asked, We heard two other hunters went in for rescue. Why are you alone? Are you the only survivor? Now, Shin Hyuk realized, no wonder so many people gathered. They must think we were all wiped out in the transformed gate. He reported, Everyone's safe. The gate's been completed. The soldier, shocked, said, An A-rank gate completed? As he laughed and talked, a bloodied monster head emerged from the gate. That's right. Would I lie to you soldiers? The soldier spun around, warning, It's an ogre. All units, prepare to fire. The bloody head suddenly spoke. Everyone, calm down. Everyone froze. Hong Yi-seol stepped out right after. She clarified, It's me, Hunter Hong Yi-seol, A-rank. All three team members are safe. The two struggled to drag the monster through the gate. Teacher Kong, it's stuck. Should we cut it? Oh, I'll push it back in and cut it. The soldier, still dazed, thought, an ogre. Not four, but three people. How'd they kill it? The two guards were equally shocked. Wow, Corporal Kim, what's that monster? It's huge. He replied, You saw it in training. That's an ogre. I never thought I'd see an ogre corpse in my life. It's massive. Watching Shin Hyuk drag the monster out, he marveled. Isn't an ogre something 5 A-rank hunters are needed to kill? I heard that. As expected, Kim Man-dong's disciple is on another level. They looked at him, whispering, I saw him come out first, so I thought he caught it. That scholarly look, that smug face. You need to learn to read people. The guards discussed. How was the monster killed? Even looking at the ogre's corpse, you can tell he's a swordsman. How can a sword make wounds like that? Ugh, he didn't do nothing though. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk felt relieved. Good thing they believe Hong Yi-seol did it based on the wounds. I did cut it, but without heavenly demon swordsmanship, it'd have been tough. Looking at Hong Yi-seol negotiating, he thought, that company calling. Is it one she's worked with before? Wonder how much they'll pay. Nearby, the man rubbed his chin, admiring. Hey, Hong Yi-seol, how'd you do it? This is the first time I've seen a giant gorilla in such good condition, and definitely Kim Man-dong's disciple. It's also the first time I've seen an ogre this tattered. Hong Yi-seol gave a wry smile, brushing it off, asking, it just happened. So, uncle, how much can you pay? Hearing the price, Shin Hyuk's jaw dropped. Oh, the giant gorillas are in good condition and numerous, so 16 million. He repeated, 16 million? Hong Yi-seol accepted, adding, not bad. What about the rest? The man scratched his head, reluctant. The ogre's bones are fine, but the hide's too damaged. This, he decided, hard to use much. So, 13 million, not counting the man of stone. How's that? Hong Yi-seol, disappointed, asked Shin Hyuk. Ugh, the price is a bit low. Teacher Kong, what do you think? Shin Hyuk, overjoyed to tears, couldn't speak. Teacher Kong. His hands shook. 13 million. 13 million, really? Tears fell as he thought. With the man of stone, how much is that total? He shouted, ecstatic, 40 million won. The man, confused, sighed. What a weird guy. Hong Yi-seol caught it, and he's this happy. She laughed, brushing it off. I have my reasons. Uncle, transfer the money to his account. Wiping himself, Shin Hyuk recalled past days. I made hundreds of millions scraping stocks, but this is explosive. Just one corpse for 40 million. If not for Li Young, I'd quit teaching to hunt. Soon, COWA saw the money sent. Payment was instant, with tax exemptions for hunter school teachers. Missing their schedule due to the gate change, each got 10% of the earnings. Hong Yi-seol and COWA hesitated. Teacher Kong, you really don't have to. Yeah, I didn't do anything. Shin Hyuk explained, hearing what happened outside the gate. I feel uneasy. I'm sorry for worrying you. And this is thanks for coming to the gate. Please accept it. COWA, uneasy, said. This makes us feel awkward. He changed the topic. We're not just meeting today. Is our group done? Flustered, she waved. No. The summer break's long. We'll keep going. After that, he saluted cheerfully. Exactly, so don't worry too much. I look forward to your help moving forward. Hong Yi-seol, stunned, blushed slightly. At lunch, she was dazed until someone called, Hong Yi-seol. COWA, eating and waving, asked, you okay? Since Teacher Kong left, you've been off. At home, I didn't say anything, and you seemed uninterested in eating. Hong Yi-seol sighed, clarifying, it's nothing. Today, I only transported the corpse and drove. Thanks to Teacher Kong, I did nothing and earned 4 million. Hesitating, she said, honestly, I still feel awkward, wondering if I should return it. COWA said, for millions not much for an A-rank hunter like you. Is that really why you're out of it all day? As if enlightened, Hong Yi-seol's eyes lit up. Recalling what she witnessed, she analyzed. That terrifying aura blade crushed the ogre in one strike. A technique no hunter has shown. After pondering, she told COWA, for me, whose growth slowed after reaching A rank, Teacher Kong might be the key to getting stronger. Suddenly, someone approached, agreeing, that makes sense. Kim Man-dong, in a pink apron, stepped forward. Seeing him, she called, Master. He asked, heard you hunted with COWA today? I heard about the gate transformation. Setting down a bowl, Kim Man-dong clarified. Though you're my disciple, you don't have the strength to kill an ogre alone. If anyone could, it's Teacher Kong, who landed an effective hit on me. He's the most capable. Hong Yi-seol, unhesitating, admitted, yes. He's a B-rank hunter, but unless you see it, no one would believe it. Teacher Kong seems to want his strength hidden. She added, by the way, last time, you mentioned an open position at the school, right? Kim Man-dong, puzzled, said, yeah, the spear technique position. Unfazed, she said casually. Teaching kids, no big deal. A bit of practice will do. Recalling the past, he scolded. When I told you to do it, you didn't react. That's hurtful. Hong Yi-seol, resolute, stabbed her meat. Master, it's fun. Why say that? My contract's about to end anyway. Biting the meat, excited, she said, from next semester, I'll teach spear technique. I look forward to your support, master. At the same time, on a snowy mountain, Kang Shin-hyuk sought his master to report his victory. Excitedly, he blurted out, There, I even cut off the left arm of that monster. Before I passed out, I saw it clearly. It was really injured. Dejected, he waved his hand, pouting. Hey, master, are you even listening? His master replied distractedly, continuing to eat. I'm listening. I'm eating. Shin-hyuk looked at him helplessly, silent, assessing. He's laughing, isn't he? Such a shy old man. After hearing the story, Yu Riang commented, using an ultimate technique on a mere creature? That monster didn't want to lose either. Eagerly, Shin-hyuk asked, hoping for the desired response. So, does this make me a 100-point disciple? His master only said, 90 points. Shin-hyuk wondered, why? Too arrogant. Hearing this, he bowed deeply, touching the ground, grateful. Anyway, thanks to master's help, I overcame danger smoothly. I used it effectively to defeat the monster before coming here. Finishing his meal, Yu Riang sighed, scolding. You brat, if you're grateful, buy me a plate of dompa pork to eat. Shin-hyuk quickly replied. Oh, I didn't come empty-handed. Opening his bag, he said, I meant to give this before fighting the monster, but this is a gift for you, master. Please accept it. Colorful books lay on the ground. Confused, Yu Riang asked, what are these books? Shin-hyuk explained, these are language textbooks used in the outside world. Recalling his master's words, he added, Master, you said you wanted to know how the world beyond this snowy region has changed. Holding a large device, curious, Yu Riang said, You brat, how do you think of this? What's this book? Why is it so big and heavy? Shin-hyuk activated it, clarifying, This? You open it like this, look. Seeing the glowing screen, Yu Riang was stunned. What the hell is this? Music videos appeared on the screen. Clicking one, a trending female singer danced and sang. Yu Riang grabbed the device, shocked. There's a person in the book? Shin-hyuk calmed him. Please relax, master. This is how human images are recorded. Examining it, Yu Riang lectured. No matter how you signal, I won't get it. The laptop screen kept playing the video. Seeing Yu Riang's interest, Shin-hyuk explained. This is the most famous idol group now. Think of them as dancers from a corner of the outside world. Shin-hyuk smiled softly, indulging Yu Riang. He'd spent a long time in solitude. Though he claimed to be used to living alone, Shin-hyuk pictured him trudging through snow, resolute. But no one truly gets used to that. The time past must have been a fierce battle with loneliness. Yu Riang remarked. So this is the outside world? It's changed so much. Shin-hyuk smiled, agreeing. Yes, exactly. Technology and culture. Before finishing, Yu Riang criticized, pathetic. Shaking his head, he said, even famous dancers can't afford decent clothes? The world's gone rotten. Shin-hyuk corrected. No, that's how it is. Trying to explain, he said, Master, it's not what you think. Yu Riang smiled warmly. I'm old. Seeing this magical book and sesame noodles, I get it. Crossing his arms, he asked, Disciple, the outside world's developed splendidly, hasn't it? Shin-hyuk scratched his head, replying, Yes. Well, except for rampant gates causing chaos. Casually, he added, By the way, I'll be busy tomorrow. Today, I need to teach you how to use the laptop, then go. Yu Riang eyed him suspiciously. Training needs rest. Doesn't sound like you. Shin-hyuk shrugged. Master said the best training is real combat. This disciple will go out, wipe out monsters thoroughly, and return. They sat by a rock. Shin-hyuk began. Look, this circle is called a mouse. Move it, and the white thing here. He explained its functions endlessly. Yu Riang, unbothered, looked at him, sighing helplessly. The next morning, Hong Yi-seol and Seo-wa were waiting. Teacher Kong, over here. Meeting them, Shin-hyuk greeted, Good morning. Both women asked, Have you two eaten breakfast? He answered honestly. Yes, with Siwa. What about you, Teacher Kong? The three stood, chatting. I ate too. You two ate together, must have met early. I slept at home last night. Let's take my car today. The car rolled forward. Shin Hyuk noticed a bag behind the seat, curious. I haven't seen this in the back. What's this? Hong E-seol replied. Oh, that's an armored spear. I'm trying a spear today. Puzzled, he repeated, spear? Thinking what? The story didn't say Hong E-seol used spears as a hunter. Her special skill was hand-to-hand combat. Why a spear now? Siwa explained. The spear technique teacher position at our school is vacant. Her words hit Shin Hyuk like a punch, applying for it. Recalling the yellow pants, bright smile, and someone's silhouette, he wondered, spear technique. Teacher Young's position after quitting from losing to me? But not hand-to-hand, spear technique? Worried. He thought the worst, the plots changed. Anxiously, he mused, did I mess up? I didn't tell her to use a spear. Without overthinking, he asked, Hey, Hong E-seol, why the sudden decision? Glancing at his goofy expression in the rearview mirror, she said, well, explaining the benefits. I think school life's not bad. Summer break rest and a salary. Shin Hyuk, fuming, clenched his fists, cursing inwardly, what the hell? One gate run earns how much? She's spoiled rotten. Deciding, he thought, I must stop her. Not just any side character. Hong E-seol. Changing the setup is a disaster. He advised, spears seem tough. If it's not your specialty, isn't it hard? She replied, spear-using hunters have a slight edge in the exam, but the school's spear technique isn't too hard, so it'll be fine. Siwa, expectant, asked, the teacher hiring exam's not easy. Hong E-seol, aren't you oversimplifying? Hong E-seol brushed it off. I've got A-rank hunter bonus points, no big deal. Her next words eased his tension. It's just temporary for this semester. Temporary? Temporary teacher? He quickly asked. Hong E-seol, you mean temporary teacher? She confirmed. Yeah, I'm teaching one semester to try it out. Clearing his doubts, she said, if I like teaching, I'll reapply and switch to hand-to-hand combat. Oh, I see. Man, that scared me. Siwa suggested. Today's assigned gate has carnivorous monsters. We'll arrive around lunch. Let's eat first. Excited, curious about the meal, he said. Sure. What's the menu? I brought lunchboxes. I prepared some separately. Embarrassed, he said. Oh, if you made lunchboxes, you should have told me to bring one. Thinking, no convenience stores in the mountains. I didn't prepare anything. Siwa tilted her head, kindly correcting. Huh? I made one for you too, Teacher Kong. Want anything else? Blushing, he said. You made one for me? I didn't expect a lunchbox from someone else. Recalling a lonely memory from school field trips, with just a few $1,000 left by his parents, he'd been grateful. Naively, he shared, I thought you only prepared for yourselves. Siwa smiled, teasing. Oh, come on, we're not excluding you. Curious, she asked, do we seem that cold? That's harsh. He denied. No, not at all. Living till now, this is a touching day. The car sped on, blending with their conversation. The map shows a park. We've got a mat in the car. Let's eat there. Sure, anywhere's fine. Soon, the lunchboxes were ready. He happily ate his. Actually, she'd accidentally dumped a ton of salt in his. One bite, and his face paled. Siwa offered Hong E-seol a taste, but she dodged in fear. After eating the awful meal, they wanted to throttle her, but Siwa smiled, undeterred. Monsters with menacing eyes appeared, but the two dispatched them easily. Siwa stood outside, cheering. Punching a monster, Shin Hyuk resolved firmly. From now on, I'll buy food instead of preparing it. Hong E-seol shouted, warning. Teacher Kong now. He recounted. After that, my group, Kim Siwa and Hong E-seol, kept supporting me for days. Shielding himself, dodging blood and strong attacks, they tackled famous B-rank gates nationwide. Everyone emerged in high spirits. As they synergized well in many aspects, except food, Siwa's phone suddenly rang, catching her attention. Who's calling now? Answering, she asked. Oh, uncle, what's up? Hong E-seol shouted, startling the others. A whole week? I've got time, but yes. She vaguely repeated the caller's words. An A-rank gate? Emergency situation? If needed, Seo can support the rear. Before finishing, something caught Hong Seol's attention. I need to check the others' schedules too. Shin Hyuk stood, shining like a god, flashing an okay with a smiling face, signaling it was fine. Thinking to himself, I'm about to face a major turning point in my second life. All right then, uncle, I'll get back to you once I sort out my schedule. As soon as Seol hung up, Shin Hyuk spun around, his eyes gleaming like headlights. Miss Seol, what's going on? I overheard something about an A-rank gate. If you need my help, just say the word. I'm always ready to throw myself into the fray for my teammates. Hearing Shin Hyuk's question, Seol smiled, her eyes sparkling as if she'd found a reliable ally. With Teacher Kong here, it's like a tiger sprouting wings. But this time, the issue's a bit tricky. Both time and distance are no joke. Shin Hyuk furrowed his brow, curious as a kitten. Time and distance? Sounds serious. What's the deal? Seo, standing nearby with the calm demeanor of a mountain, spoke up to explain. Let me fill you in. Seol's uncle is actually the guild master of Harang, all the way in Jeju. Shin Hyuk's eyes widened, instantly picturing lush beaches and a cool coconut drink. Jeju? What kind of drama is the guild dealing with to need a rescue team? Seol sighed, her voice tinged with worry. Yeah, apparently the guild got hit with an A-rank gate. A ton of hunters got injured, and now they're short on manpower, like a desert running out of water. My uncle asked us to come help for a week. Don't worry, flights, lodging, and transport are all covered. Shin Hyuk nodded, his eyes lighting up as if he'd just heard about a free vacation. Even if it wasn't covered, I'd still volunteer to help. Is Teacher Kim coming too, right? Seo immediately thumped his chest, brimming with enthusiasm. Of course. Magic, cooking, whatever, leave it to me. Let's eat out in style, no need to cook. Thanks, teacher. I'll treat you to a proper meal as soon as we land in Jeju. Seol chimed in, her tone playful. No need for that. Dad's cooking is more than enough. Seo burst into a grin as if he'd just won the lottery. So, Teacher Kong, shall we head out early the day after tomorrow? Seo suggested, his voice buzzing with excitement. Shin Hyuk nodded enthusiastically. Sounds good. One day to rest, then we're off. Oh, now that I think about it, some of my students mentioned they're going to Jeju too. It's not exactly a vacation, but we probably won't be hunting monsters all day, right? He grinned, imagining working while sneaking in some beach time. Running into those swordsmanship kids, by chance, could be fun. Shin Hyuk muttered, mentally checking his packing list like he was heading to a supermarket. T-shirts, check. Socks, underwear, done. Phone charger, skincare, all set. I guess I don't need to bring a towel. Hotels provide those, right? Suddenly, he glanced at his master's sword and froze. Wait, bringing this on a plane might get me stopped. In Shin Hyuk's memory, no one had ever managed to sneak a weapon past the razor-sharp eyes of airport staff. Just then, his phone rang. It was Seora. Shin Hyuk lit up like he'd struck gold. Perfect timing. Gotta ask her about this. As soon as he picked up, Seora's cheerful voice chirped through. Wow, you answered fast. That's rare. I'm off duty at the teleportation gate today, so ask me anything. Shin Hyuk got straight to the point. Hey, Seora, can I bring a sword on a plane? Seora practically shouted, as if he'd just suggested something earth-shattering. Are you crazy? A sword on a plane? Flash your hunter ID. They'll let you check it as luggage. Then her tone shifted, more serious. By the way, I called about this too. Your hunter ID is about to expire, you know that? I checked, and it's nearing the renewal date. Get it renewed soon, or you won't be able to teach next term. Shin Hyuk's jaw dropped. Seriously? It's not even been a month. How do you know this stuff? Seora chuckled. A few days ago, I got a routine call from Antaz. They mentioned you, so I knew. Shin Hyuk flinched, feeling like he'd been called out in class. Mention me? I thought I was done with Antaz. Seora laughed, her tone teasing. Oh, come on. You've got a legendary track record. Your childhood crush video, that duel with the vice principal the other day. You think Antaz would forget you that easily? Shin Hyuk was floored. But the childhood crush video was taken down ages ago to protect the kids, and no one recorded the duel. Seora burst out laughing. You think you can hide the sky with your hand? Even without videos, the students' posts online are everywhere. Though most people think you're just a B-rank hunter using Aura Blade, so it hasn't blown up too much. Shin Hyuk pressed. So why did Antaz bring me up? Seora explained. They acknowledge your skills, obviously. Antaz is short on people right now, so they're eyeing you again. They even told me to cozy up to you, chat a bit, and try to pull you back. Shin Hyuk burst out laughing. Haha, so they're telling you to use your charm on me? Seora replied coolly. Not exactly, just testing the waters. I brushed them off politely. After that, they probably won't bother you again. Shin Hyuk, curious and a bit wary, asked, what excuse did you give to dodge them? Seora hesitated, as if caught sneaking a snack. Oh well. Shin Hyuk urged her. Come on, spill it. Seora stammered, clearly flustered. Well, I said you showed up with a whip, made me take a few lashes, and snuck into my room at night to sniff my socks. Shin Hyuk nearly dropped his phone, his face turning green. Seora, what kind of wild story is that? She quickly reassured him. Relax, they shut up real quick after that. No one dared ask more. Shin Hyuk bit his lip, trying to stay calm, but a storm was brewing inside. Thanks, now I'm a living legend. The scene shifted to departure day at Jeju's bustling airport, as lively as a festival market. Shin Hyuk, Lee Seol, and Seo-Hwa landed safely, their eyes wide at the crowded scene. Wow, it's packed. Must be peak vacation season. Lee Seol smiled. Just endure it for a few days. The injured hunters will be back soon, and then we'll get a break. Shin Hyuk nodded and asked, we're heading to Harang's base first, right? Seo-Hwa scanned the area and confirmed. Yup, my cousin said she'd meet us at Gate 4. Just then, a shout rang out like thunder. Sis, over here. A tanned, energetic girl appeared like a whirlwind. Hong Yi Seol, a B-rank hunter from Harang. Sis, it's been forever. I missed you so much. Seo-Hwa grinned, delighted. I missed you too, kiddo. Watching the sisters reunite, Shin Hyuk and Lee Seol stood frozen, eyes wide as coins. Shin Hyuk whispered to Lee Seol. She's closer to Seo-Hwa than to you, huh? Lee Seol giggled and pulled him forward to introduce. Let me introduce you. This is Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, currently teaching at the Hunter Academy. Shin Hyuk greeted politely. Hi, I'm Kong Shin Hyuk. Hong Yi Seol bowed respectfully, but her eyes sparkled. Oh my gosh, you're so handsome. I thought you were some random guy, not a teacher. Shin Hyuk gave a wry smile, thinking, man, she's dazzling. The group chatted as they headed to Harang's headquarters. Hong Yi Seol recounted the situation with dramatic flair, like narrating an action movie. Last week, our guild got hit with an A-rank spatial gate. A team of 10 went in and ran straight into 3 fully grown monsters. We won, but at the cost of 1 life. The Vice Guild Master and most of the team were badly injured. Some are so shaken they're talking about retiring. Shin Hyuk shivered, thinking, healing physical wounds is one thing, but mending mental scars is a whole different challenge. Arriving at an impressive building, Shin Hyuk marveled. Whoa, this whole place belongs to Harang. Hong Yi Seol shook her head, grinning. Nah, we just use floors 7 to 10. Just then, a tall man with a beach vibe swagger stepped out, his voice booming. My favorite niece is here. Hong Yi Seol teased back. Uncle Jong's sick, you doing okay? Not planning to retire early, are you? Guildmaster Jong Sik laughed heartily and glanced at Seo-Hwa. It's been a while. Is Man Dong doing all right? Seo-Hwa nodded. Yes, my dad sends his apologies for not coming. Jong Sik slapped Shin Hyuk's shoulder, beaming. And this fine gentleman must be Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk? Great to meet you. Come inside, let's talk. Shin Hyuk thought to himself. Wow, that youthful energy must run in the family. In the meeting room, Jong Sik got straight to the point. I'm sure Hong Yi Seol filled you in on the way. In short, this gate is B rank, meant for a team of 7. Normally, Harang would bring extra people for safety, but we're short-staffed, so the team's only 5. Lee Seol said confidently. No problem. That's enough. She turned to Shin Hyuk. What do you think, Teacher Kong? He replied calmly. 5 feels a bit much. Based on our recent teamwork, 3 should be enough for a B-rank gate. More people just means splitting the reward thinner, right? Jong Sik's eyes widened, sharp as a blade. Too many. Shin Hyuk whispered to Lee Seol. A B-rank gate? 3 of us can handle it. No need for extras. Hearing this, Zhang Six scratched his head, his tone dropping. You're pretty confident, Teacher Kong. That's good. What guild were you with before teaching? Shin Hyuk answered honestly. I was with Jita, a B-rank guild. Zhang Six's face darkened. Teacher Kong, Harang's B-rank hunters are highly organized. If a gate calls for 7 people, there's a reason. My daughter, my niece, and her friends are on this team. And you want to cut numbers? That won't do. Hong Yi Seol panicked, thinking, oh no, Uncle's temper is flaring. Teacher Kang's in trouble. Zhang Six's voice turned icy. I thought my niece brought a talented guy, but you're a bit cocky. Think you're hot stuff because you're on a Jeju trip with pretty ladies? Come on, I'll help you snap out of it. Shin Hyuk swallowed hard, realizing he'd just lit the fuse for a storm. Hong Yi Seol suddenly shouted, her voice booming like thunder. Uncle, they came all the way here to help. What's with that attitude? Old man Zhang Six sighed, lowering his tone, his eyes glaring as if to say this kid's got some nerve. Seol, stay put and don't go jumping around like that. This isn't a joke. It's about the survival of both our teams. If you're bringing someone to help, at least pick someone competent. Bringing a loudmouth like this is like disrespecting the whole team. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk didn't say a word. Instead, he unleashed his aura blade, a flash of light so intense it seemed to burn through Zhang Six's brain and face. Seeing Shin Hyuk's display of power, Zhang Six froze, speechless, thinking to himself, Aura Sword? No, wait, that's Aura Blade. This was the same power Shin Hyuk had shown in his duel with Kim Man-dong, where his Aura Blade-enhanced sword was still rough and erratic. But after days of relentlessly tackling B-rank gates, Shin Hyuk had mastered its control, wielding it as smoothly as butter gliding over warm bread. Real combat really is the best training. Master was never wrong. Shin Hyuk muttered, a smug look on his face. Zhang Six's expression twisted, and he hurriedly spoke, his voice trembling as if he'd been slapped hard. Teacher Kong, didn't you say you're only B-rank? How are you pulling off an aura blade like that? Shin Hyuk shrugged casually. Oh, I just picked it up during training. Honestly, it's still a work in progress, just dabbling. Zhang Six flipped his attitude faster than a pancake on a griddle, quickly backtracking. All right, no more joking. My apologies, Teacher Kong. If I was careless with my words, it's only because the 3 of us have worked together for so long and we're worried about the team's safety. In his head, Shin Hyuk thought, safety, huh? We're just worried about losing face. With gates popping up more frequently and the hunter force dwindling, every capable person was worth their weight in gold. If someone could make the team stronger with fewer members, that was something to celebrate. Seo Hua, beaming like she'd just tasted a delicious dish, chimed in. Uncle, give Teacher Kong a chance. He recently took down 3 of my cousins in a one-on-one duel. Shin Hyuk waved his hands, laughing awkwardly. Miss Kim, that wasn't exactly a win. The vice principal went easy on me. Seo Hua grinned brightly, her eyes sparkling. Oh, come on. Easy or not, you still won fair and square. At this, Zhang Six jolted as if recalling a sizzling rumor. He stammered. Wait. You're the one who fought Kim Man-dong one-on-one and landed a hit on him. Hong Yi Seol nodded, smiling like a blooming flower. Yup, uncle. I was just as shocked as you at first. Should have warned you to brace yourself. Zhang Six's jaw dropped, his eyes wide. Unbelievable. This kind of skill, and still only B-rank? Is there a special reason? Shin Hyuk scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. Nah, nothing big. I just haven't met the requirements to rank up yet. To hit A rank, you need to clear over 100 B rank gates domestically. Unfortunately, I've mostly worked abroad, so those don't count. I only renewed my license this year. Ranking up will have to wait till next year. Hearing this, Zhang Six clicked his tongue, his voice full of admiration. Man, you're a diamond in the rough. But Teacher Kong, let's clear up any misunderstandings. When you're eligible, you have to take the rank up evaluation. Shin Hyuk nodded, grinning. Thanks for understanding. But uncle, you're still not convinced, are you? Even if my stamina's top-notch, real combat in a gate is a whole different beast. Zhang Six stood firm, his voice resolute. I'm assigning 2 hunters to support you, specialists in terrain and support roles. No more negotiations. Seol jumped with joy, like she'd just won a prize. Got it. Thank you, uncle. Shin Hyuk looked at the old man, thinking, he's a guild master for a reason. Cool on the surface, but calculating underneath. Not only did he spot the team's weakness, but he also reinforced it smartly. He says the three of us work well together, but really, it's just Seowa casting spells, Hong Yi-seol wielding her spear, and me swinging my sword to clear everything. This time, the swordswoman Hong Yi-seol was joining too. Shin Hyuk, curious, asked, "So, who are the two hunters uncles sending?" Hong Yi-seol introduced them eagerly. "This is Han Huang-ho and Li Ji-hai, both B rank, from Harang's team. They're the best in our support crew." Han Huang-ho nodded with a confident smile. "Looking forward to working with you. I specialize in fire magic." Li Ji-hai thumped her chest proudly. "And I'm a sharpshooter. Never miss my mark. Terrain in Harang's gates? Leave it to me." Han Huang-ho added, brimming with excitement. "I've also got magic detection skills. Can spot danger in a split second." Looking at the lineup, Shin Hyuk nodded, impressed, thinking, the guild master's got a sharp eye for team building. The team was heavy on melee, so he'd added a long-range DPS. That's some smart organization. Shin Hyuk announced boldly. "All right, everyone, let's get ready to head in. Today's just about getting used to basic teamwork." The team shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Inside the gate was a gloomy cave, the air chilling like a horror movie set. Han Huang-ho warned, "The terrain here's rough, visibility's low, and there are plenty of blind spots. The monsters are red big mice, super tough, which is why this gate's been delayed until now." Shin Hyuk nodded. "Got it. Let's do a light 2-hour recon today, sound good?" The team agreed. 2 hours? That's light enough. But Han Huang-ho thought, light my foot. At first, hearing about cutting team members, he thought they'd brought in an arrogant fool. But Shin Hyuk was oddly normal. Li Ji-hai cautioned, "We've left the safe zone. Everyone, stay sharp." Just then, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared behind her. She raised her bow, but before she could shoot, a shadow flashed by. Shin Hyuk. With a masterful swing, he sliced the red big mouse in half, blood spraying like a fountain. Li Ji-hai froze, staring at the bisected mouse. Shin Hyuk asked casually, "This is a red big mouse? Doesn't look like what I imagined." Hong Yi-seol, curious, asked, "What did you think it'd be like?" Shin Hyuk scratched his chin. "You know, just a regular mouse, but bigger. It's called Big Mouse, right?" The team burst out laughing, and Hong Yi-seol teased, "Teacher Kong, good thing you're not a novelist. You'd cause a riot." Shin Hyuk protested, "What's wrong with my imagination?" Li Ji-hai was still in shock, thinking, what was that? He sensed the red big mouse, without mana, faster than my B-rank detection skill. Seowa approached, curious. "Teacher Kong, how's the gate feel?" "Lots of monsters." Shin Hyuk replied, "It's a gate for a 10-person team, and monster traces are pretty dense." His answer made Han Huang-ho and Li Ji-hai gape. "He's got detection skills too?" Shin Hyuk grinned confidently. "Let's just say I do. Don't worry, I'll support and protect everyone." The two newcomers exchanged glances, thinking, protect us? That sounds backward, but he's legit. 2 hours later, the team was exhausted. Han Huang-ho panted, "My gosh, how deep are they going?" 2 hours, and we cleared the whole gate. Li Ji-hai groaned. "Hong Yi-seol, is this guy really just B rank?" Hong Yi-seol giggled. "Yup, but I'm not entirely sure myself. The guild's sisters brought him here." Han Huang-ho paled. "Wait, Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk? I sent him a challenge letter once. Thank goodness I didn't die." Hong Yi-seol clutched her face. "With a gate like this, we'll probably rake in at least 600. But we barely contributed. Might go home empty-handed." Li Ji-hai sighed, dejected. But then Shin Hyuk grinned brightly. "Split it evenly." The team froze, exclaiming in unison, "What?" Li Ji-hai, embarrassed, said, "Teacher Kong, we didn't do anything." Shin Hyuk replied casually, "Today's a special day. I might have shown off a bit to put you at ease, so don't worry about it. Without you all, I wouldn't even qualify to enter the gate. Trusting a stranger like me deserves some gratitude." The team was dazzled by Shin Hyuk's saintly aura. Han Huang-ho, moved to tears, stammered, You. Shin Hyuk panicked. "Whoa, stay back." And so, a new team was formed, ready for their special mission in Jeju. In the car, Shin Hyuk's phone buzzed nonstop with messages from Seol, Elsu, and Jinsu. Teacher, we're going to Jeju the day after tomorrow. Aren't you coming with us? You remember your promise from the closing ceremony, right? Come to Jeju with us. Shin Hyuk sighed. These kids won't give me a break. Emerging from the teleportation gate after a battle as tense as a taut wire, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. 3 days of nonstop missions felt more like 3 years. Today was already their second gate, wasn't it? Han Kwang-ho slapped his teammates' shoulders, grinning like he'd just won the lottery. Thanks to Shin Hyuk and Seol, our clear speed is lightning fast. And let's not forget our doll Seowa. She's like a tireless machine. Seowa, with her staff slung over her shoulder, smirked coolly and replied, no big deal. Oh, by the way, Teacher Kong has some kind of meeting today, right? The group burst into laughter, recalling Shin Hyuk, covered in blood but grinning like a maniac fresh from victory, declaring, Yup, my students said they came all the way to Jeju to see me, so I'm going to swing by to check on them. Seeing Shin Hyuk looking like he'd stepped out of a horror flick, Seowa chuckled. You'd better clean up first, teacher, or those kids might think you're a serial killer. Hong Seol and Seol couldn't hold it in, doubling over with laughter. Everyone's looking pretty lively, huh? 3 days in, and we're already in sync like a married couple. Hong Seol added, her voice brimming with excitement. I heard the injured hunters are almost all back in action. By next week, we should have less pressure. Han Kwang-ho, still in his boisterous mood, turned to Shin Hyuk. Hey, Shin Hyuk, you'll need a ride to meet your students, right? Shin Hyuk shook his head, smiling. Nah, it's close by. I'll just grab a taxi. But Han Kwang-ho, ever the big brother, tossed him the car keys. Take my car, it's more convenient. I'm just gonna chug a few beers and crash here anyway. Shin Hyuk's eyes widened, touched. Whoa, thanks Kwang-ho. Hopping into the car and cruising through Jeju's winding roads, Shin Hyuk's mood soared like he'd just gotten a raise. Kwang-ho's got the right idea. Taking the kids out like this makes sense, right? When I show up, they'll probably be so shocked their jaws will hit the floor. Just then, his phone rang. Jin-soo, the mischievous student, shouted through the receiver, Yo! Whoa! Teacher, my prayers actually worked? Shin Hyuk chuckled. Yup, I'm on my way. Need anything? Jin-soo, Min-hee, and Eun-seo screamed in unison from the other end. What? You're really in Jeju? Shin Hyuk replied calmly. Actually, I've been here for a while for work. Is the whole group together? Jin-soo answered quickly. Not everyone. Just Eun-seo's at the lodging. She's got a cold, took some meds, and is resting. We're in the city center having fun. We'll be back in about an hour. Can you swing by then? Shin Hyuk nodded. Sounds good. What do you guys want to eat? Min-hee, the class president, squealed like she'd found treasure. Teacher, Min-hee wants meat. Meat. Beef, beef. Her over-the-top enthusiasm made Shin Hyuk's lips twitch as he asked, Jin-soo, Min-hee, is she okay? Jin-soo, probably getting his cheeks pinched by Min-hee, shouted back, Jin-soo wants meat. Beef too. Beep moo. Shin Hyuk muttered, beef's that addictive, huh? This is bad. He decided. All right, I'll hit the supermarket for some sodas and snacks first. Wait, is this really Jeju? Why are the roads like a maze? Spotting a traffic jam stretching a kilometer long, Shin Hyuk frowned suspiciously. An accident up ahead? If it's a DUI check, it'd be cops, not soldiers. Approaching a soldier, he asked, Excuse me, what's going on up there? The soldier replied sternly. A monster broke out during our assault on a nearby gate. The hunters couldn't contain it. The safe zone's been scrapped, and this area's under lockdown. It's dangerous ahead. Turn back. Shin Hyuk's blood ran cold. What the hell? Who let a gate get this screwed up? Suddenly, his face paled as he recalled Jin-soo's words. Eun-seo was alone at the lodging. He quickly asked the soldier, How far does the lockdown extend? The soldier answered, The whole area? Shin Hyuk panicked. Not quite, but my friend's at a pension in that zone. She said she's got a cold, took meds, and is resting. If she hasn't evacuated, she's in deep trouble. The soldier's face paled. Damn, try calling her. Shin Hyuk dialed Eun-seo, but no one picked up. A sinking feeling flooded him. Just then, Eun-seo's weak voice came through. Hello. Shin Hyuk nearly shouted. Eun-seo, where are you? I'm in Jeju. Are you really at the lodging? Unseo, surprised, said, How'd you know? I've got a cold and am just resting. Knowing her location, Shin Hyuk urgently instructed, Unseo, listen carefully. A monster escaped from a nearby gate. Everyone else might have evacuated. Do not go outside. The soldier cut in, voice tense. It's a Shadow Reaper. Turn off all lights and stay absolutely silent. Hearing the name, Shin Hyuk cursed. Damn it, that thing. The Shadow Reaper, a notorious B-rank monster, invisible, high defense, and tough as a final boss. Shin Hyuk lost his cool, yelling into the phone. Unseo, you hear me? If it spots you, you're done. Wait for me. Don't do anything. Unseo stammered. Teacher, this Shadow Reaper. Is it the one with the big scythe and black cloak? Shin Hyuk froze. Exactly. You didn't sleep through class, did you? Unseo, eerily calm, said, No. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. Shin Hyuk nearly had a heart attack. What? She continued. Given the situation, it's gonna spot me soon. And it's not just me. There are other kids here who didn't evacuate in time. The news hit Shin Hyuk like a lightning bolt, throwing him into a panic. Just then, a child screamed in fear. The Shadow Reaper raised its scythe to strike, but a rock flew from nowhere, hitting it square in the eye. Unseo's shaky voice called out, Teacher, you gotta hurry. I'm running a fever and can't keep this up long. Shin Hyuk shouted desperately, Unseo, hang on. The soldier outside the car was alarmed. She's facing the monster? Shin Hyuk, losing it, spun around and yelled in the soldier's face. I'm a hunter. Teaching now, but temporarily with Harang. Can you help me get in there? The soldier replied, If you're a hunter, yes, but the road's jammed. You'll have to wait for the cars to clear. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk coldly pointed behind him. The soldier looked, confused, and saw a dusty trail leading to where Seo Hwa, Han Kwang-ho, and Lee Ji-hai were clinking beer glasses, partying like it was a festival. Han Kwang-ho laughed heartily. A beer to unwind from a tough Friday. Didn't expect Ji-hai to join. Lee Ji-hai grinned. I don't usually drink, but after 3 days of grinding support, I'm parched. Han Kwang-ho boasted. Thanks to Shin Hyuk's cash flow, I dared to buy a car on a 36-month loan. He's probably with his students by now. Little did they know, Shin Hyuk was using Kwang-ho's precious car to ram through bushes and race into the restricted zone. Sorry, bro. Shin Hyuk muttered, driving while his heart pounded with worry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Unseo gritted her teeth and fled, the Shadow Reaper hot on her heels, its scythe gleaming in the darkness. Unseo's heart pounded like a war drum as she recalled Shin Hyuk's lecture at school, his voice booming like he was addressing a 1,000-strong crowd. Listen up, when you're out on field training, remember my words. Safety first. What's number 1? Safety. What's number 2? Still safety, got it? Don't play the straw hero, rushing in without a plan. That'll just turn you into a big fat zero in death's equation. The class had roared with laughter, but Jin-soo, ever curious like a cat, piped up. Teacher, no matter how careful we are, sometimes things are out of our control. What if a monster way above our level pops up? Shin Hyuk, striking a pose like an action movie star, propped one hand on his chin and the other on his head, dramatically twisting his neck with a crack. Then do what I do. One hand on the chin, one on the head, twist hard, and scene over. The class doubled over laughing, but Shin Hyuk's tone turned serious. Gotta be quick, twist hard, and it's over fast, less pain. Unseo, pouting, muttered under her breath. Why'd I even ask? Shin Hyuk chuckled, unfazed. Kidding. First thing is to assess your surroundings, then run. Unseo frowned, skeptical. Run? Why bother assessing then? He replied, calm as a master. You gotta know where to run safely, dummy. Know where the nearest hunter team or safe zone is. That's your shot at survival. Always memorize the location of hunter camps or shelters, got it? Then he clapped his hands, hyped like a gym coach. All right, enough theory. Time for more running. Let's warm up. The class groaned in unison, like a melancholic orchestra. Ugh, does he have to make us run every day? Back in the present, Unseo sprinted like her life depended on it, sweat pouring despite her fever. The Shadow Reaper's scythe had just grazed her neck, missing death by a hair. Barely escaping, she ran like a marathon champion. though her legs felt like they were weighed down by stones. That was too close. Now I get why teacher made us run all semester, she thought, panting heavily. Seeing the Shadow Reaper stuck, its scythe lodged in the ground, Unseo muttered. They say Shadow Reapers are top-tier B-rank monsters, super dangerous, but this one's so clumsy? Talk about luck. As a first-year Hunter Academy student surviving that, it was a feat worthy of the headlines. But then she scolded herself. Stupid. Unseo, why'd you play the hero? She recalled being asked. Unseo, why do you want to be a hunter? Some said for money, for fame, or because their family were hunters. Unseo, I just followed my sister. She said she wanted to join the Hunter Academy, so I tagged along. Once, she'd asked curiously, Sis, why do you want to be a hunter? Her sister blinked. Huh? I just followed you. Unseo gaped. Huh? The two sisters stared at each other, dumbfounded, like they'd stumbled on treasure. Unseo sputtered. What do you mean, huh? Jinsu, what are you saying? Jinsu laughed. When we were kids, you saw that documentary about people losing their families to monsters. You said you wanted to be a hunter to help them, so no one else would be a victim. Unseo blinked, clueless. I don't remember that. Jinsu grinned. But you looked so cool saying it, so I decided to become a hunter to protect you. Unseo thought. If I abandon those kids now, I might survive. But how could I face Sis? Gritting her teeth, she bolted toward the safe zone. Just get there, and we're good. She shouted to the two kids behind her. I'll lure the monster away. Run to the building, lock the door, and hide. I'll call the hunters. Suddenly, Unseo froze. The Shadow Reaper had vanished. It was chasing me just a second ago. She shivered, recalling its infamous elusiveness. Even B-rank hunters needed teamwork to take it down. A noise behind her sent chills down her spine. Turning, she saw the monster lurking in the shadows, roaring as it raised its gleaming scythe. Unseo squeezed her eyes shut, her heart stopping. Just then, a car roared like a Hollywood blockbuster. It was Shin Hyuk. Flooring the gas, he charged straight at the Shadow Reaper. Unseo, he bellowed, voice like thunder. Did I ever teach you to close your eyes when facing a monster? The car barreled down the slope, slamming into the monster's face, sending it flying. Unseo's jaw dropped as she shouted, Teacher! She recalled minutes earlier when Shin Hyuk, like a man possessed, reached a god-tier driver's state, eyes closed, flooring it, and plowing through obstacles like in a racing game. He'd sensed. I'm picking up 4 presences from men he's lodging. 2 weak ones are the kids, one's mixed with chaotic energy, definitely the monster. Unseo's luring it to protect the kids, right? Shin Hyuk steadied himself. Focus. Filter out the noise, lock onto the signal. Like when Choi Cora left Antaz or Hong E-seol joined the Hunter Academy. Every action could spark a butterfly effect. Finally, he pinpointed Unseo and the Shadow Reaper. Flooring it until the speedometer screamed, Shin Hyuk sent the monster flying before the stunned eyes of both Unseo and the Shadow Reaper. Smashing through the car's windshield, Shin Hyuk leapt out, yelling at the monster. Don't point your scythe at my student, you bastard. His hand transformed into a blade, erupting with aurora-like sword energy, slashing straight at the insolent Shadow Reaper's face. The strike unleashed a deafening explosion, water spraying like a storm. One more swing, and Shin Hyuk cleaved the monster in two. As the lake's surface calmed, bubbles rose. Shin Hyuk surfaced, gasping. Phew, that was close. Good thing this area's empty, or I'd have been too late. Grinning, he asked Unseo, You okay, kid? She rushed over, hugging him tightly, sobbing like an abandoned puppy. Silly kid, no crying. Shin Hyuk scolded gently, ruffling her hair. Unseo sniffled. But teacher, the car, she wailed louder, staring at Han Kwang-ho's car sinking into the lake. Shin Hyuk comforted her, voice warm. It's fine. What's one car? As long as you're safe, that's enough. Now we can sleep soundly in Jeju. But in his head, he apologized. Sorry, Kwang-ho. You worked your whole life for that finance car, and now it's sleeping at the bottom of the lake. Bet you're sleeping soundly too, oblivious. After Shin Hyuk took down the Shadow Reaper, the police and rescue teams arrived swiftly. The follow-up measures were executed with lightning speed, as if the entire city of Jeju had mobilized to handle the aftermath. Thanks to the kids promptly alerting the police, It wasn't long before the blaring sirens of police cars, military trucks, and ambulances filled the air, converging on the scene. At a glance, it looked like a bustling festival. Judging by their uniforms, it seemed the hunters on search missions had also been dispatched, creating a lively spectacle. Amid the hectic atmosphere, Shin Hyuk, deep in thought, turned to Unseo and asked, "Didn't you call your parents?" Unseo lowered her head, sheepish. I was afraid if I called, they'd make me go home right away." Shin Hyuk gave her a look, about to say something but stopped, handing her a handkerchief instead. His tone turned serious. "Doing good deeds is admirable, and helping others is valuable. But what's the point if you end up dead?" Unseo gave a faint smile. "But you saved me, teacher." Shin Hyuk frowned. "Don't argue. What if I'd been a second late? Then what? You're just good at talking back." Looking at his face, Unseo's eyes widened as she whispered, "Teacher, what's that?" Her big, sparkling eyes softened as she teased, "I hope you don't flash that handsome face around carelessly." Shin Hyuk blinked, surprised. "Why are you suddenly talking about my face?" Unseo hopped down, giggling, "Because it's really good looking. It'd be such a waste if you didn't use it wisely." Shin Hyuk was speechless. This kid. Unseo grinned, turning back to say, "See you at the dorm, teacher. Thanks a ton for today." Shin Hyuk, annoyed, shouted, "Watch where you're going, you little brat." Just then, a police officer approached, his voice filled with respect. "Hunter Shin Hyuk, have you been waiting long? We just retrieved the Reaper's remains. You're truly remarkable." He asked, "Pardon me, but which guild are you with?" Shin Hyuk replied, "Oh, I'm not with any guild. I'm a teacher at the Hunter Academy." Hearing this, the officer stood tall, saluted, and smiled brightly. "If you hadn't taken down that Shadow Reaper, we'd probably still be in combat mode for days. Thank you so much." Shin Hyuk brushed it off. "Oh, come on. Is it really worth all this thanks?" The officer chuckled awkwardly. "Of course it is, but, sorry to ask at a time like this. Could you come to the station to help with the incident report? It won't take long." Shin Hyuk agreed readily. "Sure, I'll go with you." Then it hit him. "I'm screwed." The officer continued, "It's an honor to meet you. On behalf of the Federation, I extend our heartfelt thanks." "Oh, I'm Shin Hyuk." Another person introduced themselves. "Hello, I'm the city's provincial director. You did an incredible job." Shin Hyuk responded modestly, "Oh, no big deal." But in his mind, he thought, "Really sorry, and really thankful. This guy's the guild master who let the monster escape. Man, if everyone gathers and I have to explain the situation, then someone new walks in, and I have to start over from the beginning." Lost in his frustration, he heard a heavenly voice. "Now, let's talk about compensation." Shin Hyuk's face lit up like a flower in bloom. "Oh, absolutely." The guild responsible for letting the Shadow Reaper escape agreed to cover the value of the monster's remains and a cash reward. Han Kwang-ho's car, buried with the Reaper, would be fully replaced with a top-of-the-line model, full options included. The provincial director added, "We're also considering awarding you a bravery medal or something." Shin Hyuk thought, "I'm thrilled about the money, but I'm not exactly excited about those medals." The director, eyes gleaming, gripped Shin Hyuk's hand tightly. No, you did a great deed, so of course you deserve recognition." Shin Hyuk worried internally, "But if I accept those medals, I'll definitely catch Antaz's attention." He gave an awkward smile. "Then give it to my student. She risked her life to lure the monster away." The director nodded. "That makes sense. I'll propose it." He continued, "Teacher Shin, let me drive you wherever you need to go." "Where to?" Shin Hyuk replied. Any barbecue places still open?" The officer blinked. "Barbecue?" Shin Hyuk scratched his neck, chuckling awkwardly, and later led the kids to a grill restaurant. The sight of juicy, red beef sizzling on the grill made Min-hee, Jin-soo, and the others gape like they'd found treasure. Waves of grilled beef piled onto the charcoal, the aroma irresistible. Min-hee shouted with glee, smacking Jin-soo's back so hard he choked on his meat. Raw beef is the best. Watching the kids enjoy themselves, Shin Hyuk crossed his arms, thinking, "These kids probably haven't even had dinner yet. It's almost midnight snack time." Looks like they were really worried about Unseo. Good thing she's okay. Min-hee's uncle approached. "Teacher Shin, We've got plenty of room at our place. Stay the night. Shin Hyuk hesitated. No, no, I'd hate to impose. The uncle gave a thumbs up. Impose? Thanks to you. Everything's settled today. It's no trouble, stay. Minhee chimed in. I agree. Besides, you promised to hit the beach with us tomorrow. No point refusing now. Shin Hyuk agreed. Awesome. Jin-soo eagerly invited. Play some boss battles with us tonight. Teacher, Minhee, and Jin-soo bickered like cats and dogs. Cook it before eating, you caveman. Oh ho ho. The next morning, the sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly on the breezy beach. The kids splashed water, played beach volleyball, and filled the air with laughter. Shin Hyuk, the 30-year-old uncle, lounged in a chair with a cool drink, soaking in the relaxation. This is the life. Now it really feels like a vacation. He mused. Wonder if Teacher Kim's crew is having as much fun? These kids are beasts, stayed up all night, and still full of energy. He muttered, maybe next semester I'll make them run a bit more. Jin-soo, tired of being teased, whispered something to Minhee. Getting a mischievous idea, the kids turned their sneaky gazes toward Shin Hyuk. While he was enjoying himself, Jin-soo and Minhee said, Teacher, aren't you bored sitting alone? Shin Hyuk, sharp as ever, replied, Nah, I'm pretty comfy. Jin-soo and Minhee, with sly faces, persisted. Come on, teacher, don't just sit there, play with us. The swordsmanship club doesn't waste words. Behind his chair, Unseo crept up, but the kids didn't know Shin Hyuk had already clocked everything. With a loud shout, get the teacher. Minhee and Unseo lunged from front and back, but in a flash, Shin Hyuk teleported out of reach, tapping their pressure points to freeze them in place. Huh? Unseo and Minhee panicked. What are you doing? Catch him. Minhee yelled, What the? My body won't move. Wait, what are you doing? Shin Hyuk called back. Trying to toss me in the water? You kids are way too green. Jin-soo poked Minhee's cheek. Wow, she really can't move. Minhee fumed. Teacher, do hunters learn this stuff too? Embarrassed and teased by Jin-soo, she was steaming. Learn my foot. Go by water with teacher. Shin Hyuk turned to Unseo. Unseo, stay in the shade and watch these kids for me. Unseo paled. What, teacher? You're totally playing favorites. Ignoring the two girls, Shin Hyuk turned to leave. Unseo, try being a bit more like your sister. See if you can behave. I'll be back soon, so stay put. Jin-soo, concerned for his friend, asked, Teacher, you're not leaving them stuck all day, are you? Shin Hyuk grinned. Relax, they'll move again in a minute. Jin-soo sighed with relief, thinking, phew, safe. All that pizza worshipping finally paid off. But Shin Hyuk added casually, Jin-soo, you get 30 minutes for leading the charge. Jin-soo wailed, Teacher, have mercy. Shin Hyuk, make it 40. On the beach, Unseo was being turned into a sand sculpture by her little sister, helpless. The younger girl teased, Wow, she really can't move. How'd teacher do that? Unseo, furious but stuck, grumbled, Minhee, you're in for it too. Her sister piled on small sand mounds, taunting, Didn't expect you to be this sneaky. Unseo muttered, This kid's the real danger. Quiet but does everything. Red-faced, she snapped, Just wait till this wears off. I'll deal with you. Unaware of her impending doom, her sister giggled. No use, teacher's got my back. Suddenly, mocking laughter rang out. Well, what are these pretty girls up to? Turning, the kids saw a group of scruffy guys in tank tops, catcalling. How old are you ladies? Want to hang with us? Facing the relentless teasing from the group, Unseo erupted like a volcano, shouting, We said no. Why do you keep pestering us? Her voice was sharp as a blade, her eyes shooting sparks, ready to incinerate the lot. The guy in the red tank top, unfazed like he'd just been scolded by his mom, feigned innocence. Whoa, did we do something wrong? You're pretty enough to hang out with us, that's all. No one's touched you. He shrugged, playing the victim, but his smirk was as sly as a fox. Unseo trembled with rage, like a kettle about to explode. Grinding her teeth, she snapped. Besides, we've got more people. Her message was clear. We've got numbers, so don't even think about messing with us. The guy in the purple tank top, thinking he was the beach's Don Juan, stepped forward with a sleazy grin. All right, I see 3 of you. Why so tense, sweetheart? He raised an eyebrow, eyeing Uncio like she was an item for sale. Judging by your face, you're what, 2021? Tonight, I'll treat you to some drinks. He chuckled, thinking he'd just dropped a killer line. Minhee, standing nearby, couldn't stand his sleazy tone and cut in. We're not old enough to drink. Her voice was icy, like she'd just doused him with a bucket of cold water. The red tank top guy flinched, eyes wide as if he'd just failed a college exam. What? You're still in high school. He panicked, but tried to keep his cool. Minhee clenched her teeth, her eyes blazing. That's right. So go bother someone else. She stood tall, radiating the aura of a general ready for battle. But the red-haired guy, oblivious to his peril, grabbed Minhee's arm with a mocking laugh. No big deal, kid. Come on, who's paying? Just a few drinks. He thought he was in a rom-com, but that grab was the final straw. Minhee, now a blazing inferno, roared, Are you insane? Like a whirlwind, she twisted his arm behind his back. The guy, stunned as if struck by lightning, could only scream, Triple it? My arm. His wail echoed across the beach, startling even the seagulls into flight. The purple tank top guy, seeing his buddy butchered, shouted, What the hell? Is this chick a Hunter Academy student? He froze, jaw dropped, realizing he was up against a superhuman. Minhee, now in full war god mode, cursed with authority. Damn it, I can finally move. She glared at the group, her eyes sharp as swords. We told you to back off, but you kept pushing. The purple tank top guy, refusing to back down, clenched his fists and charged like a raging bull, yelling, Jae-yoon, you're done. But before he could land a hit, he met Minhee's icy stare. In a flash, she delivered a devastating kick, sending two of his front teeth on a permanent vacation. He collapsed, face twisted, probably mourning his $1,000,000 smile. Not stopping there, Minhee lunged at the remaining guy. Panicked like he'd seen a ghost, he stammered, hold on. Beautiful. But before he could finish, she landed another kick, launching him skyward like a baseball, his scream trailing off. I didn't even do anything. His cry blended with the crashing waves, almost pitiable. The group finally realized messing with Hunter Academy students was no joke. But rules were rules. If a hunter attacked civilians and got caught, they'd be the ones in trouble. Their bodies were stronger than top athletes, but the academy's rules were as strict as a grumpy old teacher. The red tank top guy, still dazed, waved a hand in front of Minhee, muttering, Yo, what's this chick been thinking this whole time? He thought he was in a Hollywood action flick, but Minhee sighed, her voice dripping with menace. I'm thinking about smashing your faces. Hearing this, the red tank top guy laughed, thrilled like he'd won the lottery. Haha, cute. Done with the circus act? Come hang with us, beautiful. He still hadn't grasped he was facing a ticking time bomb. Minhee's heart screamed, Damn it, if it weren't for academy rules, I'd have turned these guys into minced meat. But just then, a calm voice cut through. So, Minhee, what are you up to? She turned to see Shin Hyuk and Jin Soo, staring in shock like they'd just witnessed a circus. Uncio, overjoyed, shouted, Finally here. Teacher, you got here in under 10 minutes. The red tank top guy, spotting new arrivals, flashed a sleazy grin. So you've got company. He sauntered toward Shin Hyuk, but, being shorter, had to crane his neck like he was staring up a skyscraper, then asked, Looking at you. You're not a student, right? An uncle or something. Shin Hyuk, calm as if sipping afternoon tea, replied casually, Let's say that. And who are you guys? Uncio, beside him, jumped in. Teacher, these guys kept trying to make us drink. Her voice was full of indignation, like she wanted the world to bear witness. The white tank top guy, still trying to play charming, chimed in. No big deal, we're young too. It'd be fun to hang out. He grinned, thinking he was dropping top-tier flirt lines. Hearing Uncio call Shin Hyuk teacher, the red tank top guy's eyes widened. What? A teacher? He turned to his buddies, face bewildered like he'd uncovered a cosmic secret. Shin Hyuk thought, Holy crap, even in a fictional world, I didn't expect these types to exist. Sighing, he addressed the group, his tone gentle but razor-sharp. Look, the kids said they're not interested, so can you guys tone down the thick-skinned act? The red tank top guy, stung by the jab, shouted, Yo, what did you just say? thick-skinned. The purple tank top guy jumped in, voice aggressive. You showing off for these kids or what? The red tank top guy added smugly. Careful, or you'll be crying when we're done. He thought he ruled the beach, but Shin Hyuk just rolled his eyes, thinking, judging by their builds, they probably hit the gym a bit. But even if they were hunters, I wouldn't be scared. Suddenly, the red tank top guy lunged, aiming a heavy punch at Shin Hyuk. But Shin Hyuk, quick as lightning, grabbed his wrist and twisted it back. The guy's face contorted in pain, screaming, "AAA? My arm." It was as if his world was crumbling. The purple tank top guy, seeing his friend's plight, charged, fists clenched, yelling, "What the hell are you doing?" But Shin Hyuk sidestepped gracefully, like a ballet dancer, and said calmly, Article 10, Section 3 of the Hunter Academy Rules. All instructors must prioritize student safety. As he spoke, he grabbed the purple tank top guy's wrist, twisting it, making him wail like a pig at slaughter. The white tank top guy, watching from a distance, panicked and grabbed his phone, shouting, "Holy crap! Don't tell me you're a hunter." He started dialing. "Call the cops. A hunter's attacking civilians." Shin Hyuk, still cool as a cucumber, replied, "Go ahead and call. If you don't, I will." With a few swift moves, he tapped the white tank top guy's pressure points. The guy froze, yelling, "W. My body won't move." The other two, seeing things go south, turned to run. Shin Hyuk smirked. "Think you can escape?" Sounds of punches and pitiful screams rang out, turning the beautiful beach into a freestyle fight club. Moments later, police cars arrived. Looking at the three trembling guys, the officer spoke awkwardly. So, these guys were pressuring minors to drink and even tried to use force against Hunter Kong Shin Hyuk? He sighed. "I'm just doing my job. You hunters must have had a rough few days." Shin Hyuk scratched his head, chuckling nervously. "Man, I feel bad for causing a scene like this." After releasing their pressure points, the guys stammered. "We were just inviting them to hang out," and tried to pin the blame on him. But it was futile. The police already had the full story. The officer turned to Shin Hyuk, smiling. "So, Hunter Kong Shin Hyuk, take a few days to rest. We'll handle these guys. Drop by if you're free." Shin Hyuk nodded. "Thanks, officer. Safe travels." As the police left, Jin Soo approached, eyes gleaming. "That was awesome. You even know the cops." Shin Hyuk, ruffling Min Hee's hair, grinned. "Met them by chance after dealing with the Reaper." Jin Soo burst out laughing. "No way. You're the best, teacher." Shin Hyuk continued. "You kids held back well. Now go have fun." The kids turned to leave, Jin Soo shouting back, "Don't just stand there, teacher. Join us. We're heading out." Shin Hyuk smiled. "All right, I'm in." Unseo, still dazed, was snapped out of it by Min Hee. "Unseo, what are you standing there for? Let's go," she stammered. "All right, I'm coming." Brushing her golden hair, she glanced at Shin Hyuk, calling, "Teacher Kong." But then, a soft voice interrupted. "Hey, you there." Shin Hyuk, surprised, pointed at himself. "Me? What's up?" A brunette girl, pretty as a doll, smiled brightly. "I saw everything just now. You were so cool, totally my type. Can I get your number?" Caught off guard by her boldness, Shin Hyuk froze. Unseo, beside him, turned to stone, and even a crab on the sand probably screamed. What the hell is going on? Shin Hyuk thought. Well, being good-looking makes this stuff easy. But the brunette, seeing him silent, covered her mouth shyly. "Oh, do you not like me?" He quickly waved his hands. "No, it's not that." His mind was a whirlwind. "This is too much. How do I respond?" Just then, Unseo stepped forward, grabbing his hand. Her face flushed, and said to the brunette, "He's already got a girlfriend." Her words hit like a thunderbolt. The brunette froze, and Shin Hyuk's eyes widened. What now? Unseo dragged him away, saying, "Go back to your friends. They're waiting." Shin Hyuk stammered. Wait, you little brat. Are you sabotaging my love life?" As they walked off, Unseo stuck out her tongue at the brunette, who stood stunned for a moment before muttering, "Hunter Academy's top swordsmanship instructor, Kong Shin Hyuk," she sighed. "What a shame, he's exactly my type." Then she pulled out her phone, dialing. "Hello, Jonghyun Sik? It's Nam Jimin. I just found a bigger weakness than we expected." On the other end, Jonghyun Sik, in a room cluttered with trash and empty bottles, nodded. Got it. The guy Shin Hyuk had once humiliated gritted his teeth. That's right. That bastard. We'll crush him so hard he'll never recover. The scene shifts to the airport, where the bustling atmosphere mingles with a touch of reluctance. Shin Hyuk's group was dropped off in Hwang Ho's sleek, brand-new car, polished like it just rolled out of a showroom. Hwang Ho, with his hearty grin, clapped Shin Hyuk on the shoulder. Safe travels. Let me know next time you're coming back. Shin Hyuk beamed, nodding enthusiastically. Haha. Thanks for the send-off. Catch you next time. He scratched his head, eyes twinkling, thinking, this Hwang Ho's a real big shot. Gifted a fully loaded car, probably over the moon. After safely escorting the kids back, Harang's main hunters, having overcome their psychological shock, were immediately dispatched to an A-rank gate. Shin Hyuk sighed softly, a bit regretful, but stayed positive. It wasn't a big deal. His team had scored major points by successfully clearing a near-rank gate. Oh, and Eun Seo? She was honored as a brave citizen in place of Shin Hyuk. Initially, both were nominated for the award, but he deftly declined, thinking, let the kid shine. So, Eun Seo took the spotlight in the news. Right now, she's probably getting an earful from her parents for diving into danger, Shin Hyuk mused, a mischievous smirk tugging at his lips. He was surprised to see his name pop up in a few local articles and online portals for his role in defeating the monster. Luckily, the spotlight stayed on Eun Seo, sparing him a heap of trouble. Let her be the star. I prefer staying low-key. At the airport, the farewell atmosphere buzzed with energy. Seo Hwa and Yu Seol hugged tightly, smiling like blooming flowers. Yu Seol, eyes sparkling, said, Sis, I'll come visit you next time. Seo Hwa nodded warmly. Sure thing, Yu Seol. I'll cook you tons of delicious food. Yu Seol giggled, her voice ringing. Yes, ma'am. The heartwarming scene felt like something out of a coming-of-age movie, melting everyone's hearts. Jong Sik, with a serious yet proud demeanor, approached and shook Shin Hyuk's hand. You've worked hard, teacher. I was worried at first, but you exceeded my expectations. Shin Hyuk, sheepish like a student praised by a teacher, scratched his head. Nah, Guildmaster, it was my fault for being too hasty. He gave an awkward smile, trying to hide his embarrassment. Jong Sik eyed him, his gaze sharp but warm. Teacher, no matter how you try to hide your skills, they'll come to light eventually. Living quietly is fine, but when that time comes, I hope you won't resist it. Next time we meet, I expect you'll have a title that matches your ability. Shin Hyuk smiled, nodding respectfully. I'll keep that in mind, sir. The group waved goodbye, shouting in unison, See you next time. The air felt like an emotional farewell party, filled with lingering sentiment. On the way back, Jong Sik held a file listing S-rank hunters, staring out the window, thinking, soon, Korea will have another one. A faint smile curved his lips, as if he could already see Shin Hyuk's bright future. As for Shin Hyuk, the moment he returned, he raced up the snowy mountain to meet his master. The majestic, freezing peaks didn't faze him as he strode forward, calling out, Master, long time no see, have you been waiting long? Yu Riang, grumbling like a cranky old man, turned around, sighing, You punk, you were supposed to be here 4 days ago. Why are you dragging your feet now? He shot Shin Hyuk a look, half scolding, half affectionate. Shin Hyuk grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. Sorry, master, been swamped lately. Yu Riang shook his head. Humph, look at that tanned face. Bet you've been sweating buckets, huh? Black as coal, he teased, eyes glinting mischievously. Shin Hyuk laughed it off, something like that. But in his head, he screamed, No way I'm admitting it's from sunbathing at the beach. Master would kill me. Yu Riang glanced at the pile of stuff Shin Hyuk brought, teasing, Brought a ton this time. You planning to vanish for weeks again? Shin Hyuk waved his hands. No way, master. I'll visit more often now. Got a driver's license test tomorrow, so I gotta go. But before it expires, I'll be back. Once school starts, I'll come see you weekly. Yu Riang, holding a pack of instant noodles, blew on them and asked, That's so? I'm about to cook some noodles. Want some? Shin Hyuk sighed, shaking his head. I'm too tired, master. Yu Riang smirked. Try stealing a bite later, and I'll chop your hand off. Shin Hyuk, feigning anger, shouted, I'm not eating, really. You go ahead and eat plenty. Then he flopped onto the ground, staring up at the snowy sky. In his mind, he thought, it's been almost half a year since I met Master. Before the original story kicks off, I've got about a year and a half left. The first gate appears during the second semester field trip in first year, roughly 200 days away. But why do I feel this vague unease? A chill ran through him. What if one day Master just dies out of nowhere? In the original story, he never even appeared. Yu Riang, cooking noodles, noticed Shin Hyuk's daze and called out, "Hey, kid, didn't you say you weren't eating? Water's boiling." Shin Hyuk snapped out of it, stammering, No, I'm good." But he reassured himself. What am I worrying about? This old man's so obsessed with instant noodles. He's not going anywhere. Jumping up, he said, "Forgot something in the car. I'll grab it and be right back." Stepping out of the gate, he muttered, "Oh, right. I left that bottle of high-proof liquor in the trunk. Meant to give it to Master, but forgot. Lazy as hell. But since I bought it, I gotta get it." Just then, his phone buzzed like an earthquake. He glanced down, eyes widening. What the hell? Why so many notifications? Opening it, he nearly fell over. 30 missed calls and 50 messages. Normally, his phone blew up after exiting a gate. But this was overkill. Scanning the list, Teacher Kim, Lee Seol, Seora, Eun Seo, Eun Soo, Min Hee, Jin Soo. Shin Hyuk barely had time to process when Seora called. He picked up, thrilled, "Hello." Before he could say more, Seora's voice roared like thunder. "You piece of trash." Shin Hyuk froze, stammering, "Huh? What? Why Ryu?" She shouted. "I never thought you'd be that kind of person. I thought you were different." Shin Hyuk's head spun. "Hey, what are you talking about? What did I do?" Seora snapped. "Don't play dumb. It's all over the news portals, you scumbag. That's all I've got to say, bye." She hung up abruptly, leaving Shin Hyuk standing like a statue. He yelled, "Seora." "Hello?" Choi Seora, staring at his phone, his face paled. "Hold on. If you're gonna chew me out, at least tell me why. What's going on?" He frantically opened his phone, scrolling through notifications. A headline hit him like a truck. "Shocking news. Perverted teacher." Shin Hyuk's eyes bulged as he shouted, "What the hell? Am I being trolled?" The article, written by reporters Hwang Ji-yoon and Ji-min, made his blood boil. It read, "Recently, one figure has set social media ablaze. Eun Seo, a first-year swordsmanship class student at Hunter Academy No. 1. Her story of bravely saving children from a monster has touched hearts. But we ask, how could a young girl defeat a dangerous B-rank Shadow Reaper? Whoever took it down deserves praise, right? Yet only Eun Seo received the award. The truth is, the one who defeated the Shadow Reaper was Hunter Kong Shin Hyuk, a swordsmanship instructor at Hunter Academy No. 1. You've probably noticed, their teacher and student. Eun Seo is a minor. If this were a wholesome romance, people might cheer. But as journalists, we question, is our education system still sound? Ji-min, after posting the article, smirked with satisfaction, muttering, "Let's see how he handles this." Shin Hyuk, after reading it, was so furious he wanted to smash his phone. What kind of nonsense is this? Writing like it's gospel. It's worse than Picasso's wildest painting. Tabloid trash. A quick fact-check would have shown it's fake, but they didn't bother. His fists clenched, trembling with rage. This was less journalism and more filthy fiction. Just then, his phone buzzed again. It was Vice Principal Man Dong. Shin Hyuk answered, voice shaky. "Hello?" Man Dong's voice boomed. "You piece of—" "No. Teacher Kong, you're hard to reach. I'm not in the mood for jokes." Shin Hyuk quickly explained, "Sir, I was in a gate, so I couldn't respond right away." "You saw the article, didn't you?" Man Dong sighed. "Yes. I know you're not that kind of person, but the Academy's reputation is on the line. I still feel bad about you stepping up in that duel last time. So if you need help, I'm here. The question is, what's your plan?" Shin Hyuk gritted his teeth, voice icy. "My plan? I'll make them pay for targeting my student." He hung up, saying, "I need to check the full situation first." Man Dong nodded. "All right." Immediately after, he called Eun Seo's mother. "Hear me out, Eun Seo's mom? Teacher Kong said he'll handle it. Please trust him this once." Meanwhile, Eun Seo's mother and the girls were nearly collapsing, unsure what to do. Shin Hyuk, racing through the forest, thought, "Jimin? Never heard that name. It doesn't even appear in the novel. A complete stranger, no connection. Yet overnight, they've turned me into a depraved teacher with one article. Suddenly, a realization hit. Is this a side story? Did it spawn just because of my existence? At that moment, a system notification chimed. Side story unlocked. Recording the tale of the depraved teacher Kong Shin Hyuk. Elsewhere, Jong Hyun Sik, the man Shin Hyuk once humiliated, grinned wickedly, his eyes menacing. That's right. We'll crush that bastard to the ground. Shin Hyuk, still moving, shouted, I don't know who you are, but you're done for this time. The scene shifts to the snowy mountains, where Shin Hyuk's master, Yu Riang, is gleefully eating instant noodles. After slurping a chopstick full, his eyes gleam with satisfaction. He grabs another bite, pairing it with kimchi, and pops it into his mouth. Finishing, he lets out a contented sigh. At that moment, Shin Hyuk approaches, holding a gift bag. Seeing this, Yu Riang cheerfully calls out, Ho ho, back so soon, huh? Shin Hyuk responds, Yes, master. But I've got to head out now. Here, take this. Taking the gift bag without looking inside, Yu Riang asks curiously, What's this? Shin Hyuk replies, It's high-proof liquor, master. I grabbed it from the duty-free shop. Holding the bottle, Yu Riang's face lights up with emotion. He covers his mouth, saying, Truly touching. But then, Shin Hyuk turns to head back toward the gate, calling out, I'm off then. I'll be back next week. Yu Riang quickly shouts after him, Hey, disciple, hold up a sec. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk pauses and asks, Need something else, master? Yu Riang shakes his head. No, you little punk, not that. He warns solemnly, I don't know what's going on, but don't go killing anyone, got it? Shin Hyuk's face darkens, but he nods slightly, replying, Of course, I understand. Watching Shin Hyuk's retreating figure, Yu Riang muses quietly for a moment before saying, starting to look like a real warrior now, pulling that grim face. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk is in a car heading somewhere, his expression deadly serious. The Jeju trip included Seol and Seowa. Honestly, I don't want to drag them into this mess. They've been texting him nonstop to check in. He thinks to himself, but if I need witnesses to clear my name, those two are the best bet, reliable ones. Problem is, people believe what they see, not explanations. Right now, I need to deal with those two photos being spread online. The first one's from the scene. Plenty of soldiers and cops there could vouch for me. It's a hassle to track them down, but it could clear me. The second one's the real headache. That beach photo with Unseo grabbing my arm looks intimate at a glance. But it was just a fleeting moment after the crowd dispersed. Someone snapped it at the perfect time, clearly digging for dirt to frame this as a scandal. These updates are too fast, like they're not finding evidence, but shaping events to look like evidence. He immediately pulls out his phone to call the reporter who wrote the article, but all he gets is a busy tone. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he mutters, As expected, that reporter's unreachable. He considers heading straight to the newsroom to sort it out. But first, there's a more pressing matter, renewing his hunter license. He strides into a building, drawing stunned gazes from everyone. Approaching the counter, a staff member turns and asks, What are you here for? Shin Hyuk replies, To renew my hunter license. The staff member says, I'll need your ID. Taking his documents, the staff stammers. A teacher. Then, eyeing Shin Hyuk suspiciously, he says, Wait, are you that Shin Hyuk? The crowd around starts whispering. That's him. What a shameless guy, showing up here. How could he get involved with his own student? Ignoring the chatter, Shin Hyuk says to the staff, I checked, there's an open test slot. Let me take it now. The staff responds with an annoyed tone. Sure, you can renew, but, Mr. Kong, look around. No one wants to team up with you. The crowd behind continues mocking. Who'd team up with trash like that? Heard he didn't even graduate from Hunter Academy. Probably an orphan, haha. People like him just drag us down. None of these guys know me, but they all recognize my face. My info's been plastered all over social media. Cyber leakers grab my photo from the Academy's site like it's trash. Shin Hyuk sighs inwardly, thinking, Live quietly. I'll be torn apart before I get the chance. He speaks up. I don't have much time. If no one wants me, put me in any group. I'll work solo. That's fine, right? The staff raises an eyebrow, replying, Haha, sure. Let's put you in Group E. Hearing this, a burly man in the back protests. Hey, supervisor, why stick that trash in my group? The staff responds, "Sorry, it's the only spot left. He's working solo, so just pretend he's not there." Pointing inside, the staff says, "Kong Shin Hyuk, the B-rank renewal condition is clearing a B-rank gate behind that door. In you go." Shin Hyuk calmly steps toward the gate, saying, "Thanks." The staff turns away, sneering. "Stay in the safe zone. Going solo's a good way to get hurt." The burly man, fuming, mutters, "Don't the cops arrest trash like this?" A blonde guy chimes in, "No shame at all, going solo like that." The burly man adds, "I bet he'll just sit there till time's up, waiting for a carry." The blonde continues, "Well, he's got to kill at least a few to avoid failing." A black-haired guy suddenly gets an idea. "How about I run into him in the gate and give him a few punches to vent?" The staff outside starts checking the time, muttering, "All right, they're probably a bit behind the first group. Group E, enter the gate. 3-hour time limit." With that, the group steps into the B-rank gate. As soon as they enter, the burly man freezes, exclaiming, "What the?" The blonde guy asks, "What's up?" The burly man shouts, "Hey, Dae-shik, how long's Shin Hyuk been in the gate?" Dae-shik scratches his head, replying, "About 20 minutes, I think." "What?" The burly man stammers. 20 minutes? You sure it's just 20 minutes? The scene before them leaves Dae-shik wide-eyed, jaw-dropped. How the hell does a B-rank gate for a 6-person team get cleared in just 20 minutes? At that moment, a dazzling light shines from above, illuminating the open space ahead, signaling the dungeon's completion. Their eyes turn to the gate's interior, where Shin Hyuk emerges, his clothes stained with countless blood splatters. Looking at the group, he says, "All that talk about trash this, trash that, calling me by name. Then just him, forgotten me already?" The burly man stammers, "Wait, you cleared the dungeon solo?" Shin Hyuk replies, "I was in a hurry, so I wrapped it up quick. Handling the trash and cleanup's your job, right?" The blonde guy's face lights up with excitement, saying, "Hold on, you really did it alone? Don't bullshit us." The burly man thinks, "Wait, no gear, just a sword? Is this maniac really B-rank?" Seeing him lost in thought, Shin Hyuk steps closer, his eyes brimming with killing intent, and says, "Half." The guy stammers, "Half? What's that mean?" Shin Hyuk continues, "I've got things to do, so I'll take half. Send the reward to my account. I know the market rate, so don't try anything funny." With that, he turns and leaves, leaving the hunters stunned. Dae-shik grits his teeth, saying, "This guy's got the nerve to talk like that to near-rank hunters." He turns to the burly man, asking, "Call him back." The burly man, sweating profusely, stammers, "No need." He glances down at the countless monster corpses strewn below, muttering, "Let him go." Back outside, the staff member is still intently studying the roster. Suddenly, he turns as footsteps echo from the gate. With a jolt, Shin Hyuk steps out, his face icy, sending chills down the staff's spine. The license renewal test ended shockingly fast. The staff stammers, "Shin Hyuk, why were you alone? What did you do to Group E's hunters?" Wiping blood from his body with a cloth, Shin Hyuk replies coolly, "Don't talk nonsense. I was busy cleaning up monster corpses in there." The staff, baffled, asks, "Cleared it in under 30 minutes? That's the fastest record in 5 years." Shin Hyuk, curious, asks, "Who held the record before?" The staff answers, "A major guild did the group renewal test in 25 minutes. The individual record was E. Seol, a rank, at about 40 minutes. Shin Hyuk mutters to himself, "E. Seol took 40 minutes? Guess I went a bit overboard trying to finish fast. At least it vented some of my pent-up frustration." After finishing, he turns to leave, saying, "I'm heading out. Make sure to guide the rest of Group E." The staff nods, "Yes, sir." Glancing at his watch, he slaps his face hard, exclaiming, "Unbelievable. Teacher Shin Hyuk, what are you even doing?" Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk continues his journey by car, calling Seowa. She asks, "Hey, Teacher Kong, didn't you say you'd call after today's training? Did the chaos mess with your plans?" He replies, "Nah, I just finished, so I'm calling now." She sounds surprised. "Really?" He explains, "With everything going on, I sped things up. By the way, that reporter friend you mentioned, can we meet today?" She responds cheerfully, "Absolutely. I'll definitely help you out." After some travel, Shin Hyuk arrives at Seowa's place. She opens the door, exclaiming, Teacher Kong. Oh my, you look exhausted. He asks, puzzled. My face. She offers. Have you eaten? Let me grab you something. Though a bit hungry, he scratches his head shyly. No, I'm fine, really. She gestures inside. Come in, my friend's inside sorting documents. Her friend hands over a business card, introducing herself. Hello, I'm Imun Ji from Dong-suk Daily. Seo Was told me a lot about you. Shin Hyuk, curious, asks. Huh? Told you what? She starts. Well, lately, Seo Was been. Before she can finish, Seo Was smacks her leg hard, sending her tumbling with a yelp. Ow, my leg's broken. Ah. Seo Was, maintaining her warm demeanor, covers her mouth and smiles. Wait a sec, teacher, I'll grab you a drink. Soon, tea and snacks are served, and they dive into the main issue. Imun Ji speaks first. Before we start, let's clarify. You and Eun Seo aren't lovers, right? Shin Hyuk responds firmly. Absolutely not, I swear. She continues. Do you have evidence or witnesses to counter those articles about you? Seo Wa chimes in. The Jeju trip wasn't a honeymoon with Eun Seo. I can vouch for that. Plus, I have this video. She plays a video featuring two familiar figures. Hello, I'm Jong Sik, Guild Master of Harang, says one. I'm Yu Seol, a hunter from Harang, adds the other. Shin Hyuk thinks, Harang's people? They're testifying I was in Jeju on guild business, working with them daily to close gates, ready to defend me. COY adds, if you have to go to court over this, they're willing to testify anytime. After watching, Imun Ji comments, this video alone proves you weren't in Jeju for a honeymoon. And there's more. She plays another video, where a voice says, can you hear me? I'm Kim Man-dong, Vice Principal of Hunter Academy No. 1. I trust Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk. His refusal of the award wasn't to hide a honeymoon. He was once famous on the Academy's YouTube channel, drawing positive attention but also malicious comments, especially for coming from a regular school. He was challenged so much it nearly paralyzed our administrative work. Avoiding media attention was natural. Shin Hyuk thinks, that old man. I mean, I didn't expect the vice principal to back me up so fiercely, Imun Ji says, no need for an interview. This video's enough. I'll write and publish the article right away, so don't worry. The misunderstanding will be cleared before school starts. Shin Hyuk replies, thank you. I'm grateful to everyone. I'm counting on you. She nods. All right, I'll get to it. But there's one small issue. Shin Hyuk asks. Small issue. She explains. I contacted the outlet that published the first article. Reporter Nam Jimin said she never wrote it. Someone likely hacked her account to post that smear piece. She asks, have you made any enemies? Shin Hyuk bites his nail, muttering, no reason for anyone to hate me. I mean, this could keep escalating. Imun Ji turns to leave, saying, this time it was an article, but next time, who knows? I didn't want to say this without proof since I'm a reporter, not a cop. Just be careful. I don't want to meet you as a story subject again. Shin Hyuk responds, thanks for the advice. That evening, Shin Hyuk returns home exhausted, collapsing onto his bed, muttering, at least Eun Seo's cleared. But who hates me enough to drag a student into this? I just wanted a quiet teaching life. But when did I start caring so much about these kids? As he's about to doze off, his phone pings with a message. Teacher Kong, if you're not asleep, check this out. He grabs his phone, muttering, this. Below articles about him, countless comments flood in. I'm Teacher Shin Hyuk's lover, with proof. No, I'm his lover, here's a photo. I'm his real lover, with 2 photos. I'm the true lover, with evidence. The real lover of Teacher Shin Hyuk, with a photo to prove it. Shin Hyuk yells, what's this? It's gone beyond malicious comments to a full-on joke? Who's pulling this lame prank? Looking at the photos and the comments, he notices something familiar. Wait, that's Min-hee from swordsmanship class. That's the training field, probably from class. In a video, she says, I'm Min-hee, from Hunter Academy No. 1's swordsmanship class. First, I'm sorry for stirring things up to get your attention, teacher. If holding your arm counts as proof of being your lover, then I'm your lover too. Everyone in swordsmanship class loves Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk. That's all I wanted to say. More comments pile up. I'm Teacher Shin Hyuk's lover too. No, I'm his lover. I've got his autograph. If he prepared it for me, I must be his true love. Another adds, back off, I'm his real love. If meeting in Jeju was a honeymoon, then I'm on honeymoon too. We even shared ice cream. Shin Hyuk sighs, saying, these kids. I became a teacher just for a peaceful life, but spending time with them changed that. I haven't even been that great to them. Standing up for me when I'm being trashed everywhere can't be easy. We've only been together one semester. Even if the world turns against me, my students still believe in me. Not just them, Teacher Kim, Lee Seol, Harang Guild, even the vice principal. Everyone I've met is standing up for me. Feeling their support, tears rolled down his cheeks. He smiles, a mix of emotions, staring at his phone, muttering, guess I'm living pretty decently after all. But then, a message arrives, freezing him. He says, Seora. Her message reads, sorry for calling you trash, Sunbae. Let me help in my own way. Here's an address and password. Go there, and your problem will be partly solved. At the address Seora sent, in a room, Jong Hyun-sik and the fake Nam Jimin are tied to chairs, screaming as they're held captive. Meanwhile, Seora stands on the rooftop, gazing at the city, sighing. Next semester, I hope you teach us even more. Revised scene translation. Arriving at a house, Shin Hyuk faced a tightly shut iron gate. He glanced at it, muttering, is this the place? He stepped forward, pulled the gate open, and entered. Spotting two people tied to chairs, he shouted, Jong Hyun-sik. And next to him, isn't that the girl from Jeju who asked for my number? His eyes darted to a nearby table, where a laptop sat with a note beside it. He approached, opened the laptop, and entered the password. As the screen lit up, his face darkened, and he cursed. These lunatics. The laptop contained everything. Malicious rumors ready to be spread, fake photos, even stolen ID documents. Jong Hyun-sik, unable to accept his loss in a prior honor duel, had hired a fixer to take Shin Hyuk down. Though Seora, a true pro, had already subdued him, Jong Hyun-sik was still a formidable figure in the shadows. As police escorted him out, Jong Hyun-sik glared back at Shin Hyuk, snarling, I don't know how you pulled this off, but I'll be back. This isn't over. Next time, I'll start with the people around you, one by one. Before he could finish, Shin Hyuk lunged forward, grabbing his collar, and said coldly, try it, you bastard. The officers quickly intervened, shouting, hey, back off. Shin Hyuk's face burned with rage as he cursed. Every time you show your face, I'll drag you out and beat you to a pulp. I'll thrash you until you're half dead and shave off whatever hair you've got left. But listen, don't you dare touch those around me. Because if you do, I'll kill you. Be ready. Seeing Shin Hyuk losing control, an officer pushed him back, yelling, I said back off. Jong Hyun-sik, shaken, thought to himself, no way. Shin Hyuk, is this his true nature? Soon after, Imun-ji's article was published. Backed by testimonies from heavyweights like Kim Man-dong, Jong Sik, and official cooperation from Jeju City, the investigation's conclusion, that Jong Hyun-sik was the culprit, flipped public opinion overnight. Back at the snowy mountain, after hearing Shin Hyuk's full story, Yu Riang exclaimed, that's incredible. They didn't even bother investigating before publishing, and in just one day, the narrative flipped completely. Worse than a demonic possession, rumors are truly terrifying. That dagger-wielding girl is something else, too. Wasn't that spear guy supposed to be a big deal? Shin Hyuk scratched his head shyly, replying, she didn't say how she did it, but mentioned giving them 3 bottles of sleeping pills, enough to knock out an elephant. Yu Riang continued, for you, she went that far. My disciple's pretty impressive, huh? Though the context is a bit different, I guess I'm lucky to have such good karma. Shin Hyuk responded, oh, the school told me to take some time off, but I refused. It'd only worry the kids more. Yu Riang nodded. You thought it through. If they're ungrateful, repay them with your teaching. But Shin Hyuk interrupted. Master, I have a request. Yu Riang, slurping his noodles, asked. What's that? Shin Hyuk said. Do you know the 3 talents sword technique? It's a basic sword art with 3 moves, horizontal slash, vertical slash, and thrust. In martial arts novels, it's considered third-rate, but I think it'd be good for the kids to practice. You must know it. Yu Riang, still eating, replied. 3 talents sword technique? Never heard of it. You haven't even mastered what you're learning. Why chase other techniques? Shin Hyuk, puzzled, said, master? It's the 3 talents sword technique, vertical slash, horizontal slash, thrust. Yu Riang snapped. You idiot, horizontal, vertical, thrust. That's just slashing. What's this 3 talents nonsense? Shin Hyuk thought. I figured since it's a common trope in martial arts novels, it'd exist here. He spoke up. Then, besides what I've learned, do you know any other techniques? Yu Riang replied. I know a few moves from Old Heavenly Demon and Old Zhang Sanfeng. What? Shin Hyuk shared his thoughts. I want to teach my students something meaningful. Yu Riang smiled faintly, saying, it doesn't have to be martial arts, right? Back when I trained at Wudong, I learned something from Old Zhang Sanfeng. Shin Hyuk asked, what's that? Yu Riang explained. Living on the mountain, he was an expert in herbs. He was incredible at brewing tonics. He told me to make them for my disciples someday. Shin Hyuk's eyes twitched as he exclaimed, my gosh, master, you had something like that and didn't give it to me first. Yu Riang retorted, didn't I already forge your bones? This just adjusts tendons and opens meridians. At your level, you don't need it. Shin Hyuk teased. Sounds like regular old tonic. Yu Riang clarified. You punk, how can regular tonics compare? It doesn't boost inner energy like some miracle elixir, but it's highly effective. Wudong pursues simplicity, no fancy ingredients. Zhang Sanfeng's disciples were stronger than heavenly demons, get it? For growing students, it was the perfect gift. But the results exceeded Shin Hyuk's expectations. After trying his tonic, the students writhed in agony. One shouted, teacher poisoned the class. Air raid alert. Air raid alert. Seeing their grim faces, Shin Hyuk said, hey, this is a tonic for your body, you brats. Don't spill it. Drink it all. The second semester of the swordsmanship class began. A long-haired student, face dark, said, teacher, no joke, this is like poison. Jin Su, looking no better, muttered, I don't want to drink this. Shin Hyuk ordered. Jin Su, one more lap. For the next 2 months, you'll drink this before class every day. Skip it if you want, but come talk to me privately. Jin Su, wiping tonic from his mouth, grumbled. You say that, but skipping it feels like missing out. Shin Hyuk reassured them. All right, no lessons today. Dismissed after drinking. Class leader. The class leader sprang up, shouting, attention. At her command, the class stood rigidly, eyes fixed on Shin Hyuk. Surprised, he said, what's this? You haven't even saluted. The class leader spoke. We look forward to your guidance this semester, teacher. The class echoed. Please guide us, teacher. The girls below whispered. Teacher's so handsome. Don't leave us. Shin Hyuk sighed, heart warmed, thinking, they're worried I'll quit. He replied, I'm not going anywhere. Dismissed. After the students left, Shin Hyuk stood alone at the podium, holding a book, musing. Half a year already? Time flies. I just wanted a comfy life, but I've grown so attached to this place. As he reflected, Seora appeared at the door, arms crossed, saying, the kids really listen to you. How do you do it? Seeing her, Shin Hyuk said, Seora, you're here? What's up? She glanced outside nervously, then said, what else? You're famous now, and your image is much better. So, they told me to approach you. Shin Hyuk sighed. No wonder it's been quiet lately. She continued, you can't hide your shine. I had a hunch. The Sea Wave Guild's closure report, the duel with the vice principal. Your hidden skills keep slipping out. Her eyes turned troubled as she said, Sunbae, this is serious. They told me to use any means necessary. He replied, Samwon Group's chairman, Young Pil Jae, Congressman So Gwang-sik, Vice Minister of Justice, Kim Jong-cheol. That's enough for them to back off, right? Seora, shocked, asked, how do you know those names? He started to speak, then pivoted. Back when? No, I just dug around. And Taz won't act rashly, so you're fine. Stop frowning. Reflecting, he concluded, a needle in a haystack will eventually show. No matter how I hide, my abilities will come to light, like Jong-sik said. I've done too much to turn back time. I've built too many bonds, since meeting Master, learning martial arts. No, since becoming Kong Shin Hyuk, the story was bound to change. He spoke aloud. Fine, no need to cling to principles or fear change. Seora, confused, asked, what original story? What are you talking about? He patted her shoulder, saying, nothing. I look forward to your help this semester. Stepping out of the classroom with a smile, he thought, the life of Kong Shin Hyuk is truly starting now. Scene changed to a few days later. showing a peaceful environment, with tree canopies swaying gently in the soft breeze. Strange noises were coming from the school restroom at this moment. Kids really do adapt fast. One guy spoke up, "Hey, do you have any elixir left?" The other guy replied, waving him off, "Get lost. I only have one gulp left." The first guy pleaded, "Come on, give me a sip. That's what good friends are for." The tonic that Master gave them to drink was called elixir. Right now, two young men were holed up inside a restroom stall, staring frantically at the bottle in front of them. The long-haired guy laughed out loud. "Ha! The score went up again." The bald guy nodded in agreement. With its terribly bitter taste, it helps keep you awake and improves digestion, making a popular drink among students. Standing nearby, Jin-Soo gently set his glass down on the table and let out a few whines. He lamented, "As for me, I don't taste any bitterness at all. Is it because my life has been too miserable that I ended up like this?" Minhee turned around, reminding him, "Here you go again." Jin-Soo called out loudly, "Hey, Minhee, date me, and I won't ever let your hands touch the elixir." Facing these half-joking, half-serious words, Minhee laughed out loud. "Haha, get lost. You don't stand a chance." Having someone like Jin-Soo use it recklessly made him a bit worried. But thanks to the synergy with the long-distance running exercises meant to build physical endurance throughout the previous term, the swordsmanship class achieved overwhelming results in the physical fitness test right before the upcoming midterms. Watching the students running furiously down on the field, a teacher marveled, "Mr. Shin-hyuk, what did you do to these kids to get results like this?" Another teacher, holding a stopwatch, nodded in agreement. "They're almost on par with the third years who want to join the Ranger Squad." Looking at the students' highly convincing performance, Shin-hyuk smiled to himself. Even though he wasn't the homeroom teacher, as the instructor for basic swordsmanship, he felt quite proud. He thought to himself, "I already gave them the tonic, so this term they'll just have to train twice as hard." And so, the bustling summer of the second semester passed by. Autumn was drawing near. In class, he spoke up to his students, "The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming up, so don't just focus on playing. Right after the holiday, you'll have midterms." "Got it," the students replied in unison. "Yes, sir." He continued to remind them, "Spend some quality time with your families." Now, class dismissed. The whole class left. Minhee turned around, waving goodbye. "Happy holidays to you too, teacher." Watching the students gradually leave, he turned his gaze toward the notebook in his hand and smiled. Suddenly, two students approached, catching his attention. He turned around, wondering, "Un-seo, why haven't you left yet? Why are you still standing there?" Un-soo playfully spoke up. "We want to get some advice from you, teacher." The two girls glanced at each other, and then Un-seo said, "We're planning to sign up for the martial arts tournament." "What do you think, teacher?" Confronted with this sudden decision, he asked back, "The martial arts tournament?" That was the martial arts tournament among Hunter academies nationwide, simply called the Martial Arts Tournament for short. Students from Hunter schools across the country could participate. Since it didn't segregate by grade, most third-year students usually achieve the highest ranks. He stroked his chin in thought. A few days ago, during the faculty meeting, the martial arts tournament had also been mentioned. He thought the first years wouldn't be interested at all. Un-soo continued, "The qualifiers start in November, so we plan to register early." Un-seo chimed in, "What do you think, teacher? Are we not cut out for it?" He pondered for a few seconds, then replied, "You two are indeed top students, but you only stand out among peers your own age. If you go up against second or third years who already have practical experience, it's going to be very difficult." Un-seo quickly followed up, "That's true, isn't it? If we participate and get eliminated, we'll only bring shame to you, teacher." Shin-hyuk flinched, wondering, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Un-seo continued, "I heard that when Senior Seijin was a first year, she also wanted to participate, but the swordsmanship teacher at the time didn't allow it, because failing in the qualifiers would cause a loss of face. In the end, she had to beg repeatedly, and then went directly to the vice principal to ask for special permission." Hearing this story, Shin-hyuk let out a sigh, thinking to himself, "Impressive. No wonder she became the student council president." Then he asked them back, "But hey, girls, why do you have to worry about my reputation? I don't care about that stuff at all. If you want to compete, just compete." This made the two young girls incredibly excited, crying out in unison, Really? Thank you, teacher. We'll do our best. He nodded in confirmation. But since you're participating, you must at least pass the qualifiers, okay? I heard there's a separate training camp for tournament participants, so make sure you don't skip it. Thinking about this, Sio's jaw dropped as she asked, a training camp? Will we be studying with you, teacher? He replied. Not sure, we don't know who will be in charge yet, but it probably won't be me. This left the girl thoroughly disappointed as she asked, Huh, why is that, sir? He calmly replied, I'm still a rookie teacher. Experienced second or third-year teachers will probably take charge. Sio asked further, what kind of weird criteria is that? Among the swordsmanship teachers, you're the best, teacher. Facing this compliment, he just smiled faintly and replied, You really know how to flatter, kid, but I'm very busy, so I can't do it. The blunt rejection left the young girl a bit disheartened. As she spoke up, I don't like training camps, but if it's taught by you, then I'm fine with it. He immediately corrected her. That's not it. The experience and know-how of teachers with years of service are also very important, you know? He thought to himself, tournament participants will have training classes on weekend evenings. Even though I cherish you guys, I can't sacrifice all of my rest time. Then he smiled and encouraged them. Anyway, I'll submit your names to the vice principal. Prepare well for this tournament. But as soon as he met the vice principal, the man immediately pointed a finger at him and said, You take care of the students for the tournament preparation, Mr. Kong. And just like that, once again, his vacation was officially ruined. This made his entire body feel like turning into stone right then and there. He spoke up, his voice hesitant. Vice principal, sir, I'm just a rookie teacher. Shouldn't we let the second or third-year teachers handle this task? Holding his chin, the man replied, Actually, Mr. Choi from the third year want to take it, but to be completely honest, I think you're much better. Hearing that, he sheepishly scratched his head and replied, Well, my students are only participating to gain experience. If it were under the guidance of a championship contender like Se-jin, wouldn't that be better? Knowing he would say something like this anyway, the vice principal cut him off. I already spoke with Se-jin. She also wants you to be the one in charge of the training class. Seeing that the man was one step ahead of him, Shin Hyuk frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this old man always moves so fast. Looking straight at him, the man lowered his voice. How about this? If you're not interested, we can meet the same conditions as last time. He spoke up to refuse. I don't want to. The blunt rejection startled the vice principal, who blurted out, Why not? He explained, Didn't I win the duel last time? Yet you still force me? The man immediately explained, Regarding that last dispute, I also helped call a draw, you know? He smiled and replied, Oh, how nice. The man continued, Listen to me first. From what I heard from CO Hwa, you still haven't met the criteria to apply for the A rank evaluation, right? He nodded in agreement. Yes, that's correct. Overseas experience doesn't count. I plan to complete it during the winter break and then apply next year. Thinking of this, the vice principal raised his voice with regret. Then that's a pity, Mr. Kong. Then he made an assertion. I will give you the chance to promote to A rank right now. Hearing this, his entire body jolted, and after a few seconds, he asked in confusion, Vice principal, I don't even have enough domestic experience yet. The man explained, with a recommendation letter from an SS rank hunter like me, you can still take the evaluation even if your gate clears are insufficient. With your ability, you will definitely pass. The third evaluation period is right after the Mid-Autumn Festival. What do you think? The man had outmaneuvered him once again. This left him feeling uncomfortable inside. Every single time, he brought an offer that was exactly what Shin Hyuk needed, making it impossible to refuse. This sweet honey poked right into his greed. Just by reaching A rank, the basic allowance would increase immediately. Furthermore, if he became an A rank hunter before the winter break, his extra income would absolutely skyrocket. Everything was happening so fast that his breathing grew heavy. He stammered, It's just that I'm busy for one day this weekend. So if we can arrange it on another day, I'll consider it. Seeing that he had agreed, the vice principal nodded in confirmation. Good. Discuss it thoroughly with the students to adjust the schedule. After the agreement was settled, he turned and left, thinking to himself, In the end, I took on more work again. He sighed, continuing to think But thinking back, he helped me a lot last time too. With a vice principal who is an SS rank hunter, I'll definitely have to rely on him in the future. Looking at the list in front of him, he muttered, the first-year participants for the martial arts tournament are Un-Seo and Un-Soo. For the third year, there's only Se-Jin, last year's champion. It had been a few months since the interview. I wonder how she's doing these days. Shifting the scene to Se-Jin, she was still diligently practicing at this moment. The arm holding her sword was covered in fresh blood, which kept dripping onto the ground. Her arm was trembling violently, yet she still tried to hold onto the wooden sword tightly. Her breathing grew more and more rapid. Right now, it seemed like she had pushed herself to her absolute limit. Shifting the scene to the snowy mountain, seeing him just lounging around here day after day, the master couldn't help but ask out of curiosity whether he planned to spend the entire vacation here. He nodded and replied, yeah, well, might as well train on what I'm lacking and breathe some fresh air. This made his master narrow his eyes suspiciously. Now he spoke up to ask, did you kill someone? Shocked by this, he angrily replied, no, it's nothing like that. Seeing this unusual attitude of his, the master spoke up again. Something is very strange. Normally during training, you find every possible way to skip it. So why are you being so serious now? He talked back. Why don't you praise me for once? Can't you just compliment me? His master replied. I was just thinking that making you focus is harder than resolving a stain on the beggar sect. He angrily flopped down onto the snow and replied, I just thought, what if I become even stronger than originally planned? How would things turn out? He thought to himself, the lives of the Academy's students have already been altered more or less by me. Since I decided to live my own life, starting from the second semester, I also need to proactively become strong. But I don't know how even the smallest change will affect the future of this world. At the very least, I must be strong enough to protect myself and those around me. Done thinking, he sat straight up. Well, that makes sense. Then he turned to ask his master, all right, can you read the characters of our world yet? At this time, his master was still enjoying a pale green chocolate bar and replied, of course, it wasn't that hard. Therefore, he immediately pulled out a martial arts manual and spoke up. Then please take a look at this for me, master. The old man began to open it up to study, and looking at it, he asked in curiosity, what is this? He replied, that's a martial arts book used out there, can't you tell? After studying it for a while, the master spoke up. Did I learn the wrong characters? How dare this piece of trash, not even worth 3 cents, be called a martial arts curriculum? Even a small-time pirate could break this easily. His expression immediately changed 180 degrees, and gently stroking his chin, he spoke up, right, it's not boring at all. Isn't that so? He thought to himself, actually, staying here throughout this vacation wasn't just for my sake. While thinking of how to organize the training class, I suddenly pulled out a little bit, and then he turned to ask his master, you fought against all kinds of weapons before, haven't you? He nodded in confirmation. That's right. What? At this time, while winking one eye, he opened his backpack to pull out another martial arts book and spoke up. Actually, besides swordsmanship, there are many other martial arts styles out there. If I can, please teach me just a few moves to suppress the opponent, all right? Faced with his student's slyness, the old man hesitantly spoke up. You have an interesting idea. Are you planning to challenge this old man to a sword debate right now? Even though a sword debate was just a verbal sparring session, it couldn't bring progress like a real battle. However, it was still a process of finding flaws and drawing lessons. All practical courses at the Hunter Academy were taught according to a fixed curriculum. The Hunter schools nationwide all taught the exact same content. What if a true martial arts master analyzed modern martial arts and pointed out the weaknesses for him? What if he taught his student how to break all the weapons out there? Among the people out there, how many students would actually be strong enough to counter it? Cutting off his train of thought, he was now debating martial arts with his master. He rushed forward to throw a punch, but the old man easily swung his sword up, deflecting his attack. The powerful deflection caused the spear to fly right out of his hand. Immediately, before he could react, the master swung a slash directly toward him. But with his agile speed, he quickly moved behind his master's back. Then, his fist clenched tight as he gathered mana into it, preparing to strike. The punch thrown caused a violent explosion to echo through the mountains and forests. During the vacation, I would discuss sword techniques with my master and take notes. There were times I got stubborn and got beaten up too. He told me not to be obstinate, but that was coming from the person who also talked nonsense about stepping on snowflakes to double jump. The two of them kept repeating this action over and over. Uriang talked continuously, while he actively reviewed what was being said. Afterward, the two of them happily enjoyed ramen together. All in all, it was quite a pleasant vacation. Once everything was done, he said goodbye to his master and returned to the school. Walking down the hallway, he let out a soft sigh. So troublesome. Oh, I'm so full. Anyway, the food was delicious. Eating instant noodles all vacation long. Now getting to eat dormitory food feels like heaven. But if army food is like this, staying for another month would be. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression immediately changed as he muttered, "Another month of what?" Afterward, he used his hand to slap his own face and spoke up. "What am I talking about? Life is fine. It's totally fine." Before this strange behavior of his, Seijin walked over from a distance and asked, "Oh, teacher?" "Hello, teacher." Seeing the young girl, he also greeted her back. "Seijin, it's been a while, right? You arrived so early. Have you eaten yet?" She nodded and replied, "Yes, I ate. Third years get to eat fastest, you know." Seeing the young girl constantly tagging along behind him, his first thought was, you should rest after eating, since you already arrived this early. This kid is really stubborn. The young girl sheepishly turned to ask, even though classes haven't started yet, "Could you have a mock match with me, teacher?" He thought of a way to refuse. Running right after eating will give you a stomach ache, you know. Right when he escaped from Seijin, he was immediately blocked and pestered by Unseo's group. Seeing him, they cheerfully cried out, "Teacher, have you had dinner yet?" Looking at them, he wondered, "What's with that tone? I thought you guys would take your time playing before coming back. Who knew you'd arrive so early?" Minhee pouted and replied, "Ah, how can we be late on the first day?" He thought to himself. Next was Unseo, Unsu, and then Minhee and Jinsu also joined the group, saying it was lots of fun. And so, the number of participants for the martial arts tournament from Hunter School No. 1 was finalized. 4 first years and 1 third year. Looking at the students sitting in front of him, he secretly nodded to himself. Good. 5 kids are enough for me to teach. Jinsu immediately raised his hand to voice his concern. "Teacher, I heard that we have classes on weekdays and weekends too. Is that really true?" He let out a soft sigh and replied, "Unfortunately, it is true. This is an order from the vice principal. Just go complain to him." Seijin, who was beside him, spoke up to suggest, "Teacher, actually, I want to attend extra classes on Sundays too." This left Jinsu thoroughly puzzled as he turned to ask, "Senior, what's wrong? Why are you so hard-working?" Minhee raised her hand to speak. "How will the classes be conducted, sir? I think it would be better if it leans toward actual combat." Facing this question, he smiled faintly and spoke up, "Good question. Since this is a training class to prepare for the martial arts tournament, it will focus on sparring practice. But theory cannot be ignored either." Seijin continued, "Teacher, I really don't need theory. If you don't mind, could I just do individual training during the theory hour?" Looking closely at this girl, she wasn't just hard-working, she was practically impatient. "I heard she was the champion last year. Could there be some destined rival at this year's martial arts tournament?" Then he pulled out a stack of documents and spoke up, "Now, take a look at this before deciding whether you need theory or not." Looking at the stack of documents, she asked in curiosity, "What is this?" "It looks like a curriculum manual." Then she noticed the title of the document stack and muttered, "Countering." She thought to herself, "I thought it would be like before, where we fight and the teacher gives feedback on our shortcomings. If the class leans toward theory, it's a bit of a waste of time." But then, while reading through it, she discovered something, and her eyes suddenly froze for a few seconds. Jinsu also skimmed through it, then asked out of curiosity, "Teacher, this method doesn't just cover swordsmanship, right?" He explained, "The martial arts tournament isn't just for students from the swordsmanship class to participate." Unsu asked in confusion, "But how can we learn all of spear technique, close combat, as well as archery?" Unseo chimed in, "And magic too. Even if we learn it, we can't use it because the mana is different." Looking at the bewildered expressions below, he smiled and spoke up, "It seems that apart from Seijin, No one else understands the point yet. You guys are studying swordsmanship, so why do you need to learn other disciplines? Look back at the title. It's countering. Jin Su asked in confusion. Teacher, did you make this yourself? He gave a thumbs up and nodded in confirmation. That's right, I got a little help, but from the cover to the content, it's completely handmade. Looking at the cover of the lesson plan, which couldn't look any uglier, Jin Su spoke up. Even the cover is completely handmade indeed, teacher. It's truly terrible, huh? In contrast to the playful attitude of the kids, Se-jin's entire body was trembling as she held the theory manual, thinking to herself, this book is not something to be laughed off. If one masters this material, then in a confrontation against the same type of mana, it would be impossible to lose even if you wanted to. If I had the age and experience of Mr. Kong, I could completely keep up with that ability. While thinking, she glanced toward him and thought to herself, it turns out the real genius is him. Over at the snowy mountain at this moment, Yuriang suddenly sneezed, wondering who was mentioning his name. It has been almost a week since I took over the supplementary class for the martial arts tournament. Some days we study theory according to the countering styles that Master gave me. Other days we do combat training. Right now, he was looking at the statistics sheet and then turned to tell Yissel, time's up. Let's stop here for today. At this time, the girl was still full of enthusiasm and spoke up. 3 minutes have passed already? Co Wa, who is currently treating Minhee, spoke up. The kids are really energetic. They don't look tired at all. He thought to himself, I asked Mr. Kim and Hong for help, and the countering style that Master created is truly amazing. But right now, the kids still lack too much actual combat experience. Of course, if it goes through the vice principal, it's not impossible to have mock matches with other classes. But having a student like Yissel around is really reliable. Ending his thoughts, he turned to encourage everyone. Good work, everyone. Have a nice dinner. Don't forget to take the bitter tonic when you leave. Starting Monday, the first years will go on a 3-day training run. Normally, you'd get to rest comfortably at school. Recalling what the vice principal told him, by the way, I remember you're acting as an instructor in the training camp too. This left him thoroughly puzzled as he spoke up. What kind of package deal is this? I'm not the homeroom teacher. I'm just a swordsmanship instructor. Man Dong sheepishly replied. The recommendation letter for the promotion exam this time is very valuable. Come on, just help out one more time, teacher. And so, I had to follow the training camp. That old man is rarely this clingy. It's not like he's taking the kids anywhere through a gate. Yet he still looks anxious. Seeing him deep in thought for a while, Co Wa turned to ask, Mr. Kong, are you still brewing tonic for the kids? He smiled and replied, I heard there's a type of tonic that's good for students who are in their growing phase. Hearing that, Co Wa smiled and spoke up. You really care about the kids a lot, teacher. They are truly lucky. Hearing these words, everyone showed a disgruntled expression. The effectiveness of the tonic passed down by Master was indeed clear, though it might naturally be because they were at the age of growing up. But thinking back, during the recent midterms, their basic abilities had also improved significantly. Yissel stepped forward and offered, Mr. Kong, let me help you clean up. He chivalrously waved his hand in refusal. Oh, no, it's fine. You've already helped enough. Just go inside first. She pouted and replied, Are you sure, teacher? I'm free anyway. He smiled. Just having you help with the training is enough to make me grateful. Next time, I'll treat you to a proper meal. After finishing cleaning up, he walked out of the training room, locking the door while muttering to himself, today has passed too. Just as he was thinking about getting some rest, suddenly a voice echoed from behind. Teacher. Se-jin's appearance caused the smile on Shin Hyuk's face to vanish, and he gasped in surprise. Whoa, you startled me. He turned to ask, Is that you, Se-jin? Why haven't you gone home yet? Are you asking for another mock match by any chance? She immediately shook her head. No, that's not it. Actually, I have something I want to tell you, teacher. The teachers looked a bit awkward, making him ask in curiosity, Why are you hesitating so much? The girl reached out, gripping her other arm as she stammered. Actually, starting next week, I won't be able to attend the Saturday class anymore. The young girl spoke in an incredibly sad tone. This caused Shin Hyuk's gaze to freeze in surprise for a few seconds. The first thought in my head was what? The second thought was why? With one less student, my workload would lighten up, So why did my mood feel so strange? Maybe it was because I had prepared quite thoroughly for the training session. So hearing that a top student would be absent made me feel this way. I was never someone overly passionate about teaching, but either way, she's only missing Saturdays. Yeah, she's only missing Saturdays. Looking at the young girl right now, her tears streaming down from sadness, he muttered, "In the end, why are you crying so miserably like this?" Shifting the scene outside, the teacher and student were currently sitting on the school grounds, having a heart-to-heart talk. He spoke up dejectedly. "This is bad. The cafeteria closed early. Now I can only offer you this bitter tonic." Taking the glass that was emitting a poisonous gas-like odor from his hand, her expression turned dark, but she still forced herself to speak up. "It's fine, sir. This actually helped me calm down faster." Then he turned to ask, "So from next week on, you're going out for real hunts every weekend?" The young girl nodded in confirmation. "Yes. Honestly, I'd prefer to be guided by you, teacher, but..." Before she could even finish her sentence, he spoke up curiously. "But that's strange. Even though students only start internships from their second year. There are no internships on weekends, and besides, regulations forbid going out," she replied. "My dad said he will call the vice principal directly soon." Right at this moment, sipping his drink, he thought to himself, strange, that rigid, by-the-book old man wouldn't easily allow something like that. Curious about her father's identity, he turned to ask, "If just one phone call can settle it, then could it be that your father knows the vice principal?" The girl replied, "Ah, my father is the leader of the Aries Guild." Thinking of this, Shin Hyuk's gaze shifted as he narrowed his eyes slightly, looking toward the young girl and thinking to himself, "A guild leader? Huh? Turns out this kid is from a wealthy and powerful family." The girl continued, "Actually, my goal isn't the domestic martial arts tournament. I'm only participating to secure a spot in the WHCU 19 Hunter Championship." WHCU 19 stands for World Hunter Championship Under 19, which is the World Hunter Championship for contestants under 19 years old. Then, as if realizing something, he turned and spoke up, "Ah, right, winning the martial arts tournament gets you into that tournament." The girl nodded in confirmation. He thought to himself, she hasn't even competed in the qualifiers for the tournament yet, but she's already thinking about the WHCU. She seems a bit overconfident. Yet, Seijin had already been the champion for 2 consecutive years. There were even rumors that this year's champion would be Seijin as well. He wondered, speaking up next, "So you already participated in the WHCU this past January?" The girl hesitantly replied, "Yes, I did participate," but before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted, "So, it's true? How'd it go?" "With Seijin's strength, you wouldn't just make the top ranks. You could completely aim for the championship." Contrary to his expectations, however, she sheepishly replied, "I was eliminated in the very first round." He muttered, "Eliminated in the very first round?" She explained, "My luck with the draw was bad. My opponent in the first match happened to be last year's champion." Hearing this, Shin Hyuk let out a gasp. "Oh my gosh, that must have been such a bummer, right?" The girl replied, "It would be a lie to say I wasn't bummed, but I can't blame it on bad luck. If my strength were enough, I wouldn't have been eliminated." Looking at the young girl in front of him, he was reminded of his own past self, back when he was still buried in writing stories. Then he turned, gently patting the young girl's head as he praised her. "You really are a top student, aren't you?" This intimate gesture made her incredibly flustered as she spoke up. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Her flinching startled him in return. Then he regained his composure and continued, "Usually, anyone would go easy on themselves. But sometimes looking at Seijin, it doesn't seem that way. Yet nobody recognizes that kind of hardship. Instead, people only feel sorry for you." These words seemed to strike a chord in her heart, making her expression become extremely flustered. The tears welling up in the corners of her eyes were on the verge of falling. After getting a girl all emotional, "Are you going to just turn around and run away?" He immediately stood up to leave, saying, "I'll head out first. You stay out here to get some fresh air before heading back inside. About the Saturday class, I'll ask the vice principal one more time. And that wasn't just getting eliminated in the qualifiers. Your opponent won the entire tournament, so you can pretty much consider yourself the runner-up. You did great. Don't lose your confidence." Reanimated by his encouraging words, The young girl stood right up, bowing deeply as she called out loudly, "Thank you, teacher. I will definitely make it happen." Meanwhile, he frowned slightly, waving his hand as he replied, "Hey, I told you to relax." Watching his retreating figure, the young girl's mood seemed to have improved quite a bit. Then she turned her gaze toward the phone vibrating in her hand. The caller was none other than her father. She picked up and answered, "Hello, Dad." Her father spoke with a tone of reproach. "What took you so long to pick up?" She trembled slightly, speaking up, I'm sorry. I was just busy consulting someone for a moment." Her father angrily spoke up. "Consulting about what?" "You just need to do as I say." Afterward, the father and daughter conversed for a while, and then she could only stand frozen in the middle of the school grounds, deep in thought. The Aries Guild was a renowned guild of upper medium scale. With the Aries Guild, it was student time. In the story, the heir of the Aries Guild splits off to establish a new guild, and that new guild was named Dawn. With the Aries Guild, it was Kim Se-jin, a character who hated her parents to the point of changing her name. Incredibly tough. When the protagonist Kim Do-hyun was a second year, the guild in charge of his internship was none other than the Dawn Guild, and during the process of Se-jin supervising Kim Do-hyun, the two eventually fell in love. No wonder such a talented character didn't appear in the original work. It really was strange. I thought she was just an outstanding supporting character. Who knew Se-jin would turn out like this, proving to be the main heroine after all, if the original plot doesn't change. The relationship between Se-jin and her father will completely rupture. The catalyst would be the WHCU tournament next January. Because she didn't achieve good results, Se-jin was severely scolded by her father. Now that I think about it, the author probably cared a lot about reader immersion. Se-jin's father was written as a master of psychological manipulation. Because the author's writing skill was so good, I had to clench my fists while reading it. He let out a long sigh, blurting out, "And to think he's actually my student's parent?" Truly suffocating. Leaning back on his beloved bed, his mouth still muttered. Even though Se-jin is almost guaranteed to win the martial arts tournament this year, the fact that she still carries that impatient look makes sense to me now. It's not strange at all. Among the top 10 experts, the reincarnated student, the coldest and most ruthless one, a complete perfectionist, all because his father happened to be the Sword King Kim Dae-chan, an S-rank hunter. A genius suffocated by her own father, who suppressed her using all sorts of connections to prevent his daughter from becoming independent. If Dae-chan were my father, I would have packed my bags and run away a long time ago. He pondered for a while, then recalled his own image from years past, back when he had achieved poor results, and his father tore up his test paper before scolding him. Later on, Se-jin will also defeat her father, receive an apology, and make up, ultimately leading to a happy ending. But honestly, I didn't like that part one bit. It just brought back old memories. Blood ties and forgiveness aren't some all-powerful magic wand. Massive nails must have already been driven into the hearts of those involved. Just looking at how he forced his daughter to intern even on weekends, completely disregarding school regulations, was enough to show how heavy the burden was. Come to think of it, Se-jin was a third year while also doubling as the student council president, adding the supplementary classes later on and hunting internships for both weekend days. I wonder if she even has any time to rest. Even if I don't interfere, everything will surely turn out fine later on anyway. Recalling the earlier images of the young girl, always being in a sad state, he pondered for quite a while before muttering to himself, "But should I actually step in?" Then he went back to ask his master. This made his master thoroughly puzzled as he spoke up. "If you step in, what exactly do you plan to do?" The old man chided him. "Disciple, if you step in, how do you even plan to handle it? What can you even do?" He explained, "No, master, I rarely ask for your advice, so why are you answering like that?" He replied, "Are you planning to flip that entire household upside down? Or are you going to personally sever their family bloodline? I've seen countless children carrying such heavy responsibilities. Even when I stayed at the Namgung family, the descendants practicing there also suffered beyond words. Back then, I only corrected a few of their stances and did nothing more." This made him very curious, as he spoke up to ask, "Why is that? Isn't that a bit too cold?" The master pondered for a while, then spoke up, because the child never uttered a single word of complaint. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk also began to contemplate, and he couldn't help but ask further. Did that girl ask for your help? He replied, not yet. The master asked, next? Or has she ever shown fear because of the upcoming battle? He replied, not that either. Only then did the old man let out a sigh, speaking up, foolish disciple. Count yourself lucky. Your disciple is already a martial artist to begin with. Hearing these words, he also fell silent for a few seconds, thinking to himself, it's true that she has never begged for my help. If she doesn't open her mouth, then a clumsy intervention will only make things more awkward for Seijin. The WHCU tournament is still a whole year away, and right now no rift has actually formed with her father yet. Thinking too much caused his head to throb with pain, so he clutched his head and spoke up, ouch, what a headache. Seeing him like this, his master spoke up, just pick up your sword if you want to vent your impatience. Sparring is the best way. He nodded in agreement, then stood up and explained, tomorrow I have to go prepare for the training camp, so please go easy on me, master. Hearing that, the old man asked without hesitation, where are you rushing off to again? How long has it even been since you got here? He replied, since I've taken on the role of an instructor, I have to arrive early to prepare. The master let out a sigh and replied, it seems like you're the busiest one lately. This is no time to be worrying about your disciple, is it? He gripped his sword tightly and spoke up, don't even get me started. That's why I haven't had any time for my own cultivation lately. He closed his eyes, sensing his body. It's true that ever since taking on that extra movement class, I've been way too busy. Next week, there's also the A-rank promotion exam. After the exam, I still have to treat Mr. Kim and Mr. Hong to dinner. Tomorrow, I also have to go to the training center for instructor duties. Even though I was swamped with deadlines as an author in my past life, why does this life feel even more stressful? Right after reincarnating, I had to start life as an academy student while also having to adapt to Kong Shin Hyuk's body. Looking for a hidden chance in the mountains ended up leading me to master. Even summer vacation wasn't free, going from hunting straight to practicing. Once that ended, I had to clarify rumors, and without getting any proper rest, school started again. I clearly swore that in this life, I would enjoy the things I couldn't do in my past life. Yet looking back, there isn't a single moment of leisure. Looking at his determined slashes, his master fell into deep thought for a moment. At this time, he leaped backward, still continuing to think. Even so, it's not like I hate my current life. Living a busy life was entirely my choice. And my life up until now hasn't been meaningless either. I wonder if Seijin is thinking the exact same thing. After debating swords for a while, he spoke up to confirm. That's right. Even though the beginning wasn't what I wanted, thanks to meeting you, Master, I was able to let Siora know the truth about Antaz. Even a match with the vice principal, though the result was a defeat, I've grown much stronger because of it. During the summer vacation, going out, no, even though it was working in Jeju, it was still a good experience. Thanks to becoming stronger, I was able to save my students safely, and I received help from those who accompanied me. He let out a soft sigh of relief, satisfied. Right, life is no big deal after all. Maybe Master's teaching to let go of impatience meant exactly this. But then, suddenly, his mind grew dizzy. His eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke up. Master, suddenly my internal energy is starting to go out of control, surging out wildly. Dang it, did I just let my mind wander way too much in the middle of sparring? He reached down to clutch his dantian, crying out, Triple A, it feels like my dantian is about to explode. It hurts so much. It's even worse than when Master cleared my rim meridian before. Could I be experiencing chi deviation, the bursting internal energy making my dantian burn? The internal energy escaped from his dantian, not following the acupoints but tracing along his spine, slowly rising. I have to regain control. This is not a normal route for circulating chi, passing through the epigastric region, reaching the area where the heart resides, then confidently rising to the neck, and from the neck up to the Yintang acupoint. Finally, when that exploding surge of internal energy hit the Baihui acupoint, it burst wide open, enlightening him on countless things. His expression immediately changed as he muttered. The pain vanished as if evaporating, leaving nothing but absolute clarity in my head now. He raised his hand, staring at it, stammering out, "What is this?" His master walked over, praising him, "Congratulations." This left him thoroughly puzzled as he asked back, "Huh, congratulations for what?" "Congratulations on your enlightenment. You have just crossed another wall." Hearing these words from his master, he thought to himself, "Crossed a wall? Does that mean my martial arts have reached the next realm?" The internal energy that was out of control suddenly poured back in. The surging flow of internal energy rose from his chest through his heart, then crowded into his neck as if about to explode. When it reached the Intang acupoint between his eyebrows, it fizzled out along with the pain. His master spoke up, describing his sensation. After passing the Intang, the place where the internal energy gathers is the Baihui acupoint at the top of the head. Then that boiling surge of internal energy that felt like it wanted to explode vanished without a trace. He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, exactly as I felt it." Hearing that, the corner of the old man's mouth curled into a smile as he reassured him. "But don't worry, your internal energy didn't disappear. It just cleared out to accommodate a new vessel. Given your personality, I thought it would take a bit more time. I didn't expect you to realize it so quickly." He asked back in confusion, "Realize it? But I don't feel anything truly obvious." The master continued, "In any case, a human being doesn't change just because they advance by one realm. There are still plenty of realms left to cross ahead. Among them, the condition to step into the transcendent realm is to free oneself from afflictions. Even if you can't immediately resolve the issue at hand, knowing how to accept the situation and taking it as a part of yourself is also a form of letting go." He now reflected on the words his master spoke. "Accepting the situation, I do feel much lighter indeed, master. And it seems my stomach is feeling a bit hungry too." These somewhat naive words of his made his master sigh in exasperation. Speaking up, "You've been circulating your chi for 4 entire watches. Of course you're hungry." Hearing that, he jolted in surprise, looking at the numbers on his phone as he shouted loudly, "Huh? 4 watches already?" It was already 5:30 p.m. The old man nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Didn't you say you still had to go to the training camp? Eat the ramen I cooked before you go." He was still fully immersed in his own thoughts. The previous realm, when I was gradually getting used to the aura blade, was the peak realm. Since I've crossed that realm, it means I am now entering the early stage of the transcendent realm. Just how strong have I become anyway? I completely can't sense it clearly. If only I could find another match, that would be great. Just when it happened to clash with the training camp schedule. After finishing his meal, he turned toward the teleportation gate and spoke up, "I'm done eating. I'm heading out. See you later, master." Watching his retreating figure, the old man lamented at this time, "Oh my goodness, I forgot to tell him to restrain his strength if anything happens. Oh well, it's probably no big deal anyway." Shifting the scene to the school. At this moment, the person in charge looked at the watch on his hand, seeing that it was past the designated time, but no one had arrived yet. He spoke up, "How can something this absurd happen? It was stated that this training camp director must be handled by your school 2 side." A person nodded in confirmation. "Naturally, the training director this time must be taken on by our school 2. The person who said this was a blond young man, who confidently spoke up with sarcasm. "Among the teachers coming from school 1, is any of them even an A-rank hunter? So the training director this time will be handled by Mr. Kim Young-hyun of school 2. One guy spoke up in protest. "But wasn't Mr. Kim just appointed last year? He isn't even an official full-time teacher yet." The other guy replied, "What does being a full-time teacher or a rookie matter? It should be based on strength." He was currently standing outside of the conversation, observing and thinking to himself, "An hour has already passed, you guys." Rushing to prepare, I arrived at the training camp just in time. I thought we just needed to distribute the duties and assign positions to finish up early. Who would have thought they'd argue over the position of training director, the highest person in charge here? Are they mortal enemies or something? No one has any intention of backing down. I heard that schools care a lot about face. Turns out it's to this extent. The blonde guy was still raising his voice, speaking up. "Then how about we teachers from school 1 duel to settle this?" Hearing this proposal, he stroked his chin, thinking to himself, "Oh, that works. That'll be much better." Talking forever yields no results. Dueling to determine the winner is 100 times cleaner. A brown-haired teacher looked worried, stroking his chin as he spoke up. "A duel? Come on. Do we really have to resort to a duel just to choose a training director? The blonde guy replied. Then do you have any other way, teacher? If you do, please speak up, he replied. If we absolutely must fight, then let each school send out 5 representatives to compete. Looking at this man, he thought to himself, oh wow, looks like there's actually a teacher from our school who's using his brain. Even though School 2 has an A-rank hunter, they also have C ranks. On the other hand, all the teachers at our school are B-rank hunters. In response to this suggestion, the blonde man shook his head in refusal. No way. There are only 30 minutes left until the training camp inspection time is over. The person in charge is waiting, so let's keep it clean with a one-on-one match. What do you guys think? Not confident. Hearing these words, the teacher from School 1 became extremely furious. Standing in the back, he sighed softly and continued to think, how ridiculous. Aren't they all just trembling because of that A-rank title? Then the blonde man looked straight in his direction and spoke up. Is that teacher Kong Shin-hyuk over there? Seeing someone call his name, he pointed at himself and replied, ah, yes, that's me. I'm Kong Shin-hyuk. The blonde man continued, is that so? I heard you once fought the vice principal over there and even managed to withstand a few moves. I thought you'd step forward bravely, but who would have thought you'd just hide behind everyone else like the rest? The man next to him chimed in, I heard you can even use an aura blade, but was that all just a staged act? Feeling awkward, he replied at this moment, yeah, think whatever you want, I'm not fighting. He thought to himself, don't even dream of trapping me. If Yisel were here instead of me, she definitely would have rushed out already. But what's the point of doing that? Even if I win, it'll only make those people who already look down on anyone from outside that hunter school even more arrogant. Then he continued to mock. Come to think of it, you've even been involved with students making the news lately, haven't you? This made him extremely angry, so he rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and stepped forward. You've crossed the line. Let's duel. This caused the teacher next to him to step in and stop him. Teacher Kong, calm down. Someone from behind spoke up. Teacher Beck, can you participate in this match? Feeling a bit awkward, Beck spoke up at this moment. Yeah, I guess that works. He thought to himself. After all, the other teachers don't seem like they want to step up either. Then he made a proposal. If I win, I will hand over the representative position. Is that okay with you, teacher? The blonde man replied, of course, if you step aside, we'll be more than grateful. Shin-hyuk continued, then it's settled. I'll enter the battle. As for your school, please invite all of your teachers to join in as well. This left the blonde man completely stunned, and something sputtered out of his mouth as he shouted out loud. Ha ha, Teacher Kong, you really know how to joke. You've got that YouTuber quality down. Now I see you actually have a talent for this. Teacher Beck spoke up from behind to stop him. Teacher Kong, regardless, making a joke like that is. He immediately spoke up and cut him off. I'm not joking. Do I really look that insincere? The blonde man gently wiped away the tears on his face with his hand from laughing too much just now and spoke up. It looks like you've grown arrogant to the high heavens just because you were mentioned in the news. Well then, let me show you that this world isn't that easy. At this moment, he took a stick, stuck it into the ground, started drawing a circle, and spoke up. That's exactly what I should be saying. If we keep arguing about who should be the referee, we'll probably waste half the day bickering. So let's do this. Whoever gets pushed out of this circle first loses. Hearing these words, the blonde man grew angry in his heart. This bastard, what gives him the right to be so stubborn? Then he smiled and spoke up. Fine, but everyone is a bit much. Our side will only send out 3 people. A young man in black stepped forward from behind and spoke up. Teacher Park, are you really planning to do as he says? The blonde man turned around and spoke coldly. Whoever says it has to take responsibility. Anyway, our medical teachers are great. What's a broken leg or a severed hand anyway? These words made the teachers of School 1 extremely worried. In stark contrast to them, the eyes of those from School 2 were filled with intense excitement. After the 3 chosen people stepped up, he looked at them and spoke up. Then the time limit for this match will be 10 minutes. Whoever gives up or gets pushed out of this circle loses. The crowd on the other side nodded to confirm they understood. Clenching his sword tightly, he stepped up and thought to himself. After reaching a new realm, small changes are gradually appearing. The amount of internal energy in my dantian has decreased significantly. It's not necessarily less, but rather it feels like it has been compressed extremely tight. Other than that, nothing else seems very different. But that's fine. I'll take this opportunity to test it out. The referee on the outside blew his whistle and spoke up. All right, let's begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd from School 2 immediately rushed toward him, attacking with incredible speed. This caused a teacher on that side to exclaim in admiration, "Vanguard swordsmanship! Summon the grand magic formation." The blond man replied, "Why should we hold back? We should crush him until he can't even utter a word. That's how it should be." The spearman tightly gripped the spear in his hand, then threw it straight at him like a flying arrow. This left him momentarily stunned as he thought to himself, "A spear? I thought he would stay back to protect the magic formation. I didn't expect him to be so proactively aggressive." Perhaps after evading this strike, the swordsman would close in right in front of him, attacking with a disrupted timing. Just as he predicted, the moment he dodged the spear, the swordsman had already rushed to his side and immediately swung a slash aimed directly at him to strike. A powerful sound of clashing rang out, and a certain sword tip snapped off, flying straight up into the air. This left the teachers of School 1 completely dumbfounded, because at this moment, he had used his bare hands to chop his opponent's sword in half, leaving a streak of blood on his face. This caused his opponent's eyes to fill with absolute astonishment. Looking at his arm enveloped in aura, he thought to himself, "Oh, drawing out the aura has become significantly easier now." The mage in the back raised her hand high and shouted loudly, "All right, back away now." She summoned a fire dragon, which roared the moment it appeared, then headed straight toward him, preparing to attack. This startled Teacher Beck on the outside, who shouted out loud, "How can they unleash a grand magic formation right in the middle of a battle like that?" Looking at the attack in front of him, he thought to himself, so the A-rank hunter they were talking about is actually this mage. This time it's dangerous. This is a bit troublesome. But he suddenly remembered his master's words when learning the heavenly demon sword style. A heavenly demon at the peak once flustered even me, who was a whole realm higher. At this moment, it was as if he realized something. So that's how it is he never said it couldn't be broken, because back then, Master was already at the transcendent peak and could see through the entire flow of mana. Having now discovered the weakness of this attack, his hand was once again enveloped in aura as he prepared to launch a counterattack. The skill she used was none other than the A-rank fire magic, Exploding Flame, which was different from the fireballs used by lower-level hunters. When slashed with aura, it would also explode, causing area of effect damage. It truly was a troublesome type of magic, but it was as if nothing had ever existed in the first place. The female mage's eyes widened completely as she gasped, "No. No way." The exploding flame unleashed by the A-rank magic teacher of Hunter School 2, Kim Young-hyun, was slashed into oblivion in midair with just a single strike from the B-rank swordsmanship instructor, Kang Shin-hyuk. This left the other teachers completely stunned, and one teacher spoke up, "What on earth is this? Did you guys see that just now too?" Beck analyzed the situation. Breaking a sword with bare hands is one thing, but then he even neutralized magic? Teacher Kong, who on earth is he anyway? Paying no mind to everyone's chatter, the top dog had his own joy in his heart right now. "Wow, this is truly miraculous. The sword technique I used in a rush was much sharper. But the most amazing thing is the mana flow just now. When using the sword to cut into the flow that structures the magic, it dissolved into the air like a failed spell incantation." Remembering something, he spoke up, "But wait a minute. Then during the fight with the vice principal last time, did he see it too? Could it be that I got beaten up just because of his curiosity? What a foolish old man." On the outside, two teachers from School 2 let out a sigh of dejection at this moment, and the swordsman looked at his broken sword and spoke up, "My precious sword, which I've always taken care of, ended up broken after all. I surrender." The spearman also raised his hand to admit defeat. "Me too, I don't want to risk my life and end up getting hurt." Watching their retreating figures, he smiled to himself. If a sword breaks, you just need to coat it with aura. These people have no fighting spirit at all. That spear teacher looked pretty clever, but if he were truly smart, he wouldn't have dared to rush at me. Then he turned to the female mage and spoke up. "So what is Miss Kim going to do?" She showed a face full of absolute determination. I will continue to fight. Hearing that, he gently rubbed his neck with his hand and replied, Is that so? Well, suit yourself. In his heart, he thought, a mage on her own is probably going to have a hard time. But spirit-wise, out of the three of them, she is still the strongest. Of course, that's not a wise choice. While he was lost in thought, she continued to create another fireball over on this side. He looked toward her and reevaluated, casting a spell. Even Master barely had any experience against a mage, so I'm quite curious myself. But attacking right while they're chanting is all it takes. Just a gentle slash with sword chi. As soon as his words left his mouth, he swung his sword, unleashing a wave of sword chi that struck directly toward Young-hyun. But she wasn't entirely unprepared either. The moment the wave of sword chi flew over, it was immediately blocked by a triple magic barrier. On the outside, Young Park smiled with amusement. Ha! Look at that. Even aura can't penetrate Miss Kim's barrier. If you don't get out of range, there's no way out, Teacher Kong. Inside the match, he also showed an amused look at this moment and spoke up, If a gun doesn't work, then I'll just use a cannon. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand, and a surge of aura swirled around him and the blade. He smiled and confirmed, This thing can definitely break through. Seeing his action, the group of teachers on the outside gasped in shock and shouted, Is that really an aura blade? To think he'd use such a major technique in a sparring match? Is he trying to kill someone? Unmoved by everyone's astonishment, he asked back, Is it that scary? Then what about that friend over there? Just to catch me, she was planning to burn down the entire training arena. Then he flipped the sword around, threw it straight ahead, and shouted, Come on, let's verify it now. Which one will break first? The barrier or my sword? The sword rushed like a gust of wind, flying straight toward Young-hyun, who was still focusing on preparing her attack at this moment. The moment the sword hit the triple magic barrier, a massive explosion instantly occurred, sending dust and smoke blowing everywhere. He used his hand to shield himself from the dust particles still floating in the air. After the smoke cleared, he felt amused in his heart at this moment. The barrier broke first. It was exposed now, and at this rate, the incantation would be forced to stop. Contrary to his thoughts, Young-hyun still maintained an extremely calm attitude at this moment and rushed forward. This caused Shin-hyuk's eyes to widen in surprise. What? Casting spells while moving? Young-hyun was still gripping her staff tightly at this moment, her mouth mumbling some gibberish incantations. Then it was her turn to leave the other teachers completely astonished. Casting magic while moving? On top of that, a major magic like this isn't easy to do, truly impressive. Another teacher added, and it's too late to recall the sword. It's already gone off course. At this rate, we're all going to turn into roasted chickens. Understanding everyone's anxiety, he extended his hand forward and spoke up confidently. Do you think I threw the sword without any calculations? I purposely made it go off course so it wouldn't cause any injuries. The moment his arms stretched out, the sword firmly stuck in the ground began to tremble violently. Then it flew up from the ground, returning to his position. This left the two teachers from earlier completely puzzled. What is that? The sword is flying on its own. The spear teacher added, How is that even possible? The theory and technique had been learned from his master a long time ago, but because his internal energy wasn't sufficient before, he had never dared to try it. A type of martial art that controls a sword from a distance using sword chi and intent. It's called telekinetic sword control. The sword flew like a flash toward Young-hyun, then gently grazed her back, leaving a large streak of blood on it. She was utterly shocked, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood as she let out a soft cry of pain. On his side, he showed a satisfied face at his performance just now. But then the teachers on the outside suddenly screamed, Miss Kim! Miss Kim! She isn't dead, is she? Her spine looks totally limp. Call a doctor quickly. Seeing everyone in a frenzy, his face turned pale at this moment as he thought to himself, the consumption of internal energy was too massive even with force control. I shouldn't use this anymore. Immediately, the medical team arrived to treat her. The host announced the verdict. The winner this time is the instructor from Hunter School 1, Kong Shin-hyuk. Thus, the right to decide the head coach will belong to teacher Kong Shin-hyuk. After their school lost the match, Teacher Park walked toward his position at this moment, nodded awkwardly, and spoke up, Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk. I was very rude earlier. The man next to him added, I also went a bit too far with my words. I sincerely apologize to you, teacher. This sudden apology made him feel a bit awkward as well. So he replied, Not at all. I was impolite too. He thought to himself, I didn't expect these people to actually admit their mistake. They don't look like the type to apologize at all. How surprising. The first impression wasn't great, but in the end, they accepted defeat very cleanly. After all, we'll be carrying out this training mission together for the next 3 days and 2 nights anyway. He walked toward the female mage and spoke up. The mage who stayed until the very end, you're Kim Young-hyun, right? Looking away awkwardly, she replied at this moment, Ah, yes, that's right. It was a very good match. He thought for a few seconds and then made a proposal. Then let's do this. Let Miss Kim from School 2 take on the head coach position. This made the teacher from School 1 extremely dissatisfied, and he gasped in shock. No, Teacher Kong. What do you mean by that? You were clearly the one who won the match just now. He explained, Even so, this is a position meant to lead the students. Her determination to persevere until the very end was truly impressive. As he spoke, he extended his hand in welcome. I hope this training session will give the students a chance to witness that spirit. It truly shows great character. He thought to himself, It's not that I'm trying to act cool. Miss Kim's perseverance is truly respectable, and the magic techniques she used today will be very helpful for the upcoming martial arts tournament preparation. Teacher Beck and my colleagues who usually chat with me have probably guessed my intention by now. But I also didn't want to create any friction with the teachers from our school after that sparring match. The teachers from both schools stepped up at this moment, shaking hands warmly, and spoke up, Then please guide this training session well. Another person spoke up, By the way, since we've come early for the inspection, why don't we go out for a get-together? Someone nodded in confirmation. Sounds good. Let's all go together. A black car was moving down the road. Inside the car, someone spoke up, Did you get the message, teacher? The other person replied, What message? That Miss Kim from my school has become the head coach. This person was none other than Vice Principal Ma Bongpal of Hunter School 2. Right beside him, Kim Man-dong replied, Ah, I just received the message now. I heard a teacher from my school one, but handed over that position. These slightly mocking words startled Ma Bongpal. What? But your school doesn't even have any A-rank teachers. Looking out the window, he replied casually, It's no big deal. It was just luck. Facing this attitude of his, Ma Bongpal grew angry, veins popping on his face, but he still replied calmly. You say it as if it were a coincidence, but I can clearly see that you're smiling. The image of Man-dong, smiling with intense excitement, was reflecting on the car window glass. Many other students were standing around listening. Man-dong slowly walked up. Man-dong stood on the high platform, with the students lined up below in 3 dense rows. Since the students from our school and School 2 combined amounted to a whopping 400 people, the already spacious stadium of the training center was completely packed. A long-haired student complained, What the hell? How much time has passed already? The person standing in front of him also replied with annoyance, It's been a whole hour already. Man-dong spoke up. Our students, you all must be quite bored by now, right? Now, I will say my final words. He spoke a 4-character idiom through the microphone that went sweetness comes after bitterness. A female student with a gloomy face cried out, Gosh, Vice Principal, this is already the 4th time you've said final words. The person next to her was also extremely annoyed. They call this a training period. Is this even considered training? Man-dong finally managed to wrap up his speech with a single line. So, my story ends here. A blonde student rejoiced. Finally over. The announcer's voice echoed back. Next will be a speech by the vice principal of Hunter School 2. The crowd of students immediately held their heads and groaned, as if they had just been hit with a splash of freezing water. Shin Hyuk walked over holding a folder. It was the time when the students had completed their induction ceremony and moved to their assigned dorms. While taking a short break, a familiar face appeared. Co Wa called out, Teacher Kong, you really suit the role of the coach. Tilting his head as he recalled, his voice then chimed in with joy. Did you come here too? You must be quite busy with your schoolwork, right? Co Wa smiled brightly. This week is the internship period for both second and third years, so the kids aren't at school. Interlocking her fingers together, she slowly drew closer. I heard that the instructors acting as coaches arrived early yesterday. You've all worked hard. He emphasized, that's exactly right. It's all because of certain someone's dad. Co Wa smiled awkwardly. I heard about that too. I heard you originally weren't planning on coming here, right? He also happily joined the conversation. Yes. I have makeup classes almost every day, so I was planning on taking a bit of a break. Co Wa looked at him and said softly, it's probably because my dad has a good impression of you, Teacher Kong. I heard he even wrote a recommendation letter, so you could take the exam to promote to a rank, right? Shin Hyuk rubbed the back of his neck and stammered. A good impression? I guess that might be it. But in his heart, he thought differently. She really is a positive person. They stood in front of a vending machine, and Co Wa's voice asked, oh right, Instructor Kong, you're the supervisor in charge of the obstacles, right? I saw the schedule, said it takes place in the afternoon. Can I come watch? Shin Hyuk looked at her and replied warmly, why wouldn't you be able to? By the way, why don't I see the vice principal anywhere? Hearing that, she quickly invited him along. I'm actually on my way to meet him too. Want to come with? Mandong's voice echoed back. Teacher Kong, are you over here? Both Shin Hyuk and Co Wa immediately paid attention. Co Wa joked, speak of the devil, here he comes. He looked at the two well-built men and felt a bit self-conscious. What's with the massive physique of these old guys? Who was the person next to him? Pong Pao stepped forward excitedly. Look who it is. Isn't this Co Wa? You're old enough to get married now. Co Wa politely greeted him. Uncle Pong Pao, long time no see. Hope you've been well. Shin Hyuk observed thoughtfully. No wonder. Ma Bong Pao's physique is truly insane. Turns out it really is Ma Bong Pao. Famous for his robust body and using a fan as his weapon, he smiled confidently. Ma Bong Pao, one of the only 10 S-rank hunters in the entire country. Contrary to his intimidating appearance, he was a talented mage who primarily utilized defensive magic. Since this wasn't the school of the main character, his importance wasn't all that significant. He politely bowed 90 degrees. Teacher Ma Bong Pao, it's a great honor to meet you. I'm Kan Shin Hyuk. He looked over. Kong Shin Hyuk. Are you the one man Dong was talking about? He extended his hand forward. I saw your picture in the newspaper too. You look a lot better in person. Nice to meet you. Finding it amusing, he thought. He's a nicer old man than I thought, but he still spoke politely. Yes, thank you, teacher. Shin Hyuk quickly shook Pong Pao's hand. His eyes suddenly widened, as a pair of massive and cold eyes stared intently at him, making him feel tiny under their gaze. He was terrified. This old man's mana capacity was absolutely colossal. It felt like floating in outer space. Pong Pao frowned, looking somewhat annoyed, as Mandong's hand was placed on Pong Pao's arm. He said, that's enough, Pong Pao. You're taking the joke a bit too far. He pulled his hand back and flashed a friendly grin. Sorry about that. I was just really curious about the guy who single-handedly defeated our school's instructors. If it made you uncomfortable, I apologize. Mandong added, please understand, Teacher Kong. He didn't mean any harm. Looking at his hand, which was gradually going numb, he replied politely, I'm fine. By the way, what did you call me over for, teacher? Pong Pao and Co Wa stood by, smiling as they watched the two of them chat. Mandong said, that's something we need to discuss in private, so let's move to a different spot. Sounds good. Let's head over to the nearby lounge. Pong Pao raised his hand to stop them and said, hold on before you go. I have something I want to ask Instructor Kong. He replied, yes, sir. What is it? Shin Hyuk listened to his question. I heard you won the duel. So why did you hand over the head coach position to an instructor from my school? He closed his eyes and bowed his head in embarrassment. Because the instructors from my school have no fighting spirit. Vividly remembering her actions during their second clash, he sincerely continued. Everyone was terrified just because they heard the opponent was an A-rank hunter, which is why I had to step up. Miss Kim from school 2, on the other hand, wanted to fight until the very end despite knowing the gap in our strength. Pong Pao said awkwardly, I see. Mandong gasped in embarrassment, waving his hands as he listened to him expose the truth. No wonder you were acting unusually smug this time, Mandong, saying you were going to send an A-rank instructor. He quickly cleared his throat. What are you talking about? He realized, keeping his thoughts to himself. This old man was the reason he sent me to the training camp, just because he didn't want to lose to another school? Having his true intentions exposed, Man Dong hurriedly pushed Shin Hyuk by the shoulder to move him along, urging, Now, let's go, I'll buy you a cup of coffee. He resisted in silence. Hong Pao stood there watching them leave. He smiled with intrigue. Instructor Kong Shin Hyuk of Hunter School 1. If I remember correctly, you're a B rank, right? Hong Pao leaned down and asked Siowa. She replied, Yes, uncle. Hong Pao held out his hand, which was covered in little red scratches, and requested, Could you heal me a little bit? At the cafeteria, a clean place filled with delicious food. Man Dong spoke first. How's the coffee? I didn't expect much, but the coffee beans are actually quite good. Shin Hyuk replied, Since it's a treated cup of coffee, it tastes even better, sir. He looked at him, his voice deepening. Is that so? Teacher Kong, the reason I'm meeting with you is because of the A-rank promotion exam. Since you're someone I recommended, I wanted to give you a few pieces of advice. Shin Hyuk questioned, Have you done any preparation for the exam yet? Bringing the coffee cup to his mouth to take a sip, he calmly replied, Since I've been busy doing makeup classes for the kids, I haven't done any special preparation yet, sir. Man Dong quickly inquired, I see. Do you know the format of the A-rank exam? A time portal appeared, and Shin Hyuk already knew. I heard that we will be conducting an A-rank gate raid. He nodded. That's correct. They will evaluate you at an A-rank gate, and examiners will accompany you corresponding to the number of participants, with an S-rank hunter coming along as the chief examiner. He paused and thought, An S-rank hunter is coming too? This is the first time I've heard of this. But he asked further, Then could it be that you are the chief examiner, vice principal? He gestured with his hand and explained, No, I'm the one who recommended you. So how could I be an examiner? Though with your strength, it won't matter who comes. There's no need to feel pressured. Shin Hyuk closed his eyes and sighed. But if it were you, vice principal, someone I know, it would probably be a bit more comfortable. Then who is it, sir? Remembering the person he met earlier, he guessed cautiously. Could it be teacher Mabong Pao, whom we just met earlier, sir? Man Dong raised his hand to stop him. Wrong. It's not that friend Pong Pao. He was puzzled. Then who is it? Just tell me already, sir. He looked deeply at him, dropping a hint. If I were to give you a hint, it's someone related to your student. Shin Hyuk took note of it, startled. He looked up and thought, An S-rank hunter related to my student? He suddenly remembered someone and blurted out, Could it be? Man Dong smiled instead of giving a direct answer. Correct. I didn't expect you and that person to cross paths so soon either. His profile documents were placed on the table. He confirmed, Sword King Kim Dae-chan. Dae-chan, wearing a suit, was sitting and drinking coffee. Man Dong's voice emphasized, That person is none other than the chief examiner for your A-rank promotion exam. On the table, hot coffee was steaming. Shin Hyuk stared blankly at his surroundings, his mind racing with shock. The examiner for this exam turns out to be Kim Dae-chan. I guess because I'm teaching Sejin right now. That's why he said related. At this moment, Man Dong suddenly spoke in a serious tone, interrupting his train of thought. That guy Dae-chan has a very sharp tongue, and of course he's incredibly strict. Among the examiners, he is notorious for being the hardest one to pass. Shin Hyuk responded optimistically, I don't have any prejudice, as long as he doesn't intentionally fail me. Hearing this, Man Dong evaluated calmly. True, with your strength, there shouldn't be any issues. Furthermore, since you're the teacher of the young lady he dotes on, he probably won't treat you as harshly as he does others. He thought to himself thoughtfully, That old guy, if you look closely, he's much more strict than I imagined. Opposite him, Man Dong continued to offer advice. Shin Hyuk listened on one hand and took notes of the important things to watch out for on the other. There was a lot of very useful information that wouldn't be known unless it came from an insider, such as the main point deduction factors. It carried the underlying meaning of don't embarrass the person who recommended you, but he still felt grateful in his heart. Suddenly, the image of Young Hyun crossed his mind. Appointing Kim Young Hyun from School 2 as the training head coach was truly the right decision. She did her absolute best to ensure that not a single student got hurt, thanks to her meticulous care. It was also thanks to her presence that the trainees' training went somewhat smoothly. Because of that, During the 3 days and 2 nights, the training sessions for clearing ruins, mountain obstacle courses, zip lining, CBRN training, fighting inside the dungeon gate storage room, and full gear marching. The students of the regular Hunter Academy were able to safely complete the training camp schedule. Time flew by, and 3 days later, a voice suddenly echoed from inside the building. All right, everyone gathered yet? The supplementary class is starting now. Shin Hyuk faced the students and explained in a calm tone, "Today, there's no assistance from other teachers, so we will conduct the session by pairing up for sparring. The rest of you will analyze." Yinsu urged with a thoroughly bored face. "Let's get started quickly, teacher. I'll spar with Jinsu." Next to him, Unseo also spoke up with annoyance. "I choose Minhee. I'll take care of Minhee." Seeing this, he helplessly advised them, "Calm down, you guys. You look way too aggressive." Amused in his heart, he thought to himself, a certain incident did indeed happen during the training camp. Not too far away, 2 people were sneakily touching hands. The incident he was referring to was none other than Minhee and Jinsu starting to date. Seeing them looking bashful, Shin Hyuk said helplessly, "All right, you two. I'm doing my best to hold back here." Flashing back to the past, during the cliff-jumping class, the instructor's teaching voice echoed from afar. "Equipment check complete. Get ready." Trainee number 332, Lee Jinsu. As Jinsu finished preparing to zip line down, Shin Hyuk inquired with concern, "Trainee Lee Jinsu, your face doesn't look too good. Can you do this?" Jinsu replied loudly, "I can do it, sir." Hearing that, he placed his hand on the young man's shoulder and strongly encouraged him. "Great voice. Trainee Lee Jinsu, yell out the name of the person you're thinking of and start zip lining down." Right away, Jinsu shouted out a loud confession. "Young Minhee, I'm not joking about liking you. Let's go out." The guy tightly gripped the rope while not forgetting to scream out additional lines. Up above, Shin Hyuk was stunned as he heard it, mumbling, "It wasn't his parents." In the back, Yinsu blushed as he glanced at Minhee, only to see her face completely flushed red, looking incredibly embarrassed. In the original story, Jinsu and Minhee were a couple too, but to think this punk would confess right here, I completely didn't see that coming. Returning to reality, Shin Hyuk helplessly lectured, "Love is love, but you have to take training seriously too. Let's begin the rotation sparring as scheduled." A while later, he stood quietly on the side, watching everyone battle it out. The sound of weapons clashing rang out continuously inside the building. Then it was someone else's turn to fight. And after just a few moves, Shin Hyuk thought with worry, "The condition of these kids is definitely off." He glanced slightly at the kids over there, quietly reviewing them in his mind. For Minhee and Jinsu, I understand the reason why those two are so distracted. As for Yinsu and Unseo, they're a bit overly aggressive. Returning to the match, he seriously raised his sword to attack. The problem lies here. Seeing how Sejin struggled to block the strike, he thought with confusion, "This girl, why has her sword become so light and powerless?" At this moment, Sejin suddenly spoke exhaustedly, "Teacher, did you suddenly raise the level too high?" Shin Hyuk replied while attacking on one hand, "It's still the same level as last time." "Sejin, are you okay?" He swung his sword up while feeling a bit distracted in his thoughts. "My realm has increased now, so I'm adjusting, but I already adjusted it to fit her level, so there shouldn't be such a massive difference." In an instant, he knocked Sejin's sword away. Shin Hyuk immediately sheathed his sword and explained in a calm tone, "You shouldn't underestimate my level just because I'm adjusting to your speed and only using textbook swordsmanship. If you guys just follow what you've learned, you should have had the upper hand. What do you think the problem is?" At this moment, Yinsu suddenly raised his hand and spoke up, "Maybe because I'm not used to using the counters, I occasionally end up using textbook swordsmanship." He affirmed, "Right, that's part of it." Then he lectured seriously, "The fact that you occasionally use textbook swordsmanship isn't because you're not used to it. It's simply because you haven't practiced enough." Shin Hyuk analyzed it meticulously for everyone to understand. The counters, just as the name suggests, are a form of stance. It's not a technique that you calculate before using. It has to be deeply ingrained into your subconscious so that when an attack comes, you can react immediately. Finally, he strictly laid down the requirement. From today until the rest of our time, We will focus exclusively on training the speed of the counters. For endurance or muscle strength exercises, do them on your own time outside of supplementary classes. After speaking, he turned around and called Sejin's name, Kim Sejin. She replied in surprise, "Yes, teacher." Shin Hyuk firmly ordered, "You are temporarily banned from physical conditioning." But Jin-soo wasn't having it and cried out, "Teacher, you're favoring the championship candidate." Hearing these words, he gave the guy a light punch on the head in annoyance and explained, "It's not favoritism, you punk. Sejin, your physical strength has dropped even lower compared to before the training camp. This means overtraining is backfiring and wearing your body down." Fearing Sejin wouldn't realize it, he turned to ask the others, "You guys look closely. Don't you think Sejin looks thinner than a few days ago?" Yin-soo spoke hesitantly. "I thought she was on a diet." Young-min, he also added with concern, "Even without you pointing it out, teacher, we were just telling her earlier that she lost a lot of weight." Seeing this, Sejin hurriedly defended herself. "No, I haven't. It's probably just because I've been doing my internship and moving around a lot lately. I'm fine." In the back, Shin Hyuk let out a sigh, saying she's fine when dark circles are clearly visible under her eyes. Her class count is even higher than a freshman's, plus she's working as the student council president, so she probably has zero free time. Not only that, but he also knew that Sejin took advantage of the weekends when there were no supplementary classes to go to her father's guild for Dungeon Gate internships. Even an active hunter would find it hard to endure that kind of intensity. Thinking this way, he advised calmly, "To put it bluntly, the current supplementary classes no longer hold much meaning for you. With Sejin's strength, even if you don't master the counters, winning the martial arts tournament championship is a sure thing." Following that, Shin Hyuk advised with concern, "I think resting is just as important as training. Why don't you temporarily take a break from the supplementary classes to recover your physical strength?" After hearing this, Sejin lowered her head in silence. The others over on the side also quieted down upon seeing this scene. A few seconds later, she let out a sigh of relief, then smiled and declined. "There's no need, sir, I'm fine." Seeing this, Shin Hyuk just gave her a calm look, then turned around to leave, not forgetting to instruct her, "If that's what you want, but if you feel tired, contact me anytime and take a rest." Sejin obediently replied, "Yes, teacher." Hearing her words, he sighed with vexation. If it were any other kid, they would have happily said, "Awesome," and taken off immediately. He found it commendable on one hand, but it also made him feel quite bad for her on the other. Following that, he announced to everyone, "Today's class ends here." Minhee exclaimed in surprise, "Really, sir?" Yin-soo asked back dubiously, "It's not even 6 o'clock yet." Jin-soo expressed narcissistically, "Teacher, if you're doing this because of me, there's really no need." Shin Hyuk put on a friendly face while threatening, "Does Jin-soo want to run 10 laps before heading home?" Behind them, Sejin suddenly narrowed her eyes. She realized the scene in front of her was turning blurry. Sejin slowly took off her glasses, wondering doubtfully to herself, "Have I really pushed myself too hard?" Suddenly, a few drops of red blood fell onto her glasses. Dazed, she thought she was just experiencing a mild dizzy spell. Over there, everyone was still completely oblivious, continuing to goof around. "Hey, aren't you going to control your boyfriend?" Hearing this, Young-min he blushed and revealed hesitantly, "Well, it's just that occasionally looking at him, he seems kind of cute." Yun-soo reprimanded helplessly, "Are you crazy?" Suddenly, the three of them heard a strange sound and looked over. When he saw the situation clearly, Shin Hyuk was horrified, his eyes widening, and he ran over anxiously while calling out, "Sejin, Kim Sejin." She had collapsed onto the floor from pure exhaustion. In the hallway, the bright lights clearly illuminated the infirmary sign. Inside, Co. Wa spoke up with relief, "I'm sorry for such a sudden incident to happen, teacher. Good thing you were still at school." Shin Hyuk replied calmly, "Think nothing of it. This is my job after all." She sat opposite him, reporting Sejin's condition. There was nothing particularly abnormal. It seemed to be from overworking, so she had already put her on in 4 drip. Hearing this, he felt a bit relieved and offered his thanks. "Thank you so much." "Thanks to you. She's doing better." Recalling her examination of Sejin just now, Co. Wa inquired with concern, "By the way, Even while dreaming in her sleep, the girl was mumbling training content. It seems like she's pushing herself way too hard. Do you know anything about it? Shin Hyuk replied thoughtfully. I heard she's been sleeping less than 3 hours a day lately. Her complexion didn't look good, but I didn't expect it to reach this point. She glanced toward the hospital bed, her worried expression clearly showing. Third year is the time with the most coursework, plus she takes supplementary classes, doubles as the student council president, and even goes to clear gates on weekends, right? That schedule is absolutely killer. Finally, she lamented with worry. With Sejin's level, she doesn't need to try so hard. It seems like she's a bit too much of a perfectionist. Shin Hyuk nodded in agreement, unable to help complaining in his mind. It's not so much being a perfectionist, it's more like her father placing way too much expectation on her. Suddenly, a voice calling out to him rang from behind. Teacher! Shin Hyuk immediately turned around, asking with concern, Sejin, you're awake? All that could be seen on Sejin's face was exhaustion and guilt. I'm sorry. I suddenly just passed out. He spoke up helplessly. What is there to apologize for? Rest up a bit more. I'll take you back to the dorms. But she stubbornly refused. I'm fine, sir. More importantly, what time is it right now? Shin Hyuk answered helplessly. It's a little past 9 o'clock. What? Who would have thought that Sejin would give an answer related to her studies? I have an assignment due on Monday, sir. The moment she heard that, CEO Hwa said in annoyance, Teacher Kong, how about I just inject her with a sedative right now? He agreed seriously. That would be wonderful. Following that, he advised her with disapproval. You can always do it later. Tomorrow is the weekend anyway. Sejin replied while putting her glasses back on. Well, from tomorrow until Sunday evening, I have an outside schedule. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes, her mind filled with heavy anxiety. The surroundings in her eyes right now were nothing but a blur. Just earlier she was complaining about being dizzy, and she still couldn't see the path clearly now. It seemed like exhaustion had been building up for a long time. At this moment, CEO Hwa also joined in to advise her. Sejin, with your current physical condition, how exactly do you plan to go clear a gate? You can't do that. Shin Hyuk also instructed with worry. When your health isn't good, you have to rest. All you need to do is contact them and say you can't make it. That's all. Hearing that, Sejin spoke hesitantly. Well, about that. Without waiting for her to finish, he quickly cut her off. Is it because of her dad? Let me contact him. This time she was even more surprised as she inquired. You're planning to call him, sir? Shin Hyuk answered very calmly. Though we don't have any personal relationship, I'll be meeting him this coming Sunday. Sejin blurted out in surprise. My dad? What's going on, sir? He still maintained a nonchalant demeanor as he responded. I have my promotion exam this Sunday. The vice principal told me that the chief examiner grading it is your dad. After hearing this, she spoke up with a bit of fluster. I really appreciate your kindness, teacher, but it's useless to talk to him. He isn't the type of person who gives special priority even to his own children. Following that, she quickly thanked them and expressed her intention to leave. Thanks to you guys, I managed to sleep well for a few hours. Thank you for the 4-drip too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Shin Hyuk sighed with vexation. Then, without any hesitation, he placed his hand on her head, firmly pushing Sejin back down to a lying position, ignoring her cry. Teacher, he just calmly told her, I told you to rest, so rest. This girl, Shin Hyuk looked at her and instructed with absolute seriousness. At least lie down until the 4 is completely finished. Besides, don't you worry about adult matters. Hearing this, Sejin expressed her worry. What if because of me, Dad evaluates you poorly during the exam, sir? Then she asked with confusion. You're not even my homeroom teacher. Why do you care to this extent? Shin Hyuk rested his chin on his hand, putting on a conflicted look as he replied. You're the student council president, right? He gently posed a question regarding Clause 3 of the Hunter School rules. Do you remember it? All Hunter School teachers must prioritize student safety above all else. Is that statement correct? Sejin answered honestly. Yes, it's correct. Shin Hyuk expressed nonchalantly. I think a bit differently about the meaning of safety in that rule. If it were purely about physical danger, there would be no need to put it in the school rules in the first place. He looked out at the scenery outside. expressing in a serious tone, even if it's something your dad does because he wants what's best for you. If it harms your health, then to me, that is a danger to the student. Suddenly, Sejin teased him. You know that reason is a bit of stretch, right, teacher? Hearing that, Shin Hyuk ordered in embarrassment. Anyway, you must rest today and tomorrow. Clear, he spoke up confidently. Just trust your teacher. I'll do great on both the exam and the conversation. Sejin replied happily. Okay, then I'll leave it all up to you, teacher. Time flew by, and, just like that, Sunday, the day of the promotion exam, arrived. Carrying his weapon, Shin Hyuk stood in front of the tall association building. Looking up at the massive architecture, he complained textually in his heart. Instead of going straight to the gate, they make us gather at the association at 8 o'clock. Are they trying to intimidate us? The building really is terrifyingly huge. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out from his phone. Shin Hyuk picked it up to look and saw a lot of encouraging messages from his students. Good luck on the exam, teacher. You can do it, teacher. You'll definitely pass. Hang in there. Reading through them, he smirked and mumbled. Those kids from the swordsmanship class. I bet the ones from the supplementary class told them, didn't they? Suddenly, a voice calling his name caught his attention. Are you Hunter Kong, Shin Hyuk? You look much handsomer in person than in pictures. A friendly man walked up to greet him. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Park Hyun-wook, one of the examiners. Shin Hyuk immediately bowed in response. Hello, I'm Kong Shin Hyuk. He asked curiously with concern. You arrived early. How's your physical condition today? Seeing that Park Hyun-wook was very amiable, he thought to himself. What a surprise. Maybe I've been worrying way too much about Mr. Kim Dae-chan. I thought all A-rank examiners would be ill-tempered. I didn't expect to meet a friendly uncle who feels like family. Following that, he inquired with doubt. So are we going to move to the gate right now, sir? He laughed out, loud heartily, and replied, We'll head out once the chief hunter arrives. He'll probably show up right on time. After that, Park Hyun-wook said genially, The A-rank applicants are waiting too. Let's head out to the ground parking lot. The transport bus has already been prepared. Shin Hyuk bowed once more in thanks. Yes, thank you, sir. Then, while following behind him, he thought to himself, Right, after finishing the exam, I have to come back here anyway to get my hunter license reissued. Taking the bus all together like this will be much more convenient. A while later, the two of them arrived at the location. When he saw the scene clearly, Shin Hyuk blurted out in surprise. Is it over there? Quite a crowd gathered here, huh? At this moment, two young men noticed him, and over in another spot, two girls also turned around to look. Shin Hyuk walked into the crowd, his mind racing anxiously with thought. This truly is a gathering of people wanting to promote to a rank. Their aura is completely different, as if they're all trying to say, I am very strong. Suddenly, a staff member approached him and inquired, Hello, what is your name, sir? I am Kang Shin Hyuk. The staff member checked the information. Kong, here is your name. Please hand over your hunter license and go take seat number 2. Shin Hyuk put his weapon into the luggage compartment underneath the bus and stepped inside. Now that the luggage is stowed away, let's get on the bus. Suddenly, a greeting voice echoed from not too far away. Hello, everyone. Seeing the person arrive, the applicants enthusiastically responded. Hello, examiner. Good morning, sir. Shin Hyuk also turned around to check it out. When he saw the man's figure clearly, he thought in astonishment. That person is Sejin's dad, Kim Dae-chan? The man spoke up to make a statement, his expression full of sternness. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Kim Dae-chan, taking on the role of chief examiner today. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk's face turned completely cold. I finally get to meet Mr. Kim Dae-chan. A while later, he got on the bus. What was noteworthy was that Dae-chan sat right next to him. Meeting him is fine and all, but Shin Hyuk pursed his lips, doing his best to maintain a calm expression. While he remained silent, his face completely expressionless, the car sped down the road, carrying his silent groan. Why on earth is he sitting right next to me? The ride went by incredibly fast. Shin Hyuk's face was extremely tense right now as he thought to himself, This is so uncomfortable. I honestly just want to smash the windshield and escape. Luckily, the gate we need to raid is pretty close. Dae-chan was looking out the window at the scenery before suddenly speaking up. The instructor for the engineering class at Hunter Academy School No. 1, Kong Shin Hyuk, is that you? Seeing the man mention his name, he nodded to confirm. Yes, that's me. He turned to him, looking curious. I heard Seijin was absent from the gate field training this week. I know that was your arbitrary decision. He didn't deny it at all, nodding in admission. That's right. Dae-chan continued. She insisted on taking the remedial class, so I didn't stop her. But I want you to stop interfering with her schedule outside of those remedial hours. Not knowing who was actually being arbitrary here, he immediately laid out the current situation. Actually, there was an incident. Kong fainted during the remedial class and had to go to the infirmary. This left the man thoroughly confused. What did you say? He explained. They said there were no particularly unusual signs. It seems like it was just from overwork. I felt like giving her just one day off wouldn't cut it, so I forced her not to participate. Of course, even without the remedial class, with Kang's skill level, winning the martial arts tournament shouldn't be an issue, right? Even though she's the type of person who would try to crawl here, even if you told her not to come to class. Between the student council, senior assignments, and even the weekend gate training, before she's a hunter, she's still a human being. Do you really think she can handle that much work? Hearing these words, the man fell deep into thought for a few seconds before letting out a sigh and replying, No, I had no idea that she had fainted. Standing beside him, he thought to himself, right, this old man needs to get a better handle on his own daughter's condition. Thinking this, he let out a frustrated sigh. Beside him, the man spoke up sadly, I've been so careless lately. I guess I'll have to ramp up her physical training. The man's words immediately made Shin Hyuk's eyes widen in sheer shock. The man continued, It's probably best to drop the remedial class and her current schedule for a while. Don't worry or overthink it too much. Standing beside him, he replied, No, that's really not the main issue right now. The man cut him off loudly. Our Kong fainted because of a lack of physical stamina. I'll take care of this part myself, so you stay out of it. This dismissive attitude was something Shin Hyuk simply couldn't stomach anymore. He cursed silently in his head. What the hell is wrong with this crazy old bastard? At that moment, their ride arrived at the checkpoint. After about 40 minutes of travel, we reached the location of the Rank A gate. Kim Dae-chan took the lead, guiding the examiners inside, and we followed right behind them. Although the conversation about Kong wasn't over yet, it was time to focus on the exam first. There was no telling what kind of terrain we would encounter. The moment he stepped through the gate, he blinked, taking in the view ahead. Slamming into everyone's field of vision was a massive, endless desert. He observed the area, thinking to himself, a desert? I've already experienced this twice during break. Probably because of the annoying terrain, the applicants' expressions didn't look too good. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Dae-chan stepped forward, drove his sword into the ground, and said, All right, to keep things convenient until the raid is over, I'll speak casually. Everyone, gather up. Even though this is an exam, since it's a 10-man gate, the examiners here will also participate in the battle. The applicants this time consist of 2 mages, 1 support, 1 archer, 1 spearman, and 1 swordsman. Looking over at the evaluation panel, he thought to himself, clearly, aside from swordsman Kim Dae-chan and Park Hyun-suk, most of the rest are range types. If anyone's taking the front line, it'll probably be me or that martial artist over there. Dae-chan explained further. The examiners will handle the back line to fulfill their duties. The front line will be covered by instructor Kong Shin Hyuk and Hunter Park Jae-hee. The rest of you, adapt to the situation as it develops. The evaluation standard is completing a 10-man rank A gate. This place is an uncharted gate with no exploration records, so everyone be careful. After laying down the rules, he looked at everyone and made the call. All right then, let's begin the exam. The moment his words left his mouth, a latecomer immediately channeled aura around his body and shouted, Then let me take the lead. He thought to himself, I need to deploy my sensory skills right away. With this unfamiliar terrain, there are bound to be plenty of monsters hiding in the sand. He began to expand his range of perception, covering the entire area. Life signs at a distance of about 500 meters. The longer this raid drags out, the more disadvantageous it becomes. Unlike himself, who had reached an ultra-transcendent realm and become completely immune to extreme temperatures, some people were already starting to wear out. After assessing the situation, he made a suggestion. Let's redirect toward that sand dune over there. It looks like there are monsters present. Seeing this, the girl next to him spoke up, sounding completely confused. Huh? I don't see anything at all, though. Seeing that they hadn't moved yet, Day Chan's group walked over to check on the situation. Frontline team, what's going on? That girl replied. Oh, Instructor Kang Shin-hyuk says there are monsters over by that sand dune. Someone else blurted out in utter disbelief. Huh? What? A mana skin wouldn't even reach that far. On what basis are you claiming that? He replied flatly. I spread my mana out entirely to sense them. The blonde girl turned around to mock him. You're talking a bit too big. That's easily 500 meters away. How could you possibly project mana all the way over there? Faced with this uncooperative attitude, he cursed angrily in his head. Damn it. I suddenly really miss Seo Hwa and Yisel. If it were those two, they'd already be happily running over there by now. Dae-chan also wanted to test his abilities, so he proposed, let's just go take a look. If there are no monsters, we'll just dock his points. Simple as that. Watching him, he thought to himself, it looks like Dae-chan has already sensed their presence too. With that thought, he replied, we don't really need to go over there anymore. The moment we stepped out of the safe zone, just as he had said, something suddenly started moving beneath the sand, right in front of everyone. He continued, because these bastards are already rushing toward us at top speed. The monster charging ahead was a rank A creature, a giant crimson scorpion. The entire group was caught completely off guard, especially the blonde girl. Clenching her fist, she gasped, giant crimson scorpion? It has an incredibly hard carapace, and it's even magic resistant. It really is the tyrant of the desert. If you get hit by its venom and don't get a detox spell within 10 minutes, you could lose your life right then and there. There are 4 of them in total. They're way bigger than the ones in the textbooks. They were shielded from the front by Dae-chan gripping his sword tightly. He began calling out the strategy. Mages, prepare your incantations. Frontline, hold your ground and buy time. I'll handle the center. He chimed in. Then I'll take the right flank. He stood nearby, clenching her fists with determination. I'll take the left flank. The moment the words were spoken, he dashed forward, closing the distance toward the scorpion incredibly fast. Seeing him charge, it swung its tail forward, preparing to strike. But with incredibly sharp reflexes, he easily slipped to the side, dodging the incoming attack completely. He chuckled silently to himself, definitely slower than those orcs. The others should be able to manage fine too. The scorpion raised its pincer high again, and then lunged forward one more time. But suddenly, a flash of absolute terror gleamed in its eyes. Without anyone realizing when it happened, countless cracks spread across its pincer, and it instantly exploded into pieces. Glancing down at the sword in his hand, he praised, look at the quality of this thing. It feels incredibly solid. Even though the magic would be ready if he just waited a bit longer, solo kills did grant extra points, didn't they? I'll send you on your way without a single ounce of pain. He unleashed a barrage of slashes aimed directly at the monster's head. The incredibly decisive strikes made the monster cry out in repeated agony. Then he delivered the finishing blow, clean and precise, easily slicing the monster in half. Watching from the sidelines, the mages muttered in awe, this guy is absolutely insane. In another corner, Jaehee's eyes filled with shock, slicing a tank monster in half just like that. The others turned their attention toward him as well. Meanwhile, after a brief clash on his end, Dae-chan managed to take down his monster. He then fell into a thoughtful silence for a few seconds, before glancing over at Shin-hyuk, letting out a soft, "Oh," with an incredibly intrigued expression. His train of thought traced back to when he first saw the boy's name on the applicant list. He hadn't thought much of it at the time. It wasn't until someone asked if that was his daughter's school instructor. Did he not know? Only then did he remember he was Sejin's tutor. But he never had any intention of going easy on him, just because he was his daughter's teacher. Especially since he was the reason Sejin's weekend training session got canceled. Recalling the bus ride, Dae-chan had quietly glanced over at Shin-hyuk, sizing him up. Pale-faced and looking like a pampered rich boy, he didn't have an ounce of manly grit. The moment he opened his mouth to beg for any favors, he was going to kick him out immediately. And then right after that, Shin-hyuk's words had completely caught him off guard. Sejin had fainted and had to visit the infirmary. Looking at his face at that moment, Dae-chan told himself he was just an arrogant, textbook lowlife who couldn't back up his high and mighty talk with actual strength. At this point, I don't really get why he got so mad, but personally, I think Dae-chan probably thought Shin Hyuk mentioning siege and feigning was a passive-aggressive jab at him. And since he's her father, it felt like a direct criticism of his parenting. That's just my take, though. If you guys have any thoughts, feel free to comment below. This dynamic really makes me curious. Continuing with the story, that was obviously what Dae-chan was thinking back then. But right now, after witnessing Shin Hyuk's raw power, a rare smile crept onto the stone-faced man's face, accompanied by words of incredibly high praise. It seems I misjudged you. Staring at the scorpion's body that had been split clean down the middle, Dae-chan thought to himself, how on earth did he use his mana to detect life signs from that far away? And with a completely unbothered expression, he chopped that giant crimson scorpion like he was just dicing vegetables. Dae-chan continued to mutter under his breath, that miserable old bastard Kim Man-dong. No wonder he's been acting so proud lately. Turns out he had this guy in his corner. At this moment, seemingly sensing everyone's eyes locked onto him, Shin Hyuk felt a bit awkward and wondered to himself, did I finish it way too fast? Next, he caught sight of Dae-chan's wicked grin. A sense of unease crept back into his mind. It looked like no one else had secured a decisive kill like he did. Kim Dae-chan had only pinned his down. Was he leaving it alive to test the mages? But why on earth is he looking at me with that kind of look? Furthermore, the martial artist over there seemed to be struggling, probably because the monster's outer carapace was keeping her pinned, and it looked like she couldn't even channel her aura yet. Should I lend a hand? The moment the thought crossed his mind, he let out a fierce roar and slammed a heavy punch downward. However, her face immediately contorted in pain as she cursed silently. Oh, what the hell? This is driving me crazy. How the fuck did he cut through something this hard? Just then, while he was distracted, the scorpion's sharp stinger quietly rose high into the air. Speeding up instantly, it swung that deadly, sharp weapon forward, intending to make mince meat out of the girl. However, considering her solid 8 out of 10 looks, she wasn't allowed to die here. In that split second, a sharp streak of light flashed across, successfully severing the scorpion's tail in two. Seeing this, he stared blankly. I have absolutely no idea what just happened. At that moment, Shin Hyuk stepped in and asked, are you alright? He stood firmly in front of her right then, looking incredibly badass. However, before he could pose for long, an examiner from behind shouted loudly, you two over there, the magic is fully prepared. Fall back immediately. Very quickly, the scorpion was pushed into a state of total flash freeze. Meanwhile, Dae-chan stood at a distance, silently observing the scene. Even though the monster is magic resistant, it's weak against ice magic. An excellent choice. Almost all the mages passed, while the lightning user is disqualified. Right at this moment, someone groaning nearby suddenly caught Dae-chan's attention. He glanced over to check and saw 2 young guys whose faces were completely twisted in agony. In his mind, Dae-chan made his evaluation. Those guys will have to train their aura and retake the exam. Their role was simply to buy time for the magic prep, yet they ended up ruining their own weapons. All of them are disqualified. Over on this side, he also walked up and said to Shin Hyuk, Hunter Kong Shin Hyuk, thank you for the help. And I'm also sorry about what happened earlier. I never imagined there would be a hunter capable of sensing monsters from such a great distance. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk replied cheerfully, don't worry about it. Honestly, that's a completely normal reaction. The sky is still peaceful, so I wish everyone the best on the rest of the exam. His words instantly lifted his spirits. She replied clearly and firmly, yes, we will put our trust in you and follow your lead. On another side, an examiner spoke up to the applicants who had received poor marks from Dae-chan earlier. Hunter Kwon Hyuk Jin, Hunter Im So-ho, Hunter Park Yu-yun, and Hunter Choi Jun-hyun. Follow the examiner out of the gate. You have failed. Better luck next time. Getting eliminated this early left the group completely devastated, their expressions turning thoroughly miserable. Next, the examiner guided them. All right, please follow me. Don't look so downcast. Even that clown who posts videos all day and can't crack 20 likes doesn't look this sad. Watching their departing figures, Shin Hyuk couldn't help but think to himself, zero mercy. Because of the dangerous gate, they're getting us out faster. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk's eyes widened in shock, as if he sensed something approaching incredibly close. To be more precise, absolutely everyone here had been completely surrounded. Noticing the look on Shin Hyuk's face, Jae stepped closer and whispered, "Is something wrong? Do you need to use the bathroom?" In response, he only managed to hesitate out loud. Wait a minute. Dae-chan, true to his experience, had naturally recognized that lurking danger early on, and what shocked him even more right now was that Shin Hyuk had also detected the threat. Another question flashed through his mind. How does he know? He's tracking the surrounding mana with absolute precision, seemingly even faster than I am. On his end, Shin Hyuk was still continuously sensing everything around them. He muttered to himself, "Is it from the front? No, the right side isn't it either. Front, back, left, right, they're closing in on us tightly. Just how many of them are there? The place is absolutely swarming." Recognizing that any delay would definitely spell disaster, Shin Hyuk shouted out loud, "Everyone, watch out below." The moment the words left his mouth, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to shake violently. Shin Hyuk's intuition told him that it wasn't just a few monsters, but rather one single entity. A lone monster had surrounded the exam participants and was opening its massive, gaping maw. At this moment, that examiner still had absolutely no clue that he had already fallen straight into the monster's mouth. The surrounding people witnessing this sight turned pale with sheer horror. And then, from beneath the layers of sand, a truly colossal creature quickly breached the surface. The thoughts in Shin Hyuk's mind finally began to clear up. An individual possessing overwhelming power on par with a rank B Shadow Reaper or a rank A Ogre. That was the catastrophe of the desert, the rank A giant earthworm. Staring at the grotesque aberration before his eyes, Dae-chan couldn't help but be taken aback by this sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk was already breaking out in a nervous sweat. This round was going to be incredibly tough. In another location entirely, Seo-wa was holding a pastry in her hand. Speaking with a bright smile, "Dad, do you think Instructor Kong is doing well on his exam right now?" Kim Man-dong listened, his expression remaining as calm and composed as ever as he replied, "Well, if it's Instructor Kong, he'll likely pass with ease. After all, he's a talent that I personally recommended." His words made Seo-wa feel a bit dissatisfied, prompting her to say, "You never recommend anyone though, Dad. With Instructor Kang's level, just how far do you think he can go? Will he be as strong as you one day?" Man-dong's face finally brightened up slightly as he said, "It's hard to say, but if it's Instructor Kong, he will surely surpass that." But Seo-wa, to overcome rank A, there is one essential talent required. This statement completely piqued her curiosity. Seo-wa widened her eyes and asked her dad, "What do you mean by an essential talent?" Man-dong explained, "For example, when a difficult anomaly appears, the one who runs away without looking back is a rank B hunter. The one who remembers their role and steps into battle formation is a rank A hunter. It might look like the exam merely evaluates raw combat power, but in reality, they observe these aspects very closely. These tendencies cannot be uncovered unless a real crisis occurs. That's why they bring along more people than necessary. Unless it's an experienced party, that is." Seo-wa asked curiously again, "Dad, then in a similar situation, what would a rank S hunter do?" Man-dong immediately replied, "Well, they eliminate the root cause of the crisis. When you eliminate the cause, the crisis itself ceases to exist. Anomalies think that way, as a matter of course." Returning to Shin Hyuk's evaluation. Right now, Dae-chan, a hunter who carried the mindset of a rank S hunter, was rushing furiously toward the earthworm in front of him. However, his eyes suddenly widened in complete astonishment. It turned out that within this gate, there wasn't just one person with the mindset of a rank S hunter, but actually two. At this moment, Shin Hyuk was also sprinting like a madman, moving even faster than Dae-chan as he closed in on the monster. He gritted his teeth, glared intensely, braced himself completely, and gripped his sword tight. Dae-chan raised his weapon high as well. The two met without prior planning, one above and one below, combining their forces to unleash a flawless, relentless assault on the earthworm. The scene unfolding left everyone standing there completely jaw-dropped. Massive chunks of the earthworm's flesh rained down like a downpour. At this point, Dae-chan spoke up. A dysfunctional family. Well, according to what I looked up, this phrase basically implies a family lineage or household with no proper upbringing, raising kids half-assed. While wiping his sword, which was dripping heavily with monster fluids, he continued, I have no intention of raising Sejin to be weak, because down the road, Sejin will have to succeed my legacy. Hearing this line, Shin Hyuk immediately turned around, his face turning incredibly serious as he said, as an examiner, no, actually, I cannot agree with your educational methods, sir. However, before he could finish his sentence, Dae-chan cut in, so you do it. Shin Hyuk looked a bit surprised, laced with confusion, and finally gasped out in panic. That's not allowed, is it? What do you mean you want to do it? Dae-chan immediately replied, I won't force or pressure Sejin anymore. You take responsibility and guide Sejin to secure the championship victory at the swordsmanship tournament. At this point, Shin Hyuk asked, what if Sejin can't win the championship? Dae-chan didn't hesitate, responding instantly, since it was your words that kept Sejin from winning, you must take responsibility. Shin Hyuk's face turned serious as he confirmed, that's right, a part of that responsibility falls on me. The moment those words left his mouth, a thoroughly wicked grin carved itself onto Dae-chan's incredibly sinister face. He boldly proposed, in that case, become my son-in-law. How about it? Shin Hyuk's face instantly turned completely grim after hearing that proposal. He couldn't shake that heavy mood all the way up until the moment he was issued his new hunter license. Taking a shower felt the exact same way. Going to sleep felt no different, and even going to school remained exactly like that. Seeing her instructor like that, Sejin leaned in slightly and asked in a low voice, Instructor, what are you thinking about? Shin Hyuk's expression remained unchanged, and while he didn't say a word out loud, he answered silently in his head, I'm thinking about your dad. Eun Seo and Eun Soo were currently holding Shin Hyuk's brand new license in their hands. Staring at his drop-dead, gorgeous face, they couldn't help but marvel and poke fun at it. Look at this. He actually made this exact face for his new license picture. He looks like someone with chronic constipation. At that moment, Shin Hyuk recalled that day. On that fateful day, he couldn't believe his ears and had to ask for clarification. Son-in-law? No, sir, what did you just say? Shin Hyuk replayed the words Dae-chan had spoken that day. If Sejin failed to win the championship, he said I had to become his son-in-law. If I didn't want to be his son-in-law, I would have to join his guild. If I refused that as well, I would have to stop training Sejin altogether. Even though the Sword King Kim Dae-chan was spouting complete nonsense, I didn't let any of it register. It was just that the guy in front of me was incredibly obnoxious, treating talent recruitment like a mere tool. Shin Hyuk's hands clenched tightly without him even realizing it. He spoke up, fine, so it's just about helping the girl win the championship, right? In exchange, I have one condition of my own. Dae-chan casually replied, yeah, go ahead and name it. Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Hyuk stated right then and there, I am requesting an honorary duel. Returning to reality, Shin Hyuk finally spoke up and asked, Sejin, have you heard from your dad about your upcoming schedule? Sejin thought about it for a brief moment before replying, I heard a bit about it over the phone today, sir. By the way, how on earth did you pull that off? Shin Hyuk let out a sigh and answered, we just happened to have a pretty good conversation. He easily handed over all of your training to me. In his mind, he started cursing silently. In all my life, your dad is the most stubborn person I've ever encountered. Then, Shin Hyuk flashed a bright smile and told the girl, I even made an appointment to have another parent-teacher meeting very soon. In his head, he kept adding, I'm going to beat the living crap out of your dad. Oh, meaning he was referring to the upcoming duel challenge? After hearing this, Sejin's face looked a bit embarrassed. She spoke up, thank you so much, instructor. You say it like that, but I'm sure that conversation wasn't easy at all. Her words almost moved Shin Hyuk to tears. Another question began to pop into his mind. Good grief, how could a guy like him father a daughter like this? However, the man quickly remembered that whole son-in-law wager. Shin Hyuk immediately raised his voice and said, "Don't think that just because I'm in charge, you're going to have an easier time. Starting today, we're doing special training." Sejin immediately replied with enthusiasm, "Yes, instructor, I'll work extra hard." To put things into perspective, the person who had defeated Sejin in this past January's martial arts tournament was none other than Bianca Lowell from the United Kingdom, daughter of Conrad Lowell, one of the top 10 strongest hunters in the world. Looking closely at the details, Bianca's role in reality wasn't actually all that significant. Her younger brother, Leon, was Lee Ji-sung's rival. In the finals, Bianca's family was depicted as an incredibly powerful swordsmanship clan. While driving, Shin Hyuk let out a sigh and thought to himself, it would be so much better if the opponent were strictly a swordsman. However, Bianca Lowell utilized both swordsmanship and magic simultaneously. Her magic wasn't just at some ordinary level. She possessed the capabilities of an active rank, a hunter. Back in her homeland of the United Kingdom, she was even hailed as Merlin Reborn. That alone was enough to get the picture. A swordsmanship prodigy hailing from a prestigious swordsmanship clan, widely regarded as a prime candidate for rank S status. On top of that, she brought along incredibly annoying magic to the table. Even in a completely fair and square matchup, the probability of Sejin losing remained exceptionally high. Then again, who knows, maybe the master has an answer. Very soon, he found himself standing right in front of Uriang. He was currently thoroughly displeased as he cross-examined him. "Hey, what do you take this old master for? Doraemon's magic pocket or something?" Shin Hyuk immediately bowed his head and cupped his hands in a pleading gesture. "Hey, please don't say that, master. Help me out just this once, Grandmaster. Look, I even bought a ton of that bamboo leaf green wine you love so much. This is a completely different grade from the stuff you usually drink, master. Take your time and look it over." Uriang glanced over at the bottles in front of him and couldn't help but marvel in surprise. "Ahem, you've got both Jin and Shun and actual cash ready?" This kid certainly came prepared. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk quickly chimed in, "Of course, sir. I even bought fried chicken, so let's eat together, master." Only then did Uriang's face soften as he spoke up awkwardly. "That sounds good too, but boil the water first." Shin Hyuk found this confusing. "Water?" He immediately explained, "That's right, because what I'm craving most right now is the instant ramen from this region." Hearing that, the young man felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had thought that since he hadn't visited much lately, his master would be cranky, but luckily he had brought along that stash of premium goods. Instantly, Shin Hyuk pulled out his laptop, turned on a video, and said to Uriang, "In that case, master, I'll go boil the water. Please watch this first." Uriang cast his eyes over at the screen. It was a video clip of Bianca, a compilation video showing match footage from the previous tournament she had participated in. Uriang spoke up and asked, "Whoa, who is this? Who's this blonde girl?" Shin Hyuk immediately replied, "She's the reigning champion from last year's tournament, the very one my student will be competing in. This is a highlight compilation of her match scenes, so it won't be very long." Uriang looked surprised by this statement and immediately asked, "Why is that? Is it because she only fought a few matches?" Shin Hyuk, who was currently boiling the water, responded immediately, "No, sir, I tried my absolute best to find everything. But every single one of Bianca Lowell's matches didn't last any longer than 5 minutes. In short, Bianca Lowell was an incredibly renowned super rookie. There is absolutely no reason for elites from all corners of the globe not to devise counter-strategies against Bianca Lowell. However, the genius of the century, who had been capable of executing mobile casting since the age of 5, was never an easy wall to scale. With her high-speed casting skill, she could apply dispels directly onto her opponent's skills, while simultaneously deploying offensive magic through multi-layered casting. To put it briefly, when facing Bianca Lowell, every single match turned into an absolute massacre. Returning to reality, Shin Hyuk continued talking to Uriang. "Bianca operates at a level far above your average rank, a hunter. Meanwhile, no matter how much we flatter our Sejin, she's only at the peak of rank B, and we have less than 2 months left. Master, we need an incredibly drastic measure." Hearing these words, Uriang's expression turned somewhat pensive. He gently stroked his beard and replied, "Well, just looking at the video, the difference in skill level is completely night and day. By nature, I rarely went up against mages myself, so I'm not entirely sure." This statement instantly caused Shin Hyuk's mood to plummet. He spoke up sorrowfully. "So there are actually things that even you are helpless against, Master?" Before the young man could even finish his sentence, Uriang thoroughly snapped back in frustration. "Helpless against what? You brat, it's not like there's no way. If you formally accept that Sejin child as your disciple and teach her martial arts, it would actually be well worth the effort." These words directly caused Shin Hyuk's eyes to widen in pure astonishment. He asked back, "Teach her martial arts?" Uriang explained calmly. "There's only one single way to counter that type of mage using a sword, and that is to sever the flow of magic or use a stronger sword chi to deal with it. Hey kid, now that you've advanced to a new realm, surely you can spot the weaknesses in magic, can't you?" Shin Hyuk answered right away, Yes, that's correct. I actually just fought a mage recently." Then he thought to himself, passing down martial arts. Honestly, it's not like I haven't thought about it before, considering this is the exact martial arts that transformed a mediocre rank B hunter like me into an ultra-transcendent master. But that's precisely why I hesitate to share it, because it represents one of the single greatest secrets behind the power I currently hold. Hey, this section analyzing the character's psychological development is absolutely spot on. A perfect 10 out of 10 for this part. Returning to Shin Hyuk's train of thought, he was currently incredibly surprised that Yu Riang's expression didn't change at all when mentioning taking a disciple to pass down the arts. He spoke up, "Even if I pass down your martial arts to someone else, you're completely fine with that, Master." Hearing this, Yu Riang merely let out a soft chuckle, clicked his tongue, and replied, "You dummy, I took a liking to your keen eye. I didn't take you in as a literal disciple. Just like I chose you. Choosing who to take as a disciple is entirely your own right." Even now, Shin Hyuk had still not fully processed his astonishment upon hearing those words. Right away, Yu Riang continued, "And aren't you curious? That child is an incomparable genius compared to you. She has undoubtedly accumulated energy through some method without even realizing it herself. If you convert that entire reserve of energy into internal power, just what kind of monster will be born?" At that exact same time over at Sejin's location, her hand were trembling violently, as if she couldn't possibly believe the reality that had just unfolded. "Can my eyes see this clearly without glasses? What on earth is going on here? Is it that liquid over there? Could it really be thanks to that?" After finishing her rest, she could undeniably feel that her body had undergone a distinct transformation. And then, Sejin involuntarily fell into a quiet moment of deep reflection. At this current point in time, there were less than 2 months remaining until the martial arts tournament. The domestic tournament had officially kicked off. Right now, the contestants were fighting like absolute madmen for the sake of their dreams. The spectators up in the stands were incredibly thrilled by the exchanges of blade work, which couldn't possibly be any more visually satisfying. Down on the arena floor, Sejin's blade strikes continuously rained down upon the opponent in front of her. He could do nothing but grit his teeth and desperately try to hold his ground under the immense pressure. However, the gap in their levels was visibly night and day. Watching Sejin's sword press deeper and deeper down, he could only think to himself, "What the hell is this? Is she seriously a student? How can anyone be this ridiculously strong?" Sitting up in the spectator stands, Shin Hyuk was equally deep in thought. Even without converting her mana into internal power, she's still completely dominating. If I teach her martial arts just like Master suggested, it really might be worth placing a bet on. At the exact same time down on the arena floor, Sejin finally succeeded in knocking her opponent's sword high into midair. Her opponent could only stand there with his jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Before he could even snap out of his daze, Sejin rushed forward and delivered a swift kick straight to his face. The terrifying force sent the young man tumbling backward through the dirt. Seeing this, the referee formally announced, "Contestant Park Yi-Dam has been knocked out. Contestant Kim Sejin wins." Watching this completely one-sided match, Shin Hyuk could only lament silently in his heart. Good grief, go a little easy on them. Unseo and Min, he had also come out today to cheer on their senior. Both of them were incredibly excited as they shouted loudly, "You're the absolute best, senior." I knew it would be an easy win anyway. Quick match, quick win. Let's head back and get boba tea, big sister. This sight brought a touch of warmth to Shin Hyuk's heart. Although his beloved students had high expectations placed on them, everyone except Unseo had been eliminated. He thought to himself that these kids must be heartbroken inside, yet they still showed up to cheer for their teammate. Their character is truly wonderful. As for the reason why the whole group got eliminated, part of it was due to a lack of raw strength, but their luck with the bracket draw was also pretty abysmal. At that time, Unseo had blurted out in complete surprise, "Huh? What? Why are you over there?" Jinsu had also asked in sheer shock, "I'm the one who should be saying that. Is this bracket even real for real?" Turns out that during the random matching for the second round, Unseo ran into Jinsu, while Unseo had to go head-to-head against Sejin. Even though they had practiced their counterforms exceptionally well, he ultimately suffered a defeat against a third-year mage, who happened to be last year's championship runner-up. As for Jinsu, even though he made it to the inner rounds and left a powerful impression, he still had to reluctantly accept a bitter defeat. Shin Hyuk stood up, letting out a completely relaxed sigh. At any rate, the fact that first-year students made it this close to the final round was already a massive achievement. Next year, if they participate again, everyone will undoubtedly breeze through the qualifiers. At this moment, Minhee spoke up. As expected, Senior Sejin's level is on a completely different planet. Unseo immediately chimed in to confirm. Exactly, you can't find a single flaw in someone who has been winning championships since her freshman year. The moment she stepped off the stage, Sejin waved her hand at Shin Hyuk and said, "Instructor, I'm back." He also replied cheerfully, "Great work out there. Your condition looks excellent." Sejin immediately responded, "It's all thanks to you, sir. Will you be watching the final match too?" Right then, Shin Hyuk happened to turn around to head out as he answered, "Sorry about that. I actually have to run an errand for a bit." Ms. Seo was arriving shortly, so once your match is finished, could you head back with her? Seeing this, Jinsu immediately inquired, "Wait a minute, where are you planning to go, instructor?" Shin Hyuk closed his eyes and let out a sigh. "Where else? To go meet a student's parent, obviously." Exactly. Today was the day that the man had firmly resolved to give Dae-chan a thorough beating. He added, "With how Sejin is right now, she can win the championship even without me around." Hearing his words, the girl replied with a hint of bashfulness, "Yes, sir. I'll do my best to win." Then, looking in her eyes, Shin Hyuk continued, "As expected, the one you're most worried about is still Bianca, right? If you return with the championship title this time, I will hand down the solution to you. So while I'm away, make sure you secure that championship win." His words, as expected, completely fired Sejin up. Very quickly, the announcer continued over the intercom. The martial arts tournament is widely known as the crown jewel of the Hunter Academy Festival. Let's all welcome student Kim Sejin from High School Number 1. The individual standing on the verge of an unprecedented record of winning the tournament 3 consecutive years. Standing in front of the microphone, Sejin looked a bit flustered as she stammered, "Hello everyone. I am Kim Sejin." The host asked further, "Student Kim Sejin, throughout all your matches, the way you always maintain your composure is truly impressive. Has there been any opponent up until now who made you feel even slightly threatened?" The answer was delivered very swiftly, seemingly without needing a single moment of thought. "There probably hasn't been anyone like that, no." Hearing this, the host remarked, "If any other student said that, it would be viewed as arrogant. But coming from Sejin, it doesn't sound obnoxious at all." Inside the car, Shin Hyuk was also listening to these words from the MC. "In that case, let's switch up the question a bit. Assuming you win the championship, let's talk about that afterward. Word has it that if you win this martial arts tournament, you plan to participate in the WHCU tournament, correct? The last tournament was quite regrettable since you ran into the champion Bianca right in the first round and got eliminated. I wonder if you have any special strategy prepared for revenge this time." At that exact same time, Shin Hyuk had arrived at the rendezvous point with Dae-chan. Sejin's voice continued to play steadily over the live broadcast. She said, "Back then, it was because my raw strength was still lacking, so I had a lot of regrets. But this time, thanks to instructor Kong Shin Hyuk, I think things will be very different. Then the MC asked again, then how far do you think you can advance in next year's WHCU? Simultaneously, the doors to the sparring room between Shin Hyuk and Dae Chan gradually slid open. Just how long had he been standing there waiting already? And Sejin's answer to that previous question was exactly. As for that, I've never actually thought about how far I'll advance. My goal is strictly one thing, and that is to win the championship. Since things have come this far, I want to secure that championship victory together with my instructor. Meanwhile, at Shin Hyuk's location, Dae Chan spoke up. You're right on time. Instructor Kong Shin Hyuk, just the sheer courage it took for you to show up here without running away is already worthy of praise. Right now, if you're willing to apologize and beg for forgiveness, I can act as if nothing ever happened. However, in response, Shin Hyuk merely stated with total indifference, no need for that, sir. In his head, he told himself that in reality, when he proposed the duel, the only thing that actually worried him was a Kim Dae-chan whose pride was sky high, refusing to accept the challenge. Because he could easily reject it on the grounds that, as a proper rank S hunter, fighting me would be beneath his station. At this point, after the barrier was activated, Dae-chan began to lay out the match rules in greater detail. The battle will conclude when one of the parties surrenders or loses consciousness. If I win, Instructor Kong will have to become my son-in-law. On the flip side, if Instructor Kong wins, I will stay out of any schedules regarding the WHCU entirely. I take it there are no objections? Shin Hyuk responded immediately. None, sir. Just please keep your promise. With that, Dae-chan pointed the tip of his blade toward him and said, all right then, I'll let you take the first strike. Shin Hyuk knew he couldn't afford to underestimate the opponent before him, so he immediately drew his sword and settled into a stance. Then, I shall begin. A thought also flashed through his mind at that moment. That arrogant face of his, let's see just how long you can maintain that relaxed composure. Let's see what you've got. Bring it on, you troublesome old man. The mages stationed outside were incredibly focused on casting the protective magic barrier. One of them spoke up anxiously. Isn't that person's sword over there an aura sword? The other one replied, what are you talking about? Don't you know that only rank S hunters can use an aura sword? The long-haired guy let out a faint chuckle. Of course I know. But haha, honestly, I don't even know what I'm looking at right now. What he was witnessing was none other than the heavenly demon sword arts that Shin Hyuk was preparing to unleash. After gathering his energy, he fiercely thrust his sword, charging a direct strike straight ahead, thinking to himself, take this and drop dead, you tyrannical parent. Facing this ferocious onslaught, Dae-chan managed to maintain his calm demeanor. His hands tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. Immediately after, from deep within the arena floor, a massive explosion erupted, causing the magical barrier shield to vibrate violently. The short-haired guy posted, holy crap, look at this. That really is an aura sword. The long-haired guy chimed in, see, I told you. Just who on earth is that guy? Locked inside the battle, his eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to think to himself. I wanted to go all out just like when I fought the vice principal, but given my current realm, if I unleash my full power, I'm afraid absolutely everyone here will end up dead. He smiled to himself. How could that possibly compare to the sheer destructive power of a meteor strike that forces even 3 layers of barriers to desperately struggle just to hold it back? But as the dust and smoke gradually settled, Dae-chan's figure was still standing there tall and proud. With both hands gripping his sword tightly, he lightly wiped away a trace of blood from his face and praised, excellent. This left him a bit stunned. He blocked almost the entire thing? That output was pretty much equivalent to when I clashed with Kim Man-dong. On the opposite side, Dae-chan delivered his assessment. Instructor Kong Shin Hyuk, through that brief exchange, I am certain of one thing. Even if we assigned any instructor from our guild to Sejin, it wouldn't compare to you training her directly. I acknowledge that much, which is precisely why I absolutely must win this match. I've taken way too much of a liking to you. I can't hold back anymore. An incredibly abundant surge of magical energy radiated from his body, causing Shin Hyuk to feel a twinge of fear as his entire body shuddered, thinking to himself, Sejin, your dad really is a lunatic too. Outside, someone screamed out loud. Reinforce it to a 6-layer barrier immediately. No, get everyone who's currently free down here right now. If the higher-ups lose their minds, the whole place is going to shatter. Without a single moment of hesitation, Daechan gripped his sword tightly from within, leaped into the air, and slashed downward towards Shin Hyuk to attack. Faced with this raw speed, he was caught slightly off guard, so fast. Then, in the blink of an eye, he materialized right in front of him. He continued to think. As expected, his speed is significantly faster than the vice principal's. But compared to Master, he's still a bit lacking. He raised his sword to directly block the incoming strike, his eyes narrowing slightly. A rank S hunter, huh? But then, he let out a completely effortless breath. This caused Daechan to startle slightly, thinking to himself, Instructor Kong, just now, did he smile? He pieced together everything that had transpired. An honorary duel? When this punk sent the challenge, I honestly thought he was joking. Of course, telling him to become my son-in-law was completely real, not a joke. I figured I would just use overwhelming power to put an end to that challenge and be done with it. Just how long has it been now? It feels like we've already traded about 30 exchanges. And he's not being pushed back in the slightest. He's like a colossal fortress wall. He gritted his teeth firmly, cursing furiously in his head. This absolute bastard. What the hell is he anyway? On this side, Shin Hyuk maintained his completely composed expression, speaking up to check in. Are you starting to feel tired already, sir? He was still currently immersed in his own train of thought. Why hasn't his expression changed a single bit? Then he bellowed loudly. I underestimated you. Let me raise things up a notch to properly match your level. The moment they witnessed a sudden burst of raw power, the guy outside screamed, Holy crap, it's coming. Is the barrier reinforcement finished yet? The guy next to him replied, 10 people have arrived. I told them to get started right away. Instantly, the newly arrived personnel began funneling additional energy into the barrier layer. Inside, Daechan unleashed a relentless barrage of sword chi waves flying straight toward him. Looking at it, he analyzed, using aura to create a slash and launching it. That type is almost identical to meteor demolition. Is his anti-mana aura overflowing or what? But he instantly ducked and dodged the incoming sword chi strikes, thinking to himself, blocking all these brute force attacks is just a waste of energy. I'll block a few and dodge the rest. I'll block a few and dodge the rest. But then Daechan noticed his movements and sneered. Planning to run away? Don't disappoint me now, Instructor Kong Shin Hyuk. He swung his blade again, unleashing countless more lines of sword chi, which made Shin Hyuk curse inwardly. This guy is crazy. Is he really unleashing another wave? Yet another wave of attacks crashed down, causing the outer barrier to finally show signs of cracking. The protector's eyes rolled back in exhaustion, and some of them collapsed straight onto the ground. As the dust slowly cleared, countless cracks appeared across the surface of the barrier. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk was still standing firm, his gaze fixed straight on the man. This thoroughly amused Daechan. Impressive. Truly impressive. Who on earth are you? Who did you learn swordsmanship from? Catching his breath in short, sharp gasps, he thought to himself. Who else could it be? The strongest person in the world, of course. Seeking out Master really was a god-tier move. Wait, why is he doing this? No matter how much mana he has, it's not infinite. He must have realized our skills are on par with each other. So why is he fighting such a brainless war of attrition? Then the man spoke up, cutting off his train of thought. Whatever. I suppose we can stop this match right here. This made Shin Hyuk question him. What makes you say that all of a sudden? He replied, take a look around. Following his words, he scanned his surroundings, only to find the place completely trashed, and the mages maintaining the barrier had all passed out. This old fox. He knew he was about to lose, so he intentionally targeted the barrier. He held his hand out and smiled. What a shame. The victor hasn't been decided, but I acknowledge your strength. Therefore, as you requested, I won't put Sejin through harsh training anymore. I won't interfere either. However, if she fails to win the championship, you have to join my guild. How about it? This proposal annoyed him a bit, and he cursed inwardly. This old man is clinging to me like a leech. But having no other choice, he had to agree. Fine. I accept that proposal. But I have a condition of my own in return. Hearing this made Daechan curious. Oh, really? Let's hear it. His fist tightened, and then a lightning-fast punch was thrown before Dae-chan could even react, sending nosebleeds spraying like rain. Clutching his nose, Dae-chan snapped angrily. What the hell do you think you're doing all of a sudden? He waved his hands dismissively to explain. To be honest, you know exactly what you did. I was right on the verge of winning. Yet you stopped the match and threw out a new proposal. Me agreeing to it with just one punch can be considered giving you a whole lot of face. Seeing his plan exposed left Dae-chan a bit stunned. He continued, I will definitely make sure Sejin wins the championship. As long as you don't interfere with her training. If she wins, and you still try to play mind games, I won't be holding back next time. Consider yourself warned. With that, he thought to himself, so, everything is set. Top-tier talent combined with top-tier martial arts. Even though time is tight, there's no more interference. Even I don't know how far this girl can go. So get ready, my student. Eat 3 wild ginseng roots, and let's get started. Cutting back to the present. Right after she easily defeated her opponent, the crowd erupted in cheers. Champion. She's the champion. Contender Kim Sejin from a #1 Hunter Academy. As soon as the match ended, a press conference was immediately set up at a different location. A reporter's voice rang out. Yes, as expected, she claimed an overwhelming victory in this tournament as well. If you had to pick the toughest opponent in this tournament, who would it be? The other person replied, there were no tough opponents. The answer left the reporter a bit unsatisfied. I see. Your next stage is the WHC, right? The blonde girl nodded and replied, yes. The blunt answers frustrated the reporter even more. Oh, come on. Please give me a slightly longer answer. This is an interview. After thinking for a moment, she cleverly changed direction. Let's change the question then. In the upcoming tournament, is there any contender you're particularly keeping an eye on? The champion of the Iron Gauntlet Trials, Bianca Lowell, perhaps? She's last year's WHCU champion, Bianca Lowell. She took a sip of tea and then replied, the person I'm keeping an eye on, there is no one. The reporter pushed on. Last year's runner-up, Rohan, made a pretty strong impression too, didn't he? Her eyes locked onto the reporter, and then she replied flatly, not really impressed. These dull answers made the female reporter feel awkward. Is that so? She continued to ask. Then what about Japan's representative Nijikawa? Bianca replied, just average. The reporter didn't know how to keep it going. What about Paulo from Brazil? Hearing a somewhat unfamiliar name, Bianca asked, who is that? Watching these responses, the reporter was absolutely furious inside. What an obnoxious brat. The assistant beside her leaned in close and whispered something in her ear. After that, she spoke up. We just received news that South Korea's super rookie has just won another championship. Word is she's a contender who had a match against Bianca last year. Do you happen to remember the contender Kim Sejin? She started digging through her memory. Sejin? Ah, is that the person I met in the qualifiers? Getting this response made the reporter cheer up a bit. Right? There had to be at least someone, right? Bianca's tone instantly changed. She scoffed and continued. She lost to me and cried her eyes out, which is why I remember her. Yeah, maybe she's actually stronger than the people you just mentioned earlier. She fired back a question. Is she participating this year too? Let's see if she can last 10 minutes this time. Truly something to look forward to. Then her voice turned cold. No matter how much her strength has increased, none of my peers are any match for me anyway. Shifting the scene over to Sejin. Right now, her eyes were wide with shock as she stared at the 3 wild ginseng roots in front of her, questioning. Instructor, you said it was a foolproof way to win. What on earth is this pile? He didn't explain and simply replied, that's expensive stuff, kiddo. Chew it thoroughly. You have to match at least half of Bianca's mana pool if you want to pull anything off. Our strategy is strictly doping and using tricks. While chewing on the ginseng, Sejin's face puckered up. She groaned. This is so bitter. There was no time to sit around and celebrate the victory. We went straight to Mount Sirak in Kangwon for a special training camp. Because the remaining time until the WHCU was way too short to aim for the championship. A while later, Sejin finished off the ginseng roots. He praised her. You did well to eat them all without leaving a single piece behind. But now the real hardship begins. Can you trust me and follow my lead? She let out a heavy breath and squeezed her fist tight with sheer determination. If I didn't have that determination, I wouldn't have started in the first place. I can do anything, so don't worry about me, instructor. Right after that, countless agonizing screams echoed through the forest as Shin Hyuk transferred his energy to her. She shrieked, "Cancel! Cancel! Cancel! I take back the I can do anything part." She looked utterly exhausted now, sweat dripping down her face. I seriously thought I was going to die right then and there. Is it all over, instructor? He looked at her, pondering for a few seconds, before countless more beams of energy lit up inside the forest again. Sorry, that wasn't the right spot. Time quickly jumped to the afternoon. Right now, Sejin looked down at her own arms, completely stunned by what was happening. He muttered to himself, "Asterisk right here, I used the method Master taught me to open up Sejin's conception and governing vessels. Thanks to her following the mental cultivation method perfectly during the mana circulation phase, converting her existing mana into internal energy didn't face any major hurdles." Asterisk. Sensing the change within her body, she thought to herself, is this the internal energy instructor was talking about? It feels incredibly light, yet its presence is undeniably clear. It feels so pure that mana can't even compare. If it's this, I can do it. He understood how she felt and spoke up. Looks like you felt it already, right? That is internal energy. Do not slack off on circulating the cultivation method until your body fully adapts, because you can no longer go back to the path of a normal hunter who uses mana. She turned back to look at her instructor, thinking to herself, asterisk, the massive amount of mana from eating that ginseng he gave me was mostly consumed during the process of opening the mana pathways he called the conception and governing vessels. I felt it very clearly when he used his own mana to make up for the deficit to clear my meridians. Just what exactly? Asterisk, after thinking, she turned toward him and asked, from that expensive ginseng to passing down these incredible skills, why are you helping me this much, instructor? Facing this question, he exhaled a breath and explained, I made a deal with your dad. Those words gave Sejin a slight jolt. A deal? He looked up at the sky, explaining dryly, if you don't win the championship, I have to go work for your family's guild. In return, I set a condition that he can't interfere with my training to make you the champ. No matter how you look at it, I made an unfair trade that only benefits your dad. Hearing this answer, she thought to herself, why would he take that on? But then he immediately made a proposition. That's why I bet a bit of money. My fortune, all the money I scraped together from clearing gates and doing freelance work all this time. He firmly gripped her shoulder, his face turning sly. Kim Sejin, I put a massive bet on you winning the championship. She was a bit confused, looking at him in disbelief. You're using me to gamble? He explained, don't worry. This is a betting platform officially certified by the International Hunter Association. He reminded Sejin, oh, by the way, each of those ginseng roots you ate is worth up to 500 million won. They're out of season, so they're incredibly hard to find. They're basically priceless chunks of gold. I'm no hopeless philanthropist, you know. Either way, if you don't win, my life will be chained down by your dad. So I need a reward like this to make it worthwhile. Looking at his carefree attitude, she kept thinking while feeling the pressure of receiving such immense favor from her teacher. Suddenly, his expression turned mischievous. If you win, I'm quitting this teaching job for good. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Sejin felt incredibly lucky that her instructor was a pragmatist. He stood up, continuing, let's get down to business. Now that you've been initiated into martial arts, it's time to start the official transmission, right? The girl replied with total excitement. Yes. Where do we start? Are we still practicing form-breaking techniques? He slowly drew his sword from its scabbard, explaining, form breaking is good, but we need to capitalize on the advantages of internal energy. As you know, your opponent Bianca's ultimate skill is Magic Dispel, which is essentially a broken stat that allows her to nullify an opponent's skill in an instant. But Sejin, you don't use mana anymore, right? Sword Chi and Sword Aura, created from internal energy, cannot be dispelled. We're going to practice a killer move specifically for the moment Bianca gets caught off guard. Looking at the move he just executed, Sejin's eyes went wide, and she gasped. Instructor, Don't tell me. Is this the ultimate skill you used in your match against the vice principal before? He confidently confirmed, exactly. It's the martial arts of a supreme overlord who once threw the entire world into chaos. A single strike was unleashed, sending a violent shockwave ripping through the entire forest. Sejin was completely overwhelmed by the sheer power of the attack. He continued, I will pass down this meteor burst demonic aura to you. You only live once, so let's go all out this time. After that, countless days of training began to fly by. Inside the forest, massive tremors erupted one after another. Looking at the heap of wooden swords piled up below, he evaluated. Asterisk, has it been 3 weeks already? It feels just like yesterday when I took a leave of absence to come down here for special training. Although time was tight, it seems the transmission was a success. The more I look at her, the more astonishing her talent truly is. Meteor burst demonique aura. If someone doesn't possess main character level talent, it's absolutely impossible to comprehend. Asterisk. Looking at the results she created on the cliff faces, Sejin turned around happily and asked, What do you think, instructor? I'm not on your level, but this is pretty good, right? He scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Finally, we can use this to aim for the championship. He thought to himself, if Master saw this, he'd definitely give up on ascending to the heavens and make a huge fuss about wanting to raise Sejin instead. He smiled, making a suggestion. All right, let's get ready to head back. We need to pack your bags so you can make it to the airport on time. The girl nodded in agreement. Yes, instructor. The WHCU is hosted rotationally among 4 countries: the US, the UK, France, and Russia. The venue for this year's tournament is London. They had now arrived at the airport. CEO Wa smiled encouragingly. Do great on your exam, Sejin. Yisel gave a thumb up and said, with Sejin's strength, this year's championship is well within reach. Don't be too nervous. Just do what you always do. And as for your outfit, you've worked hard too, instructor. He waved goodbye to everyone. Thanks for seeing us off, everyone. You two take care as well. The ones traveling to London included the contender Sejin and himself as the head coach. And to their surprise, the vice principal came along too. Reminiscing about the conversation with the vice principal, he had offered, Instructor Kong, mind if I join you guys? He asked curiously, is staying at the school that boring for you? He explained, I'll upgrade you to business class. He smiled and replied, I am entirely at your service, sir. They say people usually get anxious and excited at the airport, but with an oddly calm mindset, the flight to London quietly took off. After a long journey, the group finally arrived in the magnificent city of London. Shifting to Wembley Stadium, the round of 64. The 3 of them walked in, drawing the attention of all the other contestants. Man Dong complained, starting the round of 64 right after drawing the brackets. What kind of exhausting schedule is this? He replied from beside him, Vice Principal, you have the best stamina out of all of us, so what are you complaining about? Sejin has already adjusted to the time zone and just got back from her morning workout. Man Dong smiled and replied, Haha, excellent. As expected of our academy's president. I have high expectations. Looking at the stares everyone was giving them, he evaluated inwardly. What's this? I feel like everyone is staring dead at us. Is it because the vice principal is so massive? Or is it itch because of my face? As if remembering something, Man Dong spoke up. Ah, right. I heard this from an acquaintance living in London yesterday. Word is that stories about Sejin are a pretty hot topic in this venue. He asked curiously, Sejin? Man Dong explained. The record Sejin set in the domestic qualifiers has been rumored all over the place. Didn't she crush every opponent in just a few minutes? The domestic press published quite a few articles about it too. Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, understanding the situation. So that's what happened. The 2 of us were holed up in the mountains training all day, so we had no idea. Man Dong continued. Maybe that's why she's drawing so much attention. If Sejin and Bianca are placed in the same bracket, people are saying it'll be nothing short of an early finals match. Walking along, he thought to himself, asterisk, so that's how it is. If it were just a competitive drive, I should be feeling bloodlust. But these look like positive gazes mixed with awe and admiration. Perhaps to the rookies gathered here from all over the world, Sejin is the sole savior who can pull the king named Bianca down from her throne on their behalf. Suddenly, Man Dong turned to ask curiously, "By the way, Instructor Com, is that rumor true?" He asked back, "What rumor is that, sir?" He continued, "What else?" "I heard you bet your entire fortune on Sejin." He nodded to confirm, "It's true. I sold all my stocks and borrowed from everywhere to dump it all in." "Don't tell me you bet on a different student, vice principal?" He replied, flustered. "Well, I bet on Sejin too." He countered, "You said you bet on her too?" He continued, "Come on. Of course I'm still rooting for Sejin." He mocked further, "You said you're still rooting for her?" Man Dong snapped, "Hey, why am I suddenly getting lectured here?" Standing between the two, Sejin could only laugh it off to keep the peace. Man Dong leaned in close, whispering in his ear, "Honestly speaking, most people are predicting Bianca to win anyway. As someone who has watched all the previous tournaments, I think even Sejin is going to have a hard time." He had his own reasoning at this point. "It's not that I don't get your point, sir, but you really should cheer for Sejin a bit more." Man Dong asked back in confusion, "Huh? Just what level is she at for you to say that to me?" He explained, "Do you remember our first sparring match before summer break?" He replied, "It hasn't been that long. Of course I remember." He continued, "Then it's easy to understand. The me from back then and the Sejin from right now aren't all that different." Those words left Man Dong brooding for a few seconds. Up front, the announcer called out, "South Korea's representative, Kim Sejin, assigned to Group A, number 2. The girl felt a bit of regret inside. Asterisk, what a shame. That position is almost completely opposite to Bianca's D64 spot. The WHCU runs on a 1 versus 2 format, where the winner faces the winner of 3 and 4, so I'll probably face Bianca in the finals." Asterisk. Looking at the tournament bracket, he turned and called out, "Sejin, your first match is against a contender from Ukraine. Word is he's one of the highly anticipated prospects in this tournament. It's the first match, so make an impression and don't hold back. Finish the match as quickly as possible." The girl smiled back, "Yes, I'll be right back." After the drawing was finished, Sejin was now out on the arena floor. The referee began going over the rules. Once that was done, the two went to their respective sides of the arena. He speculated inwardly, "The referee has the whistle in his mouth. It'll probably take barely 10 seconds after the opening whistle blows." Right at the opening bell, she unleashed a fatal blow that instantly incapacitated her opponent. The match ended so fast that weapon matchups became entirely irrelevant. The referee was absolutely stunned by her performance just now. The spectators in the stands felt the exact same way. And her round of 32 opponent was an Italian mage. Not sure if he was copying Bianca's strategy from last year, but right from the start, he used Memorize to cast a binding spell incredibly fast. Seeing the chains rushing to wrap around her arms, Sejin was slightly taken aback. Then, she took a deep breath, regaining her composure. She braced herself and easily shattered the chains binding her body. This caused her opponent's face to stiffen completely. He watched the situation from above, but Sejin shattered the magic with a loud shout and rushed forward, instantly forcing her opponent to surrender. This tactic was possible thanks to the significant density gap between her opponent's mana and Sejin's internal energy. Not sure if it'll work against Bianca, but truly, no performance is more satisfying than suppressing an opponent with raw power. He glanced over his shoulder. Asterisk Bianca Lowell, I know you're watching very closely, and you know perfectly well that this level isn't enough to pose any threat to you. Asterisk. After watching for a bit, she turned around to leave, muttering, "How boring. I'm heading back." He smirked with amusement. Asterisk, all right, keep that exact carelessness and wait for us in the finals. And at your most careless moment, we'll use a meteor rain to drag you down. Asterisk. Cutting to a few days later inside the arena. The referee's voice echoed. The match is over. The winner is contender Kim Sejin from South Korea. The crowd below was absolutely thrilled by her unstoppable, steamrolling performance. Now that she had showcased her true power, there was no need to act low profile anymore. Not even a little bit. Her opponents in the round of 16 and the quarterfinals were all highly promising prospects, but they all went down in exactly 1 minute. For Sejin, who utilized internal energy rather than mana, it didn't take any longer than that. A shattered sword was driven hard into the ground, and a helpless person fell to both knees after the battle. And then, with the resounding shout of the referee. Match over. The winner is contender Kim Sejin of South Korea. Just like that, Sejin's semi-final match in the WHCU tournament came to a close. Being able to hold out against Sejin for a whole minute is actually pretty impressive. South Korea has produced an absolutely terrifying young talent. This is an overwhelmingly dominant streak rarely seen since the tournament's inception. A genius who will become a national icon after this tournament ends. Even though the praises for the monster rookie Sejin kept pouring in, the odds for Sejin in the championship prediction event didn't budge at all, because everyone here was subconsciously assuming that, no matter what powerhouse showed up, the champion would undoubtedly still be Bianca Lowell. The reporter asked a question. Contender Bianca Lowell, that was absolutely amazing. You just set the shortest time record again in this semifinal. This record is even more remarkable considering you achieved it against a Brazilian martial artist and a Polish swordsman without using any magic. Is there any particular reason you aren't using magic in this tournament? Bianca replied flatly. I've already won the championship twice using magic, haven't I? This time, I wanted to see if I could win using only swordsmanship. The reporter pushed on. So you intend to not use any magic throughout this entire WHCU tournament? She thought for a few seconds and then replied, Let's see. I am participating as the representative of the UK after all, so if it's an emergency, I'll still use it. But even in the finals, I wonder if it will be necessary to use magic at all. Standing in the back watching the interview, he evaluated inwardly. Look at the way that girl answers. She's great at reverse psychology. On the first day, she yielded the first strike before finishing the match. But today, on the second day, she ended the match overwhelmingly fast and clean, showing absolutely no mercy. He smirked with amusement. I see right through her. That's what she means. In the original novel, although she was described as a magic prodigy, she is actually the daughter of a prestigious swordsmanship family. So she's keeping a very close eye on our Sejin's swordsmanship, isn't she? Thinking so, he turned to encourage the girl. Great job, Sejin. Now it's time for the interview to head into the finals, right? Once we're back, the vice principal will treat you to something really expensive. She scratched her head awkwardly and replied, Haha, I really appreciate the gesture, instructors, but I don't have much of an appetite right now. He grumbled a bit in dissatisfaction. Come on, you have to eat to have energy. The girl sighed. That's true, but right now, anything I eat will just upset my stomach. He realized what was going on, thinking to himself, the girl is like this because she's about to head into the finals. It seems she's more nervous than she lets on. He stepped closer to encourage her. Not being nervous at all is an issue, but being too nervous isn't good either. The girl lowered her head slightly with a strained laugh. Haha, I know, but he continued to cheer her on, his voice full of confidence. I believe Sejin won't leave me sleeping on the streets, right? Because I bet my entire fortune, plus maxed out bank loans on you. These words put even more pressure on the girl. She replied fearfully, Instructor, what if I lose? Before she could even finish her sentence, he gave her forehead a sharp flick, reminding her, I only said that to ease your tension, kiddo. I believe in you. Even if you lose, I'll be fine. Money can always be earned back. That stuff isn't an issue, so just do your best. He looked cheerful on the outside, but inwardly he was losing his mind. Please do your absolute best. If you lose, I'm getting dragged back to your dad's guild. These words gave the girl an extra burst of motivation. For the finals, I will give it everything I've got from start to finish. He also confidently continued, Yeah, just give it your all, so that there'll be nothing left to regret later. Someone stepped up from behind to announce, You're contender Kim Sejin, right? It's your turn for the interview. She replied, Yes, I'm coming right up. Right as Bianca was leaving was exactly when Sejin walked in. The two of them silently brushed past each other. The moment she passed her by, Bianca's eyes froze slightly. She immediately turned around, looking toward the girl, and evaluated inward. The finals opponent is that Kim whoever from South Korea, right? Even if it was just for a fleeting moment, I felt it very clearly just now. She's a monster just like me. An anomaly that only appears once in a blue moon among hunters. I thought I was the only one like this in this era. I've studied countless theories on mana, but this is the first time I've ever experienced this kind of sensation. Inside her body, A completely different power is flowing, not mana. The secretary stepped up from behind to check on her. Lady Bianca, are you all right? What's the matter? She let out a breath and replied, It's nothing. It's just that I feel like I gave the wrong answer during the interview just now. The secretary asked in confusion, What do you mean by a wrong answer, milady? She flashed a highly amused smile. That part about not using magic in the finals. I might not be able to keep that promise after all. After the interview concluded, countless cameras were positioned around the arena floor. The spectators in the stands were completely ecstatic about this battle. The most anticipated final match had finally been unveiled. The ultimate WHCU tournament for future S-Class Hunter seeds. This year, not just the UK, but the entire world was watching. An underdog who had been eliminated right at the gate in previous tournaments had now shown up looking so powerful, she was completely unrecognizable. Up in the stands, Man Dong turned to him anxiously and questioned, Instructor Kong, what was that once we're back line from earlier? The finals are right around the corner, and you're not giving that girl a single piece of advice. He huffed a bit, brushing off the vice principal's hand as he replied, I already told her everything she needed to hear in the waiting room earlier, sir. Man Dong pushed further. Is that so? Then what did you say in the waiting room? His eyes narrowed slightly as he sighed. Geez, why are you so curious about that, sir? Man Dong countered. How can I not be curious? It's true that Sejin's strength has improved to an astonishing degree. But the opponent is Bianca Lowell, the reigning champion for 2 consecutive years. He flashed a meaningful smile and said, Just watch and you'll see. Up in the stands, the referee began to issue the command. Both contenders, take your positions. I will begin the countdown. 3, 2, 1, match start. From the round of 64 to the finals, her total match time was a mere 5 minutes. A time attack record set, as if to completely demolish her opponent's record, ending matches within a single minute. Who is the WHCU's monster rookie? Kim Sejin, the super rookie from the #1 Hunter Academy. Though she couldn't set a brand new record because the national record holder was on guard. Cutting back to the battle. Right as the starting command rang out, Sejin immediately leaped backward to maintain her distance. This caught Bianca a bit off guard. A swordsman actively widening the distance? He continued to evaluate. But to everyone who had followed the recent matches, they all thought that, even in the finals, she would charge forward and attack ferociously. It was enough to plant that exact thought into their subconscious. Witnessing this scene from the stands, Man Dong was also a bit puzzled. Instructor Kong, could it be that you? He explained dryly. Didn't I tell you already, sir? During this past summer break, Sejin's level became on par with mine. It is exactly what you're thinking, sir. Right now, among her peers worldwide, there is absolutely no one who can stop Kim Sejin. Sejin's gaze was intensely focused on this attack. Her internal energy now enveloped the sword and radiated into the surrounding space. The crowd in the stands began to buzz with hushed whispers. Hey, isn't that sword she? The person next to them replied. No way. A student wielding sword she. Standing on the opposite side, Bianca observed and evaluated inwardly. Sword chi? Furthermore, it's a type of aura with an incredibly high level of perfection, reaching a realm that is unimaginable for a student to create. I suspected something was up. As expected, she was hiding a trump card, keeping her sword chi hidden until the finals is indeed formidable. But I've faced sword-style auras a few times during sparring sessions with professional hunters, and I will neutralize it instantly. Just watch. Cutting her thoughts short, she swung her hand, creating a magic circle right under Sejin's feet. But the girl didn't care about this at all. Her eyes closed slightly, then snapped open. Bianca's magic had absolutely no effect on her, making Bianca gasp inwardly in shock. Dispel didn't work? One of Bianca Lowell's specialties was the Dispel skill, an advanced skill capable of neutralizing not just magic but also mana-based mental buffs, or even physical enhancements. Watching from above, he continued to analyze. In the World Tournament the year before last, there was also a student who used sword chi to challenge Bianca. I witnessed firsthand that person being easily neutralized by her signature Dispel. But this time, this thing isn't mana, it's internal energy. Without a shred of hesitation, Sejin unleashed the technique she had just learned. Meteor Burst Demonic Aura. Countless waves of sword chi swarmed toward her opponent from all directions. On her end, Bianca still hadn't regained her composure. Impossible. An undispellable type of aura? Shield deployed a shield quickly. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted in the center of the arena, leaving the spectators in the stands slightly terrified. Sitting in his office watching the battle on the TV screen, Dae-chan maintained his calm demeanor. As for the duo Yisel and Seo Hwa, they were watching intensely, not blinking for a single second. Her group of friends was completely hyped up by that attack just now. Jin-soo wondered, with a hit like that, she might actually die. Seo immediately cut him off. Hey, don't jinx it like that, or it might actually happen. But contrary to Jin-soo's worries, the moment the dust cleared, Bianca's figure gradually came into view. Her arm trembled as she tightly gripped her sword, exhaling ragged breaths. Her protective barrier was no longer intact after taking the full brunt of that attack. Seo shouted angrily, "Hey look, this is all your fault." Bianca caught her breath heavily and spoke up. "I really didn't expect it to be this powerful. If I hadn't deployed my magic defense in the nick of time, I probably would have been defeated long ago." Watching from above, Mandong evaluated, "Is that offense and defense standard really at a student's level? Now I understand why Instructor Kong confidently sent Sejin into battle. But Instructor Kong, is this really going to be okay?" He kept his eyes locked on the match, asking curiously, "What do you mean by that, sir?" Mandong continued, "If my memory serves me right, before the recent summer break, Instructor Kong was practically exhausted after using that grand technique, wasn't he?" Bianca Lowell was only caught a bit off guard. She doesn't seem heavily injured. If she still has mana left to attack, won't Sejin be in danger? He still explained confidently. If it were a sword blade manifestation, she would have collapsed early on. As you saw, that was sword chi. Actually, it's a step below sword chi. It was modified for multiple uses, making it a mass production type ultimate skill. Staring at the power on Sejin's sword, Bianca gasped inwardly in shock. Another one? He continued to analyze. "I bet my entire fortune on this match against Bianca Lowell. After all, would I really play a gamble where I put absolutely everything into a single strike?" He smiled inwardly. "I got a bit of a hint from my duel with Kim Dae-chan last time. Instead of using a sword blade manifestation to slash wildly until all the surrounding barriers shattered, causing the surrounding mages to collapse from mana depletion. The Meteor Burst demonic aura originally requires a solid sword force aura. If I downgrade it by one level into sword chi, wouldn't it be possible to execute that exact same technique time after time? The goal isn't to kill Bianca Lowell. The goal is to defeat her and win the championship, continuously attacking until she drains all the mana used for her barriers and passes out. That is my and Sejin's strategy." Returning to the match, Bianca was now strictly focusing on defense. She extended her hand to create countless more layers of magic protection. 6 layers? No, it's 8 layers, with a number of barriers that even normal hunters wouldn't dare dream of. Bianca Lowell executed a high-intensity, multi-layered magic defense, looking every bit like the descendant of Merlin who had withstood a meteor rain lasting for a full 10 minutes. Right now, as the dust slowly cleared, a staggering figure emerged from within. Bianca collapsed to the ground on her knees. Thanks to the intervention of the A-class security personnel stationed to prevent any fatal accidents, she luckily managed to survive. This result left absolutely everyone completely dumbfounded. The referee finally snapped out of it, regaining his composure as he shouted out, "Hey, match over." The final champion of this year's WHCU is contender Kim Sejin of South Korea. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone was absolutely overjoyed by this result. Even the owner of this championship title herself couldn't believe what she had managed to achieve. Shifting scenes to a month later at the guild headquarters, someone spoke up. "You made the right decision, Instructor Kong Shin-hyo. It's very difficult to find real estate of this size near Gangnam Station. On top of that, you insisted on buying 2 units, so it took quite a bit of effort on my part." The person sipped a cup of tea and continued, "I was quite curious too, but since you kept insisting on buying the building." Sejin's voice cut in, interrupting, "Anyway, if we want to establish a guild in the future, it's better to buy ahead of time." So Sejin and I bought a building each. In the airport interview, after returning to the country, Sejin had declared she wouldn't join Kim Dae-chan's Aries Guild. The girl said she would operate independently, waiting until she became a rank 3 hunter to establish her own guild. Even if it's a hunter tournament, how could anyone use the prize money to buy a whole building? He turned at this point to make an offer. Sejin, take this. The girl asked back in confusion. What is this, instructor? He explained, that's 1.5 billion from selling the wild ginseng. Consider it a signing bonus. I bet everything under your name. Do you know what the odds were? The girl gasped in shock. Huh? Instructor, just how much was it? He leaned in and whispered to her. It was 20.4 times. Almost everyone in the world bet on Bianca. Sejin now had a massive amount of money in her hands. However, there was someone who made even more money than Sejin, the one who just received a record payout. The legend of the all-in bet is none other than me, Kong Shin-hyuk. On the opposite side, the broker questioned, Instructor Kong Shin-hyuk, but why did you only look for buildings near Washin Electronics? With the price point you offered, there are plenty of other buildings with much better conditions. He shook his head, declining to answer question. It's just that the air over there seems quite fresh. Washin Electronics was run by the family of the protagonist Lee Ji-sung. By being neighbors with the main character, a building in this area would definitely be the safest place in the world. The two of them were currently inside an elevator. He spoke up, as a wealthy man with enough money to last a lifetime, who also just acquired a whole building, possessing a hunter's physical stats plus a dashingly handsome face. Now I'm not lacking a single thing, am I? Sejin could only laugh dryly in reply. Usually no one talks about themselves like that, instructor. Then the girl turned to ask curiously, so, are you going to resign from teaching at the school now? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I haven't really thought about that yet. Come to think of it, that's true. I don't really need to collect a salary anymore, do I? The girl gently tucked her hair, speaking up awkwardly. Instructor, is there any chance that after I graduate, for me? Before she could finish her sentence, he caught her drift and quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, don't. I'm not doing it. Absolutely not. Even best friends shouldn't join guilds or do business together. I have no interest in that stuff. I'm going to be a wealthy, unemployed guy. Anyway, I can't quit teaching until that class president brat graduates, right? The elevator doors were about to close. Right at that moment, Sejin ran out after him. Sign, you're truly hopeless, instructor, wait for me. The system sent a notification at this time. Side story has been unlocked. From now on, the story of Kong Shin-hyuk, the soul who possessed an extra character, will be recorded. He smiled with satisfaction at this point. Right. This isn't a story about the protagonist, but my own story. So what would be a good title for it? Right, that works perfectly.